Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. In my experience, there is but one thing worse than mornings. That thing is Tuesdays. Don't ask me why I hate these two things so much, I would just end up ranting for far too long. In a nutshell, I am everything but a morning person. I have never been, and never will be. Spending far too long on your computer, streaming anime and reading TV tropes into the wee hours of the morning has that effect on you. I don't like mornings and mornings don't like me. I require regular doses of caffeine just to ensure that when I get to school I do not resemble a zombie. As for Tuesdays, there is just something that I really hate about that one day of the week. Mondays are fine, Saturdays awesome and Fridays manageable, it's just Tuesday that eternally screws me over. Bad things always occur on Tuesdays. It's like a rule, or something. Take today for example. I am currently lying on the floor of my small room, tangled within my duvet and cursing whatever deity governs mornings and/or Tuesdays. Also, my alarm is roaring in my ear and I can't turn it off and the display seemingly tells me that I'm late. Yep. I'm late. Sheet. I'm late. I'm late. That alarm is really pissing me off. Thud. Ouch. I just rolled into the side of my wardrobe, and a box filled with God knows what crap on the top of said wardrobe decided that today was a perfectly nice day to try and crush me. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. The bloody alarm went on and on. Just how the hell did I not wake up from all that racket? Actually, don't answer that question. It's Tuesday. Never question Tuesdays, just like anime logic, questioning it just makes the day 10, no, 20 times worse. Finally, with Herculean effort, I managed to free myself from my captor and throw the alarm against the offending wardrobe. I think that I must have broken it, but screw it. It's Tuesday. Oh, hey bro. The door to my room slammed open, revealing the petite form of my younger sister. You do realize that you're late again? School's in 10 minutes. Yeah. I know. I'm late. Hang on. I'm late. School in 10 minutes. Sheet. School in 10 minutes. Quite. Tut, tut, tut. Lily rolled her eyes in a superior manner and grinned her Cheshire cat grin. If that Dmed cat was a human with blonde hair, green eyes and a sheet attitude, it would take the form of my 12-year-old sister. Lily Drake was truly a terror upon the world, I pity whomever marries her in the end. As a big brother you should set a good example for your darling little sister. Shut up Lily. I threw off the rest of my duvet, tore into the wardrobe for my uniform, and hurriedly started tossing on my various garments. Shirt, tie, pants, trousers. Okay. Thank the Lord that I have practice at speed running mornings. Lily, used to my antics, merely turned her back on me while I changed. I don't suppose you saved me some toast or something? No. If I ever had, would you have learnt anything? Yes. I would have learned that my sister wasn't some sort of malicious harpy. Calling your little sister names. Double tut. Just because you're 15 means nothing. PSS. Off. I told her eloquently. I slipped on my blazer and checked my appearance in the mirror upon the inside of my wardrobe. Uniform's fine, my long brown hair is in its usual unruly state, so I applied a comb and hoped to God that it would be suitable. In the end, I managed to flatten it a bit, so it just happened to barely cover my eyes and my ears. Regardless of my hair or uniform, I was as physically fit as ever, by which I meant as thin as a rake with the fragility of china plates and the ability to be snapped like a twig if someone ever thought to pick on M. No. UPSS off. USCK. I sighed. Just go to school. Hypocrite. SDST. Otaku. I'm not a god-med otaku. I just like anime and stuff, which was true. I may like anime but I was hardly an otaku. For one thing, an otaku is from Japan, and do I look like I'm from Japan, or live there? No. I'm as British as they come. Anime was just one of those things I started to like watching after seeing Dragon Ball Z as a kid, when I didn't even associate it with Japan, alongside Pokemon and Digimon. The hobby grew in secondary school, as my friend James showed me some cool shows like One Piece, Death Note, Bleach, Fullmetal Alchemist, Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero, you know, the good stuff. Okay then, nerd boy. I couldn't deny that one. I was, in fact, a nerd. I was somewhat proud of the title. Us British nerds have a long and rich, complex history, filled with much suffering and strife. Even so, our race forever plunges onwards into geekdom. We shall never give up in our pursuit of good video games and anime series, therefore I am happy to take on the metaphorical mantle of a nerd. I would rather like video games and avoid sports like the plague, than be one of those sports nuts who can only seem to talk in an odd dialect of grunts, or as those wacky Americans call them, the jocks. Go away DMN it. Lily obliged. She always got to school on time, so would rather get her mark than throw some friendly banter at her brother. Beach. I can't say that we're the closest of siblings, but I do enjoy our occasional banter. This didn't decrease the weight of SDSM in her soul though. Next step, my bag. I picked my well-worn-out school rucksack and fled the room, abandoning the mess on my floor left behind by the med box that tried to crush me tipping over. I'll clean it up when I get home. I reached the downstairs kitchen and greeted my mum. I checked my watch. Still a minute or so until I reached the MTL, maximum time to leave. James was the one to coin the term, for when the absolute time to leave the house before you would be later for school was needed. Late again Marcus Drake. Mum glanced at me calmly while sampling her cup of tea like a British pro. Mum was used to my Tuesdays, so barely bothered caring nowadays, knowing full well it would almost always end the same. Yes. I threw open the cupboards and quickly chucked the last packet of Walkers and the final bottle of Dr. Pepper into my bag. What's your excuse this time, young man? She pulled out the young man comment. In my defense, Tuesdays hate me. Nope. Another sip. Mornings hate me. Nope. Oh. Look at the time. MTL reached. Bye Mum. I gave her a quick and awkward hug, since I was at the awkward age of 15, so hugs were uncool apparently, and sprinted for the door, ignoring Mum's complaints. Now then, I'd better catch up with James and barter with him for some of his med lunch. Again. He makes a killing out of my messed up mornings. Truly, Tuesdays hate me, as do mornings. Those two teaming up against me is certainly foreboding. I just knew that today was going to SCK. School was normal. Let's leave it at that. Normal for me means sking like hell, since mine and James' school was rubbish. Bad teachers, filled with bullies, no proper equipment, occupied by chavs and drowning in its lack of funds. Lessons were fine, i.e. were rubbish, and I managed to survive P.E, which was a miracle in on its own rights, up until a football nearly gave me a black eye, so I could consider the morning barely successful. This was worrying. It was a Tuesday and it was in the morning, so I couldn't have a good morning. I shall be on my guard, Tuesday's gonna sneak up on me and bludgeon me with bullshit. I just know it. Next was maths and English. Supply teachers, enough said. Don't even get me started on lunch. One word. Burritos. Say what you will, but I believe that the offending food should be well up there on the list of banned weapons, alongside the atomic bomb, chemical weaponry, and the dreaded blue shell from Mario Kart. Finally, after a long afternoon of physics, me and James were able to leave the school and begin our long walk home. You know, I hate school sometimes. I remarked to James offhandedly as I sipped the Dr. Pepper I had just purchased in my left hand slowly. I completely agree. Decided James briskly. What I wouldn't give to be free of this hellhole. Mark my words, once I get my GCSEs I'm leaving education and joining my dad's company. James' dad worked with a programming company, which develops various small apps. I could see why James would want to work with them. I don't really know what I would do if I left school. I mean, I'm not ready to be an adult. I couldn't survive on my own, and I don't think I'd really want to. Being a salaryman wouldn't suit me, since there would be nothing more miserable than going about a regular desk job only to go home to no girlfriend or family. Tell me about it. Oh well, bottoms up. James finished the rest of his own bottle and threw it into a nearby bin on the high street. What I wouldn't give to have no worries, to have an exciting life. I couldn't agree with James' words more. The thing about life is that more often than not, it SCKS. You climb the corporate ladder and become part of the nameless crowd, or you become a NEET and live a disappointing life to both yourself and your family. Even worse, in life you'll probably die without any sort of legacy, save for any children that you might have conceived along the way. It's sort of sad. I don't want to be like that. It's stupid to say so, but I want to be remembered. I don't want to just be part of a crowd, a nameless person who is no different to anyone else in the world. I sometimes wish that I could just go live in a book or a video game, or something. Joked James. I mean, you could do worse than spending your life as a pirate looking for One Piece, or an alchemist working for the military. A Magus life would kick butt. Trace on, UBW for the win. And could you imagine being a Pokemon trainer? Hell yeah. Nearly as kick-ass as being a Shinigami in Bleach, or even just being an orange-clad ninja. Anything would be better than continuing in eternal monotony. Yep, you could do worse than being a Shinigami. Do you ever think that maybe we get a bit too philosophical when drinking Dr. Pepper? I asked. Nah. You can never blame the Dr. Pepper. James laughed, as did I. It was nice just to stand there in the afternoon sun and talk with a friend. It's a shame some things never last. After all, things change. They always do. It happened a few minutes later, a moment that would be perfectly clear in my memory, no matter what would ever occur. Looking back, it wasn't even that exciting or memorable moment. It just happened. I was waving bye to James. He had just said a joke, which I couldn't remember, and was leaving me to go down a separate road, since we lived in different locations. Anyway, I waved goodbye and took a large gulp of my drink. I stepped off the curb to walk across the necessary road, still waving. James called out to me, so I focused in on his surprised face. It was weird, I don't think I'll ever know just what that expression was trying to convey. Then it happened. The one moment where everything changed for me. The glaring sun on my bony shoulders, a not-so-comfortable heat warming me through, my friend's voice calling out inaudible words, a nearly empty street, the bell on a corner shop ringing as someone entered it, Dr. Pepper a tang in my mouth, the bottle falling from my loose grasp, a large Tesco lorry just out of the corner of my eye, a driver bobbing his head to an unknown rhythm, headphones on and eyes off the road, the feel of the bag on my back, med ache in my forehead and a momentary disorientation. Silence. I stepped forwards, and then the entire world seemed to blink. You know that feeling when you wake from a dream, only to imagine that you're still asleep, or that the dream itself was reality, and that you had instead fallen asleep? Or perhaps the feeling when on a cloudy morning the sky parts and the sun reveals itself, the temperature soaring, giving you the impression that you're in a completely different place, would be more appropriate to what I was feeling. One moment I was on a busy street walking home from school, the next I was elsewhere. There was no portal or multicolored light show, no flash or sudden drop. Nothing. Just a mere step. I walked forwards out of nothingness into a new, unfamiliar location. The place seemed foreign. No, it was foreign. The building style was completely alien to anything you would normally find in England. I can't really explain or describe them. I was a bit too confused to note the details. Japanese, I think. Rather, an isolated part of my brain tells me this. I took a few more steps before I registered my surroundings completely. Then, I tripped over in surprise. Ouch! What the hell? I got up, cussing loudly and reanalyzed my surroundings. I blinked once. Twice. Oh look, some people are wearing kimonos, I think. Thrice. And then, I did the rational thing. What the literal fuyuuk. And panicked. Okay Marcus, let's think things over rationally. Where the hell are you? Not England, that's for sure. You're in some sort of foreign location through unknown means. First, let's check to see if this is some sort of elaborate dream. Pinch. No. I'm definitely awake. Next, is this a hallucination? No idea how to check that one, so I'll push that thought to one side. Maybe someone knocked me unconscious, then left my unwilling body elsewhere. No. I have no recollection of blacking out, nor do I have any blank spots in my memory. I came here standing up, so that idea was pretty stupid. Back to the drawing board. So for now, I guess I have to assume that I've somehow teleported or something as equally conceited as that. It makes little sense, but what else is this Japanese-style estate doing here? A location like this couldn't possibly be near my place of residence, therefore it probably isn't. 3 major issues to deal with. 1. Where am I? 2. What am I doing here? 3. How did I get here? Well, I can solve number 1 quite easily. I'll ask one of the various people that are going about their daily businesses. Hopefully, one of them will be able to speak English. Hey. I walked up the street and approached a man stood at a stall of some sort selling fruit and vegetables. I don't know if you can understand me, but can you help me? This is a stupid question, but where exactly am I? The middle-aged man looked me over once or twice, paying attention to my clothing in particular. No, it's not a stupid question. Based on your choice of clothing, you're probably new here, right? I nodded, not really knowing what else to say. You're in the Rukon district, East 32. Hang on, I think I've heard that name before. Right, thanks. So that's the current trend in the human world, eh? The man pointed to my school uniform. What do you mean by human world? I have a really bad feeling. The man sighed irritably, his patience wearing thin. Shinigami nowadays, useless I tell you. They don't even bother giving basic details now. Shinigami. Okay then, this is really starting to sound familiar, but not in a good way. Rukon District and Shinigami. It can't possibly be that simple. Can it? Hell, me and James even mentioned the subject earlier today, it couldn't be quite that simple or unrealistic. For the love of, the man prepared to swear, then stopped himself. He probably realized that getting angry wouldn't affect my ignorance in the slightest. You're dead. Got it? Dead. Didn't you get the picture when you were wandering about unable to interact with the world until a man in black pulled a DMN sword on you? This place is the land of the dead. Yes. Apparently, it is that simple. This sounds stupid, even to me and my nerdish standards, but it seems like I must be in a badly written fanfic. Such a thing is the only conceivable idea that makes any possible sense, because people in real life just don't find themselves magically transported into an anime franchise. No. I refuse to accept such a stupid idea. It's illogical and it's unlikely, it's stupid and improbable. Such a thing just doesn't happen, no matter how much you might want it to. Real life doesn't work like that. This is said with what is probably a large amount of denial, but I just couldn't have been systematically transported into the anime franchise, Bleach. Young man, stated the shopkeeper sympathetically, his anger gone in favor of stopping a random teenager from hyperventilating in front of his stall. Perhaps I should have broken it to you more gently. Some people can't accept the facts sometimes, you see. Oi. Reg. Someone giving you problems? A muscular man came over from his own stall and sized me up. Not that my size is anything to brag about, even if I am tall for my age. No. He's just a bit. The newly named Reg couldn't seem to find a word for me. Look. I told them. I'm not upset, just really confused. So what you're telling me is that we live in a world where Shinigami whisk people away to the afterlife and have fantastical battles against evil, black monsters, and wield badass swords, and that we're all dead? Yes. The two men told me at once, clarifying my theory. So yes, I am in a bad fanfic. So yes, Tuesday was probably responsible for this. That's it. I give up. I want to go home. This is stupid, improbable and illogical. Come on Tuesday, you've had your fun. I mean, throwing me into some sort of stupid self-insert. Surely you have better standards than that. Not sending me home. Fine. Apparently Tuesday doesn't have standards. As such, there is but one course of action I can proceed on to ensure I get my sweet-tasting revenge. First, I'll join Team Aizen, help him become Soul King, then I'll use his powers to force the metaphorical materialization of Tuesdays to appear before me in a male form. Then I'm gonna knee him in a rather painful location. Following this, I'll sue Tuesdays but for ruining my life. And I don't care if some witty jury says something stupid like, you can't sue a day of the week. I'll do it anyway, because screw it. It's a Tuesday. Nothing ever makes sense on this particular day. I call bullshit. I snapped, glaring at the sky. I pointed to myself. Am not dead. I have no memory or recollection of dying, and was breathing perfectly fine before I somehow ended up here. He's in denial. Decided Reg, he'll probably get over it. You don't understand. I told them. Yes we do. Now get the hell out of here and get used to it. The large man shoved me, I fell over. Ouch. I am not dead. You hear me? I have not died, so I can't be in the land of the dead, DMN it. Seriously, I can't possibly be dead. For one thing, unless my afterlife is modeled after Bleach, I am unlikely to suddenly drop dead and not remember it. I don't even know how I got here, so I couldn't have been brought here by a Shinigami. Just what the hell is this racket? Added an unknown voice. Just shut up. I yelled. We didn't say anything. Yes you did. No they didn't. Responded the voice. Reich. A sudden call reverberated through the street. Various people screamed at the sound, and immediately turned their tails and ran. The two shopkeepers looked behind me on the floor and followed suit, legging it. I stood up and felt a presence behind me. I really don't want to turn around. Just turn around. Remarked the voice from before, even though there is nobody around to say such things. I've been sleeping for a while, so I want to know just what is responsible for waking me, since giant shouts and Japanese streets didn't seem to have been a part of your lifestyle when I first got here. I ignored the voice for the time being, mainly because the only person here was myself, so I wasn't going to get an argument with myself. Since myself was the only person that could have possibly said anything. Instead, I turned around to see if my other suspicion was correct. Yes, there was a giant but monster stomping towards me. Yes, it was made of a substance reminiscent of melted tar mixed into liquid shadow. Yes, it wore a mask of porcelain bone. Yes, it had big but hammer-like fists. Yes, it was huge. Yes, there was a giant hole going through its midnight stomach. Yes, it could only be described as a hollow. Rayororg. It seems like I really am in Bleach. All the facts point towards it. Japanese buildings, Rokon District, Shinigami, a voice emanating from inside my head, the afterlife and hollows. Yes, the only explanation is that I have fallen into Bleach. So I have fallen into Bleach, I must accept this fact for the time being, and a hollow is currently looking hungrily in my direction. And I'm not running when all rational men would have. Sheet. Okay. Said the voice. That is new. I'm pretty DMN sure the world didn't have those when I went to sleep. Bugger your sleep. I told it. Bugger you. That monster is still coming for you, so I think that unless you've figured out how to use your various powers, we should run. I ran. I turned my back on the thing. And got the hell out of Dodge. X. I don't know how long I've been running, or how I've had the energy to do such a physical task, considering my abysmal P.D. record, but I did it anyway. I ran as fast and as far as possible, while the BSTRD decided to focus on me for some reason that author only knows. Look, I am sort of confused. This isn't normal, is it? No. I yelled back inwardly, panting frantically as I zipped down various streets, the beast behind me. Smash. DMN. Okay, I dodged it. I slowed down a bit and one of the hammer fists nearly clipped me, smashing a nearby wall instead when I ducked into an alleyway. So just to clarify, this is the first time a monster has been hot on your tail. For the love of frig, I croaked out. Yes. So unless you have something useful to say, slither of my own subconsciousness, shut up. Run. No sheet. I ran. The alleyway maneuver bought me a bit of time while it was forced to go round, but I didn't know just how long it got me. My best chance is to outpace it or flee this town, and hope that a Shinigami senses the hollow and comes to my aid. Still panicking about this whole situation by the way. My mum is going to kill me. If the hollow doesn't do so first. Then how did you get into this situation? The voice, that I had decided was a he, asked. Look. You're a voice in the back of my head, consequently you should know exactly how this situation occurred. Just root through some memories and see for yourself. I'm a hitchhiker, not a miracle worker. I ignored the voice, once again. I have never heard this voice ever before, but he is certainly talkative once he gets going. While I'm thinking, just where is everyone? Hiding, no doubt in that. Left. 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 I instinctively obeyed and turned down the stated street, narrowly missing a cart thrown down the center path by Mr. Hollow. Look. This is the end of the town. Grass and a nearby forest, no buildings or people. Perfect. Hopefully the Hollow will stick around in town for an easier meal, since more people would be found in the town than in the forest. Speed up. I tapped into my empty tank of gas and pedaled onwards, grinding to a spluttering stop once I entered the safety of the woodland. DMN, am I unfit? Yes, yes you are. Shut up. Before I reach in there and throttle you. I whispered darkly. I have no idea how I would go about doing such a thing, but it's an impossible day, even by Tuesday standards. I'll find a way. No, no. What? Can't you sense it? No, of course you can't. It's still coming. I don't know how the hell this voice knew, but I had nothing to lose by trusting its judgment, for now. With a bit of time to rest I continued to run. A roar alerted me towards the hollow's med persistence. It seemed a bit more distant, maybe I'm finally losing it. Just what are you going to do if that thing catches up with you? I don't know. Will you fight? Will you die? Will you flee? I don't know. Run, it's safer. It will follow you. You're all alone. Nobody will get to you in time. The boy called Marcus Drake will die, leaving no legacy behind him. Just when life starts to change from its normal monotony, he'll sadly die. Shut up. Alas, he was right. If that thing caught up with me, I'd probably die. I don't think I could run away again, I'm knackered. It's like I've run a 10-mile long race. You just can't handle the truth. He told me. Running never solves anything. It merely delays your problems. So what do you suggest I do then? I shouted out loud in annoyance and fear. I couldn't run away and I can't fight that thing as I am. All I have is my school bag, and an annoying voice in the back of my head, neither of which will help. I have no sword to swing, no power to fight with, no gun or magic to fire. Just me, myself and I. If you can't fight it as you are, then just use something that will. Crap. I stumbled into a clearing and rolled, landing in the center of the large expanse of grass. Trees circled around me in a wide ring, encircling this large shelter from the hazards of the forest. I was alone, for the moment. I lay there panting. Just what can I do? Rarorg. Trees were knocked aside as the berserker charged into the makeshift arena. I was forced to roll once more to avoid him stampeding me. Now, I was truly in the center of the clearing. You're going to have to fight him now. By the time you get up, he'll be upon you. How? The voice paused for a moment. You are stronger than you think. Pardon. I chose you for a reason. You're strong, you have an amazing potential to change the world, even if you aren't consciously aware of it. I picked you because deep inside you have an ability which will do the impossible, if you desire it to. Don't ask me how I know. I just do. I believe you can push beyond your mortality, just turn on your hidden powers. I focused intently, imagining a magical hellfire of doom or something equally powerful to vanquish my enemy. Nothing came, save for the new sweat nervously dripping down my face. I can't change the world, merely scowl at it. What exactly did I expect anyway? I'm listening to the advice of a voice in the back of my head, which is the first sign of madness anyway. Enough miming, I picked myself up. For some reason, the hollow was content to stand there. It pet its head sideways and roared once more. Reharark. From around the clearing, 10 holes or darkness materialized. A garganta. Muttered the voice slowly. I remember it from that one time I watched. No. From inside the gargantas, black figures emerged. They were small and imp-like, barely reaching my waist, but they were many. Pointed masks and edged teeth, sharp claws and a menacing aura promising a painful death via pack. They chortled loudly, and the chief hollow that has led me here joined in. That facial expression. Was it glee? Or was it SDSM? No, it was a smug look. These hollows obeyed it, so it laid an ambush, to ensure its next meal could not escape it, considering its own abnormally slow speed. It would lead an unsuspecting soul into the forest, chasing the poor soon-to-be meal to this very spot, then at his call the minions would appear and assist him in killing its next meal. It was a BSTRD move, and I was stuck. Now I was certain to die. 11 hungry monsters against one nerdy teenager without any sort of weapon. Bad odds. Very bad odds. You need to turn on your powers. Now. Come on. I muttered tensely. Trace on. Hadoken. Zangetsu. Persona. Kalidbalg. Excalibur. Deus Ex Machina. Transformation sequence activate. Anything. Nothing worked. I literally don't have any powers, or at least if I did miraculously have some hidden ability, I can't activate them. Activate them now. Or we're both doomed. I just can't. The minions circled in slowly, taking another step towards their helpless prey. Fine. The voice pondered. You don't know how to activate your powers. And we don't have something to specifically help you turn them on. So. Yiowa. That could work. What? Another step in. I spun round, eager to ensure that nothing struck from behind me. I have no idea if it will work, but it might. If we're very lucky. It's our only chance. You see, if you can't consciously activate your power, if you're too disconnected. Perhaps I can do it for you. What if I acted as a buffer, or a pair of training wheels on a bike, or something? Who knows? I shouted. Just do something. Okay. I'll give it a try. To do this though, I need total trust. I'm gonna be delving into your mind and soul a bit too much for this to be performed unwillingly. Why not? Fine. Let's let the mystery voice route around in your mind. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Fine. I have no other choice anyway, so I might as well act on this slight possibility for survival. Basically, you'll try to visualize the form your power is to take, and I'll collect the power and shape it for you, before I give it to you to be released into the world. Hopefully this should forge enough of a bond between you and your power that you're able to use it, albeit severely underpowered. This might blow up miserably though, so I'm going to have to delve deeper into that which makes you Marcus Drake. It should be irreversible if we do this. Our fates will be linked further than they already are. That sounds ominous. I'll have to be your sword and shield, there is no other choice. Another step. One minion got impatient and leapt. I narrowly stumbled out the way and kicked the thing away from me. This only excited the others more. If not, you'll die, and me along with you. This could potentially stop you from ever truly accessing your full power, or it might prevent you from ever being able to control it fully by yourself. This is permanent. Are you willing to accept this? Yes. Just do it. Okay. I'm starting now. An odd sensation of falling, of drowning, of burning in a sea of unknown pain. I fell to one knee. The clearing swayed. It was excruciating. I remained conscious. Barely. I had to fulfill my end of the deal. Memories surfaced. Some mine, others not. My dad's funeral, my mum's tears. An unknown man in a white suit, in a mirror. Seeing Lily for the first time. Meeting James. 12 others sat around the table with me, a council of absolute authority. They say my name and give me my next assignment. Year 7, a boy punched me. A Christmas with the family all together, grandparents, cousins, aunties and all that. A boy at a funeral, he's crying. A Tesco van, I drop my Dr. Pepper bottle. We sink into an endless, bottomless sea. Even so, I try to ignore these images, these thoughts, these memories. The voice told me to visualize something to slay my foe. A burning sensation at my very center of being. Maths classroom, Year 9. English, Year 8. The council together once more, some of our members are sad. One of us left, I think. I want to follow him. Why is my mum crying? Why did he leave anyway? I need to visualize something. How about a weapon? Yeah. A Shinigami could kill one of these pricks. A Shinigami would slay all these BSTRDS. James looks at me. I think, you could do worse than being a Shinigami. Yeah, Shinigami are cool. Is there anything better than yelling Getsuga Tenshu at the top of your voice? Is there anything better than the absolute confidence of owning a Zanpakuto, of knowing the very nature and name of your soul? I think that I'll follow him. You know, I've always liked stories. I'm fed up of them dictating that which I can and can't do. Dad was a hero, a fireman. I wonder if, I too, could ever be a hero. I want to leave. To be free. I want to be a hero. It's childish, but I do. Who doesn't want to be free? Who doesn't want to be one of the good guys? All directions point south. The voice tells me that I have an unseen power, sort of like Ichigo Kurosaki. Wouldn't it be cool if it turns out I was a Shinigami all along? We approach the center of our being. There. A power, unseen, untapped. What I want is to kill these hollows, so what better a tool than a Zanpakuto? If my power must take a form, I want a Zanpakuto. I have a voice in the back of my head, so why not? Christmas. Why? Why is he gone? Why did he leave me? Why did Dad have to die? A funeral. I need to focus. I feel like I'm repeating myself. Groarark. The hollow roared. Pain. Lots of it. My hands feel heavy. They clench. I want a Zanpakuto DMN it. I want to have frig but adventures and kill some hollows. I want to fire energy beams, chuck fireballs, and have a med beam sword. We're there. I need to get it. I need to access that power. To control it. There is but one form my power should take. A sword. I want one. Now. A katana, or a broadsword, or a lightsaber. Something. We're there. I've got it. I'm in control now. Deep. Inside, something tears away, something irreplaceable shatters, then is reattached in a new, fantastical, unforeseeable fashion. One may not interact with the power, but both might. Visualize something DMNIT. The screaming voice tears through my delusions and the pain, reminding me that I have a job to do. The voice controls and shapes the power, I release it in the way I tell it to. The hollows leap. Okay. I want a sword. I'll have a med sword. Long. Not too long. Strong. Black is cool. An unseen tap is released. A steady drip of power flows. Like lightning, the pain stops, it numbs. In my hands, a sudden weight is dropped. I nearly stumble. I look down and I have a sword now. It's a thin blade, 24 inches long, definitely Western in nature. No curve, it was straight and bladed on both sides, the fuller a slightly lighter shade than the rest of the metal. Sharp. Quite sharp actually. The color of the metal itself was a pale gray, the sort of color which reminds me of cloudy days in the autumn, with an edge traced black, as if it had been dipped within molten darkness. The handle, the hilt. Anyway, it was black, with a plain guard and no pommel, a foot of cold, hard metal, engraved with a navy crisscross pattern, to help the wielder grip it. It was perfect, it was awesome, and it was all mine. Thanks. I told the voice, directly addressing it. No problem. He seemed out of breath. If such a thing was possible for a voice occupying one's mind. Call me Javan. Cut. With reflexes I didn't realize I possessed, and probably don't possess, I managed to slice one of the small minions leaping from my back in half with my new sword, spraying hollow blood onto the trampled grass as I did so. A second bounded for my leg and latched on with its sharp teeth. I grit my teeth, the pain was less than the initial thing I had done with Javan, still have no idea what it actually was that he had done. With sharp deliberation and an equally sharp weapon I angled my blade and attempted to move into the beast without accidentally stabbing myself in the foot in the process. It leapt off at the sound of my weapon moving, so once my blade moved into the ground I had failed to kill it. Behind me, another minion leapt. Fearing pain and consequently death, I dropped to the floor. A whoosh alerted me to the fact that it had sailed over my head. The entire Javan thingy and this all happened within 30 seconds. To me, it had seemed to have taken an age. The hammer-fisted leader stood back smugly, while his 9 remaining followers circled me. I have no idea if I can win, but I will bloody well try. Bring it on. BSTRDS. I charged, sword in hand, at the leader. Kill the commander and the troops will flee. Suddenly, a voice broke through the clearing. Snap. Tobium. A fireball launched from the edge of the clearing, then smashed into the first hollow about to attack. It impacted with its side and exploded, destroying the creature instantly. A second and third blast of fire followed, directed at either side of me. I continued to charge. Boom. Boom. Another hollow dead. The one that bit me earlier to be precise. Slash. Cut. I swung my thin weapon at another hollow to attack me and cleaved it in 4. Adrenaline soaked me and assisted my aim, as this was my first time using a sword. A flash to my side alerted me to the presence of my savior. A petite girl in black robes, with brown hair tied up in a bun and a serious look on her face. I already knew her identity, based solely on the Shirkai release. It was Himamori Momo, the lieutenant of Squad 5. More proof of being in the Bleach verse for me. Heido number 30, she chanted, a hand already extended. Sokatsui. Blue fire, crashed down, bright blue fire erupted from her open palm and incinerated the next 3 in line. The lead hollow finally figured out that his odds were low, with 7 of his minions already dead by either my blade or Momo's fire. I looked back at Momo as I continued to run. She gave me a solemn nod and gesture to her weapon. I could tell that she was probably saying something like, "I'll back you up," or "I'll spam fireballs." Either way, she was bailing me out. Momo has never really seemed to be an up-close fighter in the anime, so standing back in Kido probably suits her better. As such, it seems like she trusted me enough to let me take the lead. I just wish I knew what I was doing. I was sort of winging it, going with the flow, flying on a high of adrenaline and smugness upon the fact that I have a Zanpakuto. Tobium. And another one bites the dust. The lead hollow moves forwards, to the far side of the enclosure. A black tear appears, a garganta. "Oh no you don't, BSTRD. I roar, using the last of my energy to speed up after him, to prevent his escape. Slash. The next hollow to defend its master met by sword. I continued. A thin beam of lightning fired past my side, impacting with the final minion's skull. The leader was all alone now. No meat bags for him. Die. The hollow turned to swing back at me with one large fist, as he attempted to escape. I wasn't gonna let him though. I used my miraculous moment of highness to dodge to one side, still charging. Momo showed her capabilities too, appearing besides me in another burst of Shuunpa. Boom! The right-hand side of the monster exploded, destroying the second arm that had attempted to bludgeon me. Finish it. She told me. I complied. Yarga. In a reckless display of bravery, I somehow managed to get right up close to the stumbling beast's quickly regenerating side and throw all my remaining energy into stabbing the monster in the face. Blood splattered everywhere. My Zanpakuto cracked through the mask obscuring the hollow's face from the world, and destroyed it. Giving a final wail of terror, the thing that had been trying to kill me for God knows how long died, and I felt rather glad that I had been the one to finish it off. So now with all the demons gone, I was left alone in the clearing with Momo, who was studying me intently, a satisfied look on her face at the fact that she had managed to save me from total damnation. Well, it seemed like total damnation, until I pulled out a Zanpakuto, that is. This might be a bad thing. I distinctly remember that back in the Bleach anime, Ichigo got into trouble for taking Rukia's powers and wielding a stolen Zanpakuto. Considering I'm now in said anime, and that I have just pulled a weapon out of my butt, and that I'm an alive human, which sort of makes me a Ryoka, and that therefore I am a Ryoka with a Zanpakuto, I am probably in trouble. Either way, I knew this morning that today was going to SCK. You see, it's a Tuesday thing. Tuesdays always screw me over. Following this declaration, my legs gave way beneath me, rather suddenly might I add. Momo lunged forwards and a great pressure fell on my mind. Sudden exhaustion and pain which I had been ignoring surged back into me, and so I was swept away by the repressed current of experiences, questioning just how and why I have ended up in the situation that I am now in. It's often said that all people in the world have choices, whether they notice they do or not. Choice. It's the fundamental right of all of humankind, to decide their own fate and pursue the future that they desire above all else. Whether they reach their desired conclusion or not is an entirely different matter, one for another time and one that they make themselves. Once a decision is made, it may not be changed. This is another rule of nature that runs alongside free will: history is unchangeable. Once you reach a point in your journey where a road branches off into two separate directions, and you select a single route to follow, you may not turn back and make the choice again, and you can't just skip between one road and the next. Humanity must see their choices through to the end, they must accept that while the future is undecided, the past is set in stone. Thus is fate, a path that humanity has willingly picked. Not an undecidable future, but an irreversible past and a malleable present. And fate doesn't like to be changed. She's a sticker for the rules like that, as unmovable as the history she protects. So when a bug does show up in her carefully constructed system, she ruthlessly attempts to squash it, to correct the errors, to return history to its natural destination. Before any lasting damage may be achieved. One bug escaping her was insulting enough, a second could not be allowed to grow. It had to be deleted, immediately. And maybe she knew just the right way to do it. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a sterile, white room. I blinked, taking a moment to lay there and enjoy the feeling of a soft duvet around me. On one hand, most of my brain was screaming at me to question where the hell I was, since my last discernible memory was of walking home with James. Before everything went black. The rest of my mind told me that it was too DMN bright, and that I should turn over and sleep some more. I listened to the second voice, flipping over, choosing to think from under the safety and darkness of my pillow. Definitely not a morning, way too bright for that. Hang on. What's that? Footsteps, I thought. Yeah, a rhythmic sound of feet falling on floor, originating from nearby. Just what was I doing here? Gradually, it started to come back to me. I had a strange dream that I had fallen into the anime Bleach of all things, gained a Zanpakuto, killed some hollows, then fell unconscious after attempting to talk to a Shinigami due to exhaustion. Sounds sort of stupid. I probably just got hit by a car while walking home and dreamt up the entire situation while I was waiting for medical assistance. Thus why I was in a sterile, white and too bright room. It's the only thing that makes a modicum of sense. Oh. Stumbled a female voice in startling relief. The volume of the footsteps increased. You're awake. Stated the voice, as equally relieved as before. Yeah. I muttered wearily, still not fully awake and thinking about the stupid dream. More like, still in denial. If I had been drinking something, I would have spit it out. I instead opted to shoot up like someone had told me that a copy of Xenoblade Chronicles was going for £10 at the nearest game store. Gentle but firm hands reluctantly forced me down. Sorry. She apologized. But you really need to rest. When Lieutenant Hinamori brought you in, why you were burning up. I looked up at the female that had pushed me down. It was hard to tell since she was looming over me, as much as someone like her could loom, and it was sort of irrelevant for the moment, but she was attractive. Attractive. Short, blonde hair parted around her heart-shaped face, eyes of a sharp, metallic gray color looked down into my eyes, analyzing me with a familiar intensity, scrutinizing me with a mildly apologetic expression. The only other feature that I could identify about her was that she was. Well. It's hard to just blurt it out without being crude, but she was rather developed. And the angle of her above me allowed me a close-up shot. It's fine. I muttered, my ears turning a deep crimson color, just like they always do when I get embarrassed. You can stop holding me down now. It's just. You know. What? The woman seemed genuinely confused. Why you should be resting. As a nurse and as a member of the F4th Squad, my duty is to help others recover, to save their health, even if force must be applied. She tilted her head in a sheepish gesture. That's what Captain says anyway. It's just that I have a rather interesting vantage point. I told her, attempting to avert my eyes. Oh. The self-proclaimed nurse caught on. Oh. She turned an equally red color as my ears and practically fled from the room, giving me a brief glimpse of her attire, that being some loose black robes to cover her petite form, well, for the most part, and a long, snow-colored nurse's coat, obviously unable to show herself due to my blunt comment. Clearly, the stuttering girl was unable to handle such a brutish comment about her assets. Easily embarrassed, as far as I could tell. Either that, or disgusted at me, assuming that I was a pervert or something. I'm not though. I averted my eyes. I am not some sort of deech that ogles at girls at every opportunity. My parents taught me better than that. I am a perfect gentleman, thank you very much. Man, if I was you, I would have savored the moment. Oh look, the voice is back. Yeah, I'm back. I sighed, my convenient self-delusion of the whole Bleach thing being a dream draining away as I did. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. As ridiculous as it was, I couldn't deny it anymore. The voice was there and the woman mentioned things like Lieutenant Hinamori and captains, clearly telling me that this is not just some ordinary hospital and that I've just had a regular, normal accident. This is real. Isn't it? I'm truly in Bleach. Unfortunately. I could almost sense the voice giving me a sympathetic smile. Why am I here? In this hospital? Not exactly what I wanted, but oh well. Any answer will do. I think that our bonding was a bit too strenuous for you. By all rights you should have collapsed from pain or exhaustion. I just dulled your senses and gave you a surge of adrenaline to keep you moving until the hollow was dead. Then it ran out. Yeah. You fell unconscious as soon as you won. Knock. Knock. I'm coming in. Spoke a calm voice before the sliding door opened once more. A quite honestly beautiful woman with blue eyes and long black hair braided down her front, garbed in a long white coat entered the room, a serene expression on her face. Even now I could guess her identity. Bleach is one of my favorite anime series. I've seen the entire series from start to finish and loved it. As such, the woman before me could only be Captain Retsu Unohana herself. Either way, I can't just say that up front. For one thing, it would be really suspicious. The excuse of, I saw you in an anime probably wouldn't go down well, and would probably leave me in the maggot's nest's insanity ward, wearing a straitjacket, surrounded by padded walls and comparing my tinfoil hat collection to the other maniacs. Morning. I greeted half-heartedly, still a bit irritated that my first interaction with someone from the Soul Society had made me out to be some sort of pervert. It's afternoon. She smiled. That's a good thing then. I dislike mornings with a vengeance. I sighed. By the way, I think I might have scared away the nurse. Unohana blinked. Oh, her. Don't mind Kasumi. She's easily embarrassed. Fair enough. I responded. Unohana analyzed me for a few moments, before she took the seat next to me. Don't you have any questions? She asked. Many. I half lied, only really wanting to know how I got here and how to go home, already knowing about this afterlife in great detail. Where am I? You are currently in the 4th Squad's barracks. This is one of the private rooms in our medical ward. That answer is hardly useful for someone who has been in this place for a grand total of an hour. I informed her. I still had no idea what exactly was going on, but I had to cover up. And quick. You see, normally people get annoyed if you tell them that their entire existence is entertainment for fat nerds living in their basements. They question their own existence, deny the truth. The fact that I know the entire plot of Bleach would also cause problems, since I was rather paranoid that I'd be exploited by someone like Aizen if anyone discovered that I know intricate details I shouldn't know. Cover it up like hell. Advised the voice, Javan, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what he called himself. Seriously, I shouldn't need to explain this, since time is short, but for now you need to bluff like hell. I've seen situations like this before, no one would believe the truth. Quite. I suppose so. Unohana tilted her head to one side in comprehension. Your state of attire when brought in by Lieutenant Hinamori was distinctly human world-based, from this I can deduce that you haven't been in the afterlife for long. You mean that guy wasn't joking? I keep telling people, I'm not dead. No. You're alive, unfortunately. Therefore the fact that you are in the land of the dead is rather worrying, isn't it? A smile. It wasn't a very nice one either. Said smile only promised pain and disembodiment. Bloody hell, I can't breathe, why is Unohana so terrifying? Isn't her character supposed to be some healer that is nice and stuff? I suppose you'd better talk. Offer me some answers and I shall give you them in turn. Sure. I gulped. I'm glad you're so cooperative. The smile relented and suddenly the world grew several degrees warmer, birds began to sing and the pressure relieved itself. Firstly, what is your name? I resisted the suicidal urge to ask her what her quest was, then demand her to tell me the wingspan of an African swallow. I ignored the desire to reference and instead struggled to think of a reasonable answer. Again, this might seem stupid, but I didn't want to give her my proper name. I had no idea what I was doing in the Bleach verse, I knew so little of my transition here. I have no idea if this was a dream, a completely separate universe or merely one very similar to my own only with the events of Bleach going on at the same time. Basically, I wanted to know if this world is like my own. Does it has the same anime as my own? Does it has Star Wars? Are the background characters not shown here the same as the ones in my own universe, or are they completely new? Is there a version of myself living in the human world somewhere, strolling around with James and debating video games, unaware that another version of him was prowling about having an adventure he could only dream of having? If I told Unohana my name and she found the other me in her records, what would happen? Would I be called a fake, or would something worse happen? Would they take DNA swabs and find out I'm completely identical? Would they figure out I'm from another world? There were just too many risks with using my own full name or revealing hints to my human identity, so what could I do? Play the amnesic card. Suggested Javan. They might not believe you, but just claim ignorance, give a false name they can't track and reveal only basics. If we're lucky we won't have to disclose anything too incriminating. Right. But what to use? I'm waiting. Okay. I need to be quick. First off, I can't change my first name. I'd forget it and slip up if I tried to use a different one. That means my first name must be Marcus. What about the rest? Perhaps I could use Solus. It's the gaming username I often used online and when I briefly tried joining in an MMORPG, only to give up in favor of console gaming due to the fact that I actually had a life. Then I could use a placeholder of D for my middle name, in honor of one of my favorite anime series, One Piece. Yeah. That could work. Marcus D. Solus. I informed at last. Yes, it's a name I should be able to remember, and is cool enough that I can be proud to use it. For the duration of my stay in the Siratii this should protect my identity. Nationality? English. I think. You think? The stern woman gazed at me curiously. Yeah. My mind's sort of hazy. I mock laughed. I'm pretty sure I'm British at any rate. What are you doing here? I don't know. I honestly stated. I remember walking, then suddenly I was in that weird street. I didn't die or anything like that. I just sort of appeared there. Then they start telling me I'm dead, then that monster shows up, and then it tries to eat me. I say it almost indignantly. Eat me. I was nearly lunch. So I didn't just want to die in that forest, so I decided that I really liked living, even if I could have potentially been dead all along, so I decided not to die. I wanted a tool to kill that thing, so the sword showed up and I killed it. That's the story you're sticking to? A pleasant poker face analyzed my every word, looking for falsified testimony or covered-up lies. Luckily, everything I said was true in some way or another. I don't know why I'm here. I did just appear. I did just want to live, and the sword did just show up like that. I just left out the voice in the back of my head and my own knowledge. Yeah. To be honest, things are really a blur. I can talk and I know various facts, figures and pieces of info, but nothing really about my own identity, save for my name and my nationality. Now this was a full-on lie. I bit my tongue, hoping the powerful captain noticed nothing amiss. She smiled. So you're playing that angle, aren't you? I don't know what you're talking about. I deadpanned her. I am very worried about my lack of knowledge on my own identity. Really? She smiled. Yes. Truly. But of course. Honestly? Yep. It's obviously my number one concern right now. You don't sound too convinced. Oh yes, I am so convinced. I told her, trying not to break my straight face. I can have a Ayanami Ray poker face too, DMN it. I can so pull one off if I try. The smile remained. Very well. I suppose such a claim will protect you from unwanted questioning, won't it, Marcus? Don't know what you're talking about. I denied. Sure. She took a pen from the side desk and write on a medical card in Japanese kanji or something. No idea what it says, but it's probably amnesic or a medical name equivalent. My name is Retsu Unohana, the captain of Squad 4, if you're interested. I have no idea what all these terms mean. I told her. Of course. I forgot, you're nothing but a helpless amnesic who has no idea how he arrived in the land of the dead and could perform the impossible and summon a Zanpakuto. Hey. I'm as confused as you. I raised my voice, attempting to sit up in bed. Flick. Ow. You just flicked me. Yes. In the face. So. It hurt. SCK it up. Unohana stood up. I can work with what you have provided. I intend to protect you despite your obvious and unsightly lying. As such, I shall back up your amnesic claims, since the alternative includes tossing you to the scientific hounds of Squad 12 to dissect how you did it, summoning an impossible weapon. What exactly did I do anyway? I asked. Lieutenant Hinamori, the woman who assisted you, carried you here over the course of 3 days after she had been assigned to patrol the Rukon district and had found you. You were still knocked out when you arrived, and only woke up today on the 7th day of your stay. Your assigned nurse, Kasumi, was worried you would never wake up. Now today you have. She grimaced. As for what you did, it was impossible. Obviously, one must be deceased to wield the powers of the dead, the Zanpakuto, the weapon that slays the heavens and purifies the hells. It's a given that only a Shinigami may wield the power to purify evil souls. But I did it anyway. I somehow summoned a Zanpakuto. I offered, eager to get this crap over with. Quite. You are undoubtedly a human Ryoka that has appeared in our midst, yet you were still able to project the manifestation of your soul without a Shinigami to give you an Asachi for your soul to fill up first. This is nearly unheard of, and worrying, particularly for a living human. Sorry. I sheepishly raised my hand. Any breaches of the laws of reality were unintentional on my part. Unohana sighed. It doesn't matter anyway. You did it. Still, this might work in your favor. How? I snorted. Based on your tone, I'm a Ryoka, which is seemingly bad. And I used a Zanpan thingy, which is bad. Therefore how is any of this a good thing? Unohana ignored me in favor of knotting her brows together in worry. Now that you're awake, myself and Captain Aizen must present an argument before the Central 64 and the captains as to why you should be allowed to live, Aizen because his lieutenant brought you in and I due to treating you. She sighed a deceptive sigh. We will raise the idea that since you summoned one of our weapons without seemingly any help or contact by a Shinigami, I will claim that since your soul is close enough to a Soul Reaper's, that you be treated as one of our own. You mean? Yes. So long as you obey by our rules and stay on the straight and narrow, you should be able to escape the chopping block. I grinned. That's awesome. I am still a smidgen confused, but oh well. That should pass. She brushed the issue aside. Luckily, the academy only started classes last month in September, so we should be able to enroll you without any issues. We'll assign someone to help you catch up. She pondered. Also, while the afterlife has a unified language, our writing systems can differ. Do you know any form of Japanese writing? From my vague memories, no. As much I desired Japanese lessons, I never found anyone to teach me, or had any time to learn it in. A shame, think of all the raw Japanese crap I could have experienced otherwise. Then we shall have someone assist you as well. She turned to leave the room. For now, rest. I must arrange the details of this new arrangement. You are my responsibility though, so stay out of trouble. I gulped. Truly Unohana was a frightening woman. Yes, ma'am. Good. That smile still terrifies me more than it reassures me. It was worse than the Joker's for God's sake. Kasumi shall attend to your needs for today, so ask her any questions that you have. Try not to give one of my favorite pupils a heart attack though, or corrupt her too much. She joked as she left the room, leaving me unable to protest. Undoubtedly the evil woman had been listening in on my wake-up, but just chose to imply I was a SXL deviant anyway, just for sheets and giggles. I found myself deciding that I almost wanted Aizen to be my minder. At least he was the devil I knew. X. The rest of the day I was constrained to my bed by a very insistent nurse, that had managed to overcome her original embarrassment and actually enter the room after a decent amount of time, despite the fact that my ailment had only been mental exhaustion and nothing else. In my defense, she had inherited a certain level of formidable, but cute, authority from her psychopathic captain. With nothing much to do, I made conversation. First I tried to talking to Javan in my head, since this whole incident had led me to wonder why there was someone living in my head, no matter how useful said person had been since awakening from his apparent slumber. I had lots of questions I needed answering, but alas, the D told me that we needed a long conversation which would be best performed when we had time and not when my potential execution was looming over my head like a sharpened guillotine on crack. Next, I tried to talk to the stuttering, easily flustered nurse. I found out a few things from her stumbling yet endearing responses. Firstly, her name was Kasumi Kiyono, and according to her, she actually used to live in England at one point in her human life, where she first studied human medicine and worked in a hospital. This prior knowledge led to her choosing to join the 4th Squad after she finished her training. Small world, huh? I noticed she was just as easily startled as she seemed at first glance. A bottle of shaken nerves could best describe her regular personality, although I don't exactly know her well enough to make a full analysis. I also learnt that she was somehow the 3rd seat of the 4th Squad and had been in service to the Godii 13 for only 20 or so years, meaning her rate of growth had been rather potent. Then again, she also mentioned that the only reason she was so high-ranked was due to her medicine skills and not her actual combat potential. Oh yeah, since I had nothing better to do except twiddle my thumbs, I decided to set up my introduction into this world. When Kasumi asked me about my own life, I lied and played the amnesic card, then asked her about the Soul Society in general. Cue a long lecture on the nature of the Soul Society, 95% of which I already knew. Yawn for the rehash of knowledge. But yay for having spoilers which will allow me to survive in this crazy, messed up world. I had made progress in determining where I was in terms of canon. Javan had butted in to force me to do so, Aizen was still a captain, so we were sometime after that flashback pendulum arc, but before the whole Kurosaki Ichigo fiasco. Basically, I'm in the 95% of the anime not showed on screen, the time when nothing interesting happens. Then again, this could be an alternate universe where Aizen never rebelled, but I'm not even going to try to open up that can of worms. Until proven otherwise, Aizen equals sadistic, puppy-kicking BSTRD. My bases are covered. Speaking of our favorite magnificent BSTRD, Kasumi said that his lieutenant would visit me at some point. Hello? Asked a cheerful voice from the door. Is this Mr. Solis' room? I was about to say no, until I realized that Solus was my fake name. Yeah. I stated, looking at the figure as she gracefully entered the room. Lo and behold, speak of the Hinamori and she shall appear. Thank goodness. She smiled an innocent smile. I'm glad that you're okay. As am I. I told her. Speaking of which, apparently you carried me here. Yeah. A frown briefly graced her features. I felt like a total D-head for making a girl as sweet as her make that expression. I was pretty worried when you suddenly collapsed, so I shunpoed you here as quickly as possible. The frown left her face, as if a cloud obscuring the sun had disappeared, allowing the full, magnificent radiance to be unleashed. Thank goodness that you're okay. Ahem. Humphed Kasumi, looking a little nervous. The visiting hours are between T10 and 4. It's now 6, Miss Hinamori. I have to ask you to leave. Hinamori looked towards the busty young women, as if realizing that she was in the room with us. Surely you can let me off this one time. I'm really happy that Mr. Solus has woken up, so I want to congratulate him. And no. Kasumi made a cross shape with her arms, sticking to the rules like a fly to paper. Please come back tomorrow. She told her sternly. Snigger. I heard a noise clearly similar to a snigger. Come on, pouted the fire-wielding girl. Just this once. And no. She reiterated. Don't make me pull the superior officer card. Threatened Momo light-heartedly. I'll be quick. Kasumi still looked a bit put off, her cute facial features scrunched themselves up in thought. Eventually she came to a decision. Fine. She snapped. Be quick. She gave me a final look, then stormed out the room. Wow. I vocalized. I never knew she had that in her. It seems like young Kasumi, okay, older than me Kasumi, had much deeper courage than I realized. She has steel ball when it comes to the rules. But alas, Momo's fire could melt her inner steel, flooding her with her burning passion to visit a patient. Kasumi struggled frantically, but gave in eventually due to Momo's superior status, and came out on top in the end. Snigger. Hang on. Did that sound suspiciously like a possible innuendo? Yes. Well, it means nothing. I decided. Yes. It was just a joke. Yes. I'm not really a pervert. The jury is out on that one. Stop. I said out loud. Pardon? Asked a confused Momo. Nothing. Nothing. I shook my head. Anyway. Thanks for bringing me here. I owe you for that. It was my pleasure. Momo really had a pleasant smile, she truly was a caring person. I'm glad that I was even on patrol that day, since if I hadn't those hollows would have eaten you. Yep. I was dead meat, so thanks again. Well, that's what Shinigami are for, helping people. She informed me happily. Helping people, guiding them to the afterlife, and killing badass ghosts in supernatural sword battles. It is a rather rewarding job. Admitted the bun-wearing girl. I really hope Captain Aizen can help you get into the academy, the more Shinigami the better. She leaned in, as if telling a secret. Actually, I sometimes come in and give Kido lectures. She sheepishly said. In hindsight, that didn't seem like a particularly confidential secret. Tea time's up. A raised voice wafted through the room, signaling Kasumi's return. She impatiently tapped her foot and glared at Momo. Why you need to go now? Snigger, snigger, snigger. I nearly burst into laughter. While Kasumi could be formidable, this wasn't one of those rare moments. Any attempt Kasumi gave at glaring just seemed too adorable to be threatening. Seriously, is it wrong for a woman older than 20 to be called adorable? Probably. Do we care? No, we're too busy trying not to laugh at Kasumi's glare. Very well then. Momo bowed once at each of us. I shall excuse myself then. By Marcus. I prefer Mark. I told her. Right, I'll visit you again, Mark. Momo energetically left the room. Kasumi turned her glare to me. Come on. I stressed. What have I done to deserve that? Fierce. Look. How come you asked Lieutenant Hinamori to call you Mark but not me? She seemed rather put off by this. Another snigger sound reverberated around my mind, really irritating me. I don't know. I shrugged. I do prefer Mark, but I never really corrected you because I noticed the stutter stressing the M more than the name as a whole. So can I call you Mark? Knock yourself out. I rolled over in my bed, then looked at my window. It was starting to get dark. I wonder how the meeting about me is going. I asked rhetorically. It'll be fine. Mark. Kasumi placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. I'm sure it will. She stated with new confidence. Captain will get you through this crisis, like she did with me. She helps people. She laughed. And if she doesn't help, I will. Snigger, giggle, snigger. I mentally snapped. What the hell is your goddamned problem, Javan? You've been giggling like a loon for this entire med conversation. I just. Snigger. Can't believe how quick you work. You sly dog. Wait. What? First day awake and you've already activated several flags. Those two girls' affection levels are skyrocketing and you've barely done anything. Kasumi is already pledging to help you. Hang on. Is he implying what I think he's implying? I wonder which route he'll follow. He is implying that my life is not a dating sim DMNIT. I internally roared, while on the outside I glared at the window. It's one thing comparing my life to a bad fanfic due to my shoddy placement in this world, or to an anime due to the medium I have found myself inhabiting, but a dating sim. Hey, I've seen a lot of stuff and a lot of people in my time, and I know where this is going. I'm ignoring you now. I then proceeded to block out the voice living in my head, which is very difficult considering the fact that he is in my head, but I did a decent job. I just kept telling myself that I wasn't trying to maximize affection points, that he was wrong. In the end, I nodded off to sleep at around 9, still partially exhausted from the whole incident which led to my placement in the 4th Squad's medical room. I think I dreamt, of what though, I'm not sure. Shattered images, vague feelings which weren't mine, blank faces of those I don't know or should know but don't anyway. Thoughts, feelings and memories. All that left my mind as I woke up late morning to more annoying sunlight, feeling refreshed, but severely displeased with the sun for waking me. I chose to lie there for a bit and think, since I still didn't feel like getting up. I said think, but I really meant worry. I mean, my very life was at risk at the moment. I still had no idea if Aizen and Unohana's gambit would work and secure me a get-out-of-jail-free card or not, or if my execution was currently being planned, and my family was probably worried sick about me not coming home from school. It's like waiting for the results of an important exam to see if you could enter a new school, only more stressful and potentially less beneficial to my health. After who knew how long, a brief knock alerted me to the fact that someone has entered the room. Cranking my eyes open, I saw Kasumi cheerfully approach. Wake up, Mark. I know you're awake. She scolded gently. Yeah. I complained, giving up the fight and sitting up to address the nurse. I'm up. Here. She shoved something onto my bed, a black pile of undefined stuff. Captain says you're well enough to get up and walk around. I kept telling you, I complained lightly. I'm fine. I was just tired, I could have probably gotten up yesterday. Here at the F4th Squad, we try to verge on the cautious. She gave me a bright and an apologetic smile. Sorry for the inconvenience. She bowed once, then walked over to the door, hiding her face from me. I'll let you get changed now. I sighed. No wonder she was eager to run away from me. This black pile was probably Shinigami attire, and since she probably still assumed I was a pervert, she was worried that I would throw myself at her when I was changing my clothes. Would you? Asked the irritating voice in my head known as Javan. No. Really? Yes. You sure? Yes, I am. I snapped back. Javan was surprisingly immature at times, almost schizophrenic in his mood swings between calm and serious and childish and perverted. I let loose another sigh. Javan was still making jokes about raising flags, even after a day had passed since the apparent incident. Slapping myself briefly to remind myself to get up, I scrambled to my feet, glad to finally be able to escape the bed which had trapped me for God knows how long. Eagerly, I shrugged off the hospital gown thing I had been given and attempted to put on the clothes I was given. I think I failed miserably. This was the first time I had ever even laid my hands upon Japanese-style clothes, so I was absolutely clueless as to how to wear them. Javan was unfortunately equally as oblivious. Hey, I'm a man of fine suits, not robes. He said, so it was mainly the two of us improvising as we went along. Finally, I was moderately pleased in how I was dressed. White undergarments on, and the kimono thing wrapped around me, tied up somewhat successfully with some cloth. Hey, call me uneducated, but I have no idea what half of the stuff I'm wearing is. Reluctantly, I exited the room and noticed Kasumi waiting for me. Hey. I greeted, significantly more awake. Kasumi appraised my clothing with a raised eyebrow, seemingly not impressed. Mark? Yeah. Why, you mentioned you were English, right? Yes. I wondered where this inquiry was going. Has nobody ever shown you how to wear a kimono? I scoffed. No, never. I might not remember much, but I know that whatever life I led I would have probably never needed to know how to wear one. The nurse frowned. Oh. Why, is there a problem? Why yes. It's just. You look. Devilishly handsome. Roguishly masculine. I suggested. And no. Your attire is inappropriately worn. Kasumi gave me a sympathetic smile. Why, you weren't in the Araucan district long, so we can't help your lack of knowledge. Don't worry, I was once clueless. 2. After this, the young woman ushered me back into my room and tried to show me how to correctly wear the blasted thing. I won't go into details, it was embarrassing, degrading and difficult. Eventually I was given the all clear, so was allowed out of my room on a very small leash, now suitably attired. Here we are. Kasumi led me through the barracks while some of her colleagues looked on curiously, resulting in her leading me to much less formal room filled with sofas, chairs, and low coffee tables. It was rather cozy actually, if not empty. There was only a few people relaxing in the room, with most of them being members of the staff that were cradling cups of tea or coffee. This is our staff room. Exclaimed Kasumi happily. We come here when we're off duty. Captain said you could come here for a change of scenery. I would have taken you to the patient's area so you could interact with the others, but due to your circumstances, Captain wanted you away from others. Fair enough. I gave her a smile of my own, taking one of the nearby comfy seats and getting comfortable. I guess it's better than being cooped up in my room. Oh, hey Kiyono. Greeted one of the relaxing Shinigami. He stood up and smiled at her. I noticed that he was rather short and had chin-length hair. I don't know why, but he looked familiar. Oh, hey Hanataro. Greeted Kasumi, as cheerful as ever. How's it going? Oh yeah. He's that guy that showed up that one time in the Soul Society arc. Good enough. He explained. I just had an early shift cleaning up the prisoner cells again. Why, you do realize that your schedule shouldn't have so much cleaning in it, alright? remarked Kasumi curiously. I guess so. The weak male laughed lightly. I suppose I'm really popular over there. Are you sure someone isn't just throwing all their duties at you? I asked, pointing out the obvious. I guess those 11th seat members were rather insistent. He muttered. How do you two know each other? I changed the topic. Kasumi answered. He used to be my superior officer once, before I promoted beyond him. I also help him when he gets bullied occasionally. I suppose it helps that you're one of Captain's favorites, joked the weak-willed medic. I never knew that. I guess. Kasumi scratched her own head sheepishly. She helped me out of a tough situation a while ago, now she keeps an eye on me. Fair enough. I reclined on the seat, rolling my shoulders. Now then, my potential execution notwithstanding, what do we do for fun around here? Execution? Asked a surprised Hanataro. It makes sense in context. I told him. So, I'm a bit bored. We have cards. Suggested Kasumi. Yu-Gi-Oh! I raised hopefully. Kasumi giggled slightly at the reference. As a temporary occupant of England, she got the reference. Alas, all we have is the regular kind. Oh well. I shrugged. Deal me in. X. Over the next few hours we played various English and Japanese card games, trying to oust one another as the king of games. Surprisingly, Hanataro was a gambling beast, getting such combinations of cards that I could almost swear that he had been cheating. Luckily for my ego, the medic had been forced to leave for his shift after 2 hours or so. Since then, various other Shinigami dropped in and out of the games. Just before the clock struck 1, another familiar face appeared. Hey, Mark. Greeted Momo cheerfully. How's the recovery going? Pretty well. I told her, dealing in for the current game me and Kasumi were playing against one another, since everyone was off having lunch. I was allowed to leave my room earlier today. She smiled. I'm happy that you've recovered. As am I. Still, based on your appearance, I guess we have the verdict. No. She shook her head. They're still making their minds up. Captain Aizen said that he would break the news to you personally once they reached a decision. Yay. I stated without enthusiasm. The evil genius himself was going to pop in and say hi, not exactly a good thing in my books. I'm sure he'll get you off. Captain Aizen is wonderful like that. Oh no, she's going into fangirl mode. I knew of the horrors known only as fangirls, so I could tell that it would be detrimental to my health to let her go on any more. It was time to change topics. Anyway, what are you doing here? I quickly asked. I came to visit, silly. She took one of the seats that had been abandoned in the lunch rush. Speaking of which, she gave Kasumi a short glare, whom responded with a defiant, cute, scowl. Nobody told me that you had left your room. Not missing a beat, Kasumi responded. It's policy not to share medical records with non-4th squad personnel. Really? Momo pouted. At least I was here during visiting hours, huh? My patient is still recovering, why you'll need to leave soon. She stubbornly stated. But well enough to play cards? I whistled innocently. Kasumi continued to glare. Fine. It was nice seeing you, Mark, and I really hope to see you again soon. The lieutenant gave me a polite smile. I hope that when you graduate from the academy you join the 5th squad. She left, leaving me and Kasumi behind. Why are you insistent on her not visiting anyway? I mentioned rhetorically, talking to myself more than anything. You must be a sticker for the rules. And not really. The blonde nurse looked away, a red sheen painting her cheeks. I sighed. She seems to get flustered far too easily. Oblivious. Stated Javan. Pardon? Nothing. Nothing at all. You just so happen to be rather similar to everyone's favorite orange-head protagonist. The evil laughter said otherwise, but I chose to ignore my bipolar friend. X. It was a few hours later when the news finally arrived, hand-delivered by the original magnificent BSTRD himself, Aizen. I had been returned to my room by Kasumi, since I was getting bored of cards, wanted some peace and quiet, and because she promised to get some books to read, when the one and only Captain Aizen entered unannounced, a false smile plastered on his face. "Good afternoon." He greeted me pleasantly, pulling up one of the 2 chairs in the room and sitting a respectful meter or 2 away from me. I had the other chair, due to being fed up of lying in bed. "My name is Sosuke Aizen, I happen to be the captain of Squad 5. I've been told that you've been told the basics of our present society." Yeah. I told him cheerfully, trying not to show how panicked I was. By the way, on the record I am quite clearly noting that I was not scared of him. Merely cautious of his presence, since when Mr. Ice-Schemalot himself gets involved in something, it gets messy. It gets messy real quick. Sheet. Bullshit. Cursed Javan to me mentally. This is terrible. Hell, we might have known this meeting was coming due to prior warning by Momo, but it's still crap. I know. I want to jump out that goddamned window. "It's nice to meet you." I lied, trying not to reveal my true feelings. Aizen returned my line with an equally cheery tilt of the head. Right then I just knew that he knew that I knew that he knew and knows just how much of a lie that was. Aizen's AD, like that. "I am equally happy to meet you. I make a habit of reading the records of all new academy students, since they are the future, the next generation. I like to make predictions based around them, to help guide their growth. More like guide them down the path that Hewitt. Manipulative madman. In short, I like to meet these interesting cases." "Right." I nodded. "Well, I guess I'm quite the case, aren't I?" "Yes, you are. Marcus D. Solus, a human Ryoka that summoned a Zanpakuto. I don't mean for you to get a big head, but what you did that day when you met my lieutenant is nearly unheard of, a practical impossibility." I scratched my head sheepishly. "Yeah. Sorry about that." "No problem, I have no bias towards Ryoka, particularly those that surpass their limitations, DMN. Is that a certain gleam in his eye I see? Your case is very interesting." "Crap. He finds you interesting." I resisted the urge to nod my head sagely. "Yes, this is bad. When he gets interested, heads roll. By all rights, exiting this conversation via window might be the best solution." "Well, he can't do anything to me yet. He still thought that I'm just a Ryoka with a sword, just that. In truth, I could literally read his future like a book, having seen the entire Bleach anime. I knew all of his plans, so I must never let on that I knew his true motivations, or else I'd be pretty screwed. Anyway, on to business." Mr. I Kick Puppies declared solemnly. "Right." I agreed. "I need to know what lies in my near future, a few more years of school, or my head on a platter. Both are frightening options." Aizen gave a realistic chuckle at my morbid humor. "Fake. Already know. I see. Yes, let's skip these pleasantries and get to the heart of the matter." Aizen stood up dramatically and cleared his throat, taking a position that seemed vaguely heroic, as if he had just saved a dozen kitten orphanages before coming to see me. "Marcus D. Solus, you are officially in the custody of the 5th Squad from this day forwards." "What?" My mouth resembled a flycatcher. A dozen of the flying buggers probably flew into my gaping maw. I didn't care. "You've been enlisted," the powerful man stated. "No execution is in your near future. Instead, you will go to the academy and learn the ways of the Force." "Pardon? Did he just? Excuse my humor. I meant, you'll learn the ways of the Shinigami." He laughed at his own joke. I am rather fond of some modern technologies those in the world of the living have made. I hoped that you would have got the joke, but what did I expect of an amnesic? His raised eyebrow says otherwise. He knew that my claims are bullshit nearly as much as I did. Totally got it just now. I told him. Ever fancied sitting in a swivel chair and spinning around while stroking a cat and making solemn declarations? Once or twice. Back on track, you'll study there until graduation, then you'll return to join my squad, since we brought you here, so you're our responsibility. You screw up, I get blamed. You also won't be able to leave for many missions without someone stronger than you to rein you in just in case you betray us. Although such thing is merely a precaution. I let out a terrific sigh of relief. I'm glad that your meeting with the captains went so well. Actually, we only barely saved the skin of your back. He corrected. Central 46 declared that since you wielded a Shinigami's powers, it was the captain's authority to decide your fate. We only won 7 votes to 6, if one more had voted against then your life expectancy would have been severely lowered. Ouch. I winced. This had been a close one. Quite. Aizen offered me a serious stare, acting seriously for the first time in this situation, abandoning his usual facade to stress the importance of his next words. This has been terribly close. You're on a shaky path, one wrong move, a single step out of line, if you ever drift too far from the straight and narrow, and then you'll be thrown from the beaten trail and... He let the implication go unfinished. Death. Oblivion. A one-way trip to hell. You'll leave this mortal coil permanently. Thanks for that, Javan, you're really helping me here. I sarcastically drawled. Moving on from such negatives, Aizen was back to normal. Let me be the first to congratulate you about your newfound status of not about to die. Thanks. I'm more glad than you are. Undoubtedly. The evil genius agreed as he began to walk towards the door. Still, I am glad, and I look forwards to seeing what you accomplish when you have the proper training. Goodbye, a teacher will be here to collect you soon. And so he left. Surprisingly, for my first meeting with the big bad, it went pretty well. Fate was not always all-seeing, not all-knowing. Unbeatable, stubborn and a force of nature able to influence all of reality itself, but not all-powerful, not fully omnipotent. Her power waxed and waned, differing depending on the reality she acted in. In some worlds she was absolute, in others humans, pests that they were, would ignore her completely and kick their destiny in the face. That was why humans often felt they could escape their fates, since they ran away, since sometimes she didn't have the power to stop them. They ran away, and fate was powerless to stop them. Luckily, this was rare. Most of the time she had enough strength to ensure that they turned around, drawn back to their initially decided paths. Errors were something else though. They were untouchable by her. They could fight back. Their distortion could spread to others, weakening her ability to influence them. In a perfectly enclosed system, one could not afford a bug to replicate and spread, lest the entire system fall before the damage. Because of this, fate would always squash errors as soon as possible, with her full power. Even if errors were harder to influence and even harder to pinpoint, she was resilient and stubborn enough to continue to manually search for these errors, then destroy them with outside forces. Certainly, in the current world she was overseeing, a bug had slipped away from her. No problem. She was also as equally patient as she was stubborn. She was happy to search, no longer how long it would take. Such was her duty. She would win in the end, she always did. She could wait, years if she had to. This new error would die, as would the other one. Such was fate. After Aizen departed, I was left with nothing but my own thoughts until one of the teachers at the academy would agree to pick me up. So what did I do with myself? Absolutely nothing. Here I was, living a Bleach otaku's wet dream, trapped in the Bleach universe, and I had absolutely nothing to do. Fate must be laughing at me, because I had often wished for an escape from the boringness of reality, and now that I had escaped my reality, I was doing exactly the same as what I had done before. Eventually, Kasumi returned with the book she had promised me, a thick tome on Japanese culture, since I was clearly lacking that bit of knowledge. I stashed it in the old school rucksack which I had dragged with me from England, and somehow not dropped over the entirety of my adventure here. I decided to tell Kasumi the good news, that I wasn't going to be executed any time soon. That's brilliant. She told me happily. I'm pleased that you're not going to be killed. I absolutely agree. Admittedly, I'll still need to go to the Shinigami Academy for a few years, but I'm learning how to blow sheet up, so I think that I can live with it. The nurse's bright smile darkened. Oh yes. You have to go to the academy. Hey, cheer up. I told her excitedly. It's not like the other students will eat me alive, and I'm sure that I'll get through virtually unharmed. Hopefully. It's not that. She left her comment unfinished. Something else was bothering her, not sure what, but it was something. Javan's additional sniggering aside, a slightly awkward silence emerged between me and the blonde woman. Knock. Knock. I'm coming in. A plain, bald man entered the room. I couldn't really call him anything else, since those were the only words I could use to describe the man. After settling his eyes on me, he gestured to the door and said, I'm here to take you to the academy. No dawdling, get your belongings, we leave in 2 minutes. Anxiously, I collected my school bag, having nothing else of value with me, and gave Kasumi a final, reassuring smile. Hey. I've got to get going now, so I'll see you around, Kasumi. Why yes. She nodded, sending me a smile of her own. I suppose I will. Bye, Mark. See you, Kasumi. I'll make sure I visit someday when I get out of the academy. I'll be looking forwards to that day. Her metallic eyes carried an unspoken message, one I could not understand or read. Regardless, I had only known her for a day or two, but she had still been good company, so I think I will visit her if I get the chance. Come along. Snapped the teacher, quickly walking away without even checking to see if I was following him. I speed-walked after him, struggling to match his brisk pace. In the end, the teacher had been forced to shunpa us to ensure that we got there while there was still daylight for us to travel in. Apparently the 4th Squad barracks were actually quite close to the academy as far as geographical distance anyway, since the academy was located within the Suriidi's walls for all of the students' protection and could be found directly between the 4th and 5th Squad's base of operations, although the 5th Squad was said to be much closer. If only 40-odd minutes of unmanly piggybacking wasn't how the Soul Society classed a close geographical location, since in my opinion 40 minutes wasn't close at all. Makes me wonder just how large the Suriidii was. No wonder it took Ichigo and his allies so long to navigate the place. Not only was it a maze, but it was a very large maze according to the teacher, whom still hadn't told me his name. After another 10 minutes more of shunpoing, we arrived at the academy. It was certainly large. It's more likely that the architect was overcompensating for something. Okay then, so the academy was very large. It had a big-ass gate connected to a big-ass wall, while there was an even bigger-ass building behind it, so tall and big-ass that it went a dozen floors up. Suffice to say that if you fell out of the window on the top floor, you would wake up the next day with a bruise as equally big-ass as the building you jumped from. Humor aside, the design of it was clearly Japanese, and it intimidated the hell out of me. Come along. Snapped the man. I've had to postpone paperwork to escort you here, so let's get this done quickly. Sure. I trotted after the impatient bugger that had already began marching through the entrance gate, nodding to the Shinigami officer guarding the gate as he did so, then struggled to keep up as he traveled to the largest door leading into the building and entered. I've said this before, but I am not the fittest male on the block, so this process had left me panting and wheezing in an undignified fashion by the time he stopped. If this is how you're going to act, you won't last 20 seconds here. Well, forgive me for not being used to this bloody level of exercise, so not up to your fitness levels. Until the other day, I had never had to run for my life. Well, you'd better adapt quickly, because this place demands peak physical health, and being a Ryoka and not an actual spiritual being doesn't help your case either. I know. I know. Now how about we go and do what we need to do to get me enrolled? I asked. No. The teacher had stopped to pick up some of the paperwork he had initially abandoned to collect me. Now with the goods collected, he was already walking off again. I am going to do my job. You can go find the headmaster's office and get the necessary paperwork filled in. Look. I don't know my way around here, and classes have finished so there isn't anyone around. How the hell am I supposed to find the headmaster's office? How should I know? The teacher smirked, quickly walking off. It will take you an awful long time, won't it? So where should I go? Find it yourself. You're a foreigner anyway, so why should I help you? If it was up to me, a Ryoka like you wouldn't be attending anyway. Just tell me where to go. It's somewhere in that direction. He pointed to one corridor, leading off into the depths of the building, and then he was gone. What a douchebag, decided Javan. I had to agree. I knew the man didn't like me, but I didn't think he was such a racist, having an issue with foreigners and Ryoka alike. Regardless, standing around and monologuing wasn't going to help me get where I needed to be, and I had a general direction, so I might as well get going. Sighing, I began to search for my destination. An hour later and I was no closer to finding the headmaster's office. It was really irresponsible of the man to just leave me at the entrance, since this place was massive. I know I said it was a big-ass building, but after exploring the labyrinth-like corridors, I realized that this place was a friggin' TARDIS, bigger on the inside. And then I got to the other side of the building and realized that there was a humongous courtyard outside, with a few other buildings there to search as well. Oh joy. Oh well, I'd gotten to have a nosy about the place, and with no classes going on, I had the school to myself. I hadn't seen one person yet. I had seen some of the facilities though. There was a large Kido target range, a few large halls, a dojo, what seemed to be a swimming pool, no idea why they had one, dozens of classrooms and various corridors which seemed to lead to dead ends for no other reason than to PSS me off. This was only on the ground floor, I hadn't even checked the upper floors or the other buildings yet. Sigh. It was going to be a lunning evening. Growwool. And I was hungry too. Oh joy. My only reasonable hope was that I would find someone here somewhere that could give me directions. Alas, no hope yet. I was just about ready to give up searching this floor and search the next one when I thought that I had noticed a figure just out of the corner of my eye. Eagerly, I turned to the person. There. Not an illusion. Just outside the nearest window looking out to the massive courtyard, there was a small island of green amongst the dull grey ocean of the academy, an isolated garden by the outer wall, far away from prying eyes. It was only a fluke that I saw it anyway due to my positioning in relation to it, considering it was also lodged between large building and had a hedge enclosing most of it too. Someone obviously liked their privacy when gardening, presumably the person that I had seen within it. Quick. This was a brilliant chance, since she was the first person I had seen yet. Now to find the nearest exit. I think I saw one a bit earlier on. 5 minutes of navigating later, I found myself walking quickly to the isolated garden. Once there, I rushed in and took a quick look round. It was an honestly beautiful place. I am a nerd, so I am hardly the best judge, nor the most vocal lover of nature, since I was most definitely the sort of person who prefers having a roof over his head instead of the sky and the stars. Even so, I could acknowledge the beauty of this sanctuary, this large middle finger to the very urban setting it was growing in. I could appreciate the colors. Red, yellow, lilac, blue, orange, crimson, brown and a whole lot of green. Truly this was Mother Nature at its finest, even if it was only in such a small scale. Hello. I called out loudly. Anyone still here? Yes. Responded a soft, feminine voice to my left. I am still here. The girl that had been toiling in the light of the sunset, busy tending to her flowers and weeding the soil, rose from her knees, allowing me to see her. She wore the female uniform of the academy, the one that I could vaguely remember from back in the anime, and she made it look good. I am not a pervert, no matter how much Javan has recently been implying lately. Even so, I'm not asexual or gay. I can acknowledge when a girl looks cute, even if I have no intention of dating her. And I can honestly say that this girl was more than cute. Age-wise she looked around 17, although knowing how long characters in Bleach live, she could be 100. Shudder, and was of petite frame, only about as tall as I was. She wasn't nearly as busty as Ranjaku or Kasumi though, not that I cared. The one feature that I really liked was her hair. It was long and luscious, impossibly dark and had been tied back behind her in a Heim style to keep it out of the way while she had been working. Added to her aqua eyes and slight smile, she embraced the very concept of serene, reminding me of how a nun or a monk might appear, absolutely at peace. So then, how can I help you? She asked. Realizing that I had been staring, I looked away. Yeah. You can. Anyway, I was just brought here to sign up for the academy by a teacher, only he abandoned me at the entrance and told me to find the headmaster's office by myself. Go on. She prompted neutrally, while she wiped her hands on her robes, so I don't know the name of Japanese garments, sue me. Point is that I've been walking around for hours, I exaggerated. And I'm irritated and hungry and really need to find said office, only I can't find it, so I figured that dash. You figured that I could help you? She finished. You took the words out of my mouth. You're the first person I've seen around, so you're my only hope. I concluded melodramatically, putting my year on a GCSE drama course to good use. Well, I suppose most people have left the school to go to the dorms by this point. The girl admitted. Very well then, I suppose I can cut this short and show you the way. You don't have to. I protested. Just give me a few directions, I'll be fine. Nonsense. You came to me for help, so I am obliged to assist you to my best capacity. The girl bowed gently to me. My name is Mika Ikeda, of Class 1A, please take care of me. Bowing? Oh yeah, they do that in Japan instead of handshakes, don't they? Well duh. Anyway, I'm Marcus D. Solis, take care of me too. And stuff. Similarly, I also bowed, feeling a bit foolish for doing so. I might like anime, but I wasn't exactly knowledgeable about Japan, seeing as Kasumi had to get me that book, so I had no idea if I was doing it right or not. Pleased to meet you. Come on, we might as well get going now. The now introduced girl gave me a smile, then gestured for me to follow her. Right, thanks. I rushed after her much quicker pace, must be a Shinigami thing, eager to get signed up. As we walked, Mika decided to make conversation, presumably out of curiosity. You mentioned earlier that you had just been brought here to sign up. Correct. One of the higher-ups requested I attend here. It's rather odd that you're being signed up now, 1 month into the term. She remarked passively, the smile still on her face. Well, it's an odd situation. I admitted to her. If someone told me 2 weeks ago that I'd be attending a school for Shinigami, I'd ask the informer to tell me what they'd been smoking, then to slip me some. Is that so? Fancy elaborating? Why not? We have time to kill. Being the gentleman that I am, upon noticing that we had reached the main building, I opened the door first. What do you want to know? Mika raised an eyebrow. Anything you wish to share. Well, in short, I'm a Ryoka. Yep, that type of Ryoka. Is there any other? Anyway, somehow I found myself in the Rukon district due to quite frankly suspicious circumstances, with my memories mostly blanked, save for my name and the knowledge of my nationality, English, picked a fight with a hollow and somehow won, then got picked up by one of the big cheeses. One thing led to another, and now I'm to enroll here or lose my head via the executioner's axe. Oh. What an interesting story. She blinked in disbelief. That's rather hard to believe. Fair enough. I shrugged. It sounds mad to me too. Still, what the cheese says, goes. So I'm here to stay. I see. Perhaps we'll end up as classmates. The garden-growing girl remarked offhandedly. Maybe. It'd be nice to have a friendly face, I guess. I scratched my head. There's nothing worse than being that one guy who transfers into school late. Many would be rather annoyed. Understatement of the century. For one thing, you're a Ryoka. That is likely to grant you a great deal of animosity. And you're foreign. And you managed to skip the entrance exam. You didn't have one, did you? No. There you go. I don't envy you. They're going to tear you apart. Gag. Don't remind me. You're not helping me out at all. I'm so dead. I despaired. You see, I fully admit that I am a nerd. I'm proud of it, and frequently proclaim so. Alas, that doesn't exactly provide much popularity back where I come from. All it gives you is a whole lot of stress, and a punch to the face if you're unlucky. Due to my frail frame, I was a perfect target for every bully within a mile of me. Now imagine that, but times it by 10 and give the bullies the power to throw fireballs. Yeah. I is gonna die. Quickly. I'm sure you'll be fine. The smile told me. Admittedly, some of the students here are not quite as accepting as myself, but most are about as harmless as bunny rabbits. Oh. Good. Bunny rabbits with an unsatisfiable bloodlust, sharp teeth and a bone the size of a dinosaur to pick with you. But basically about as threatening as bunny rabbits. I sweat dropped. I have no idea if she was teasing me or being serious, because she was still smiling just as serenely as ever. Never mind. Come along, we still have a few more floors to go up. Mika reminded me as we paced up the stairs. I had been so caught up in conversation that I hadn't realized just how quickly we had been walking. Seriously, why are we walking so fast? Mika blinked in surprise. This is fast. I thought I was going quite slow in comparison to how fast most students here walk. I gulped, realizing just how coming here had been a mistake. If you consider this fast, you're probably going to struggle to keep up with everyone else here physically. Because I was now going to have to get in shape. We all know my divine hatred for P.E and all forms of exercise in general, so maybe agreeing to attend an academy where superhumans are taught to punch out monsters was a bad idea. Sheet. Indeed. Agreed Javan enthusiastically. And unfortunately sports movie-style training montages accompanied by music don't really work. Double sheet. Perhaps this might be a problem. Spoke Mika. Since you're a Ryoka, you're probably going to be behind all of the spirits here physically, since souls here are naturally stronger and more resilient than those in the human world. That was one of the first lessons we taught, a Shinigami is passively stronger and faster than most humans. Triple sheet. I cursed quietly. I'm not just going to get killed. I'm gonna be steamrolled. Somehow Mika was able to keep up her smile even while shrugging, as if she was saying, not my problem. Anyway, here we are. Now it was my time to blink rapidly, for we had somehow reached the headmaster's office on the 4th floor while we had been talking. Before me stood the behemoth of a door, a large block of brown in the gray. Time flies when you're fearing for your life. Shut up, Javan. I mentally sighed. I'm certain that having a mental roommate was going to SCK just as much as it initially sounds like it would on paper. Well, thanks for leading me here. I guess I'll be heading in now. My pleasure, good luck. Once more Mika bowed to me, then in a surprising display of speed, she had already began to quickly walk away. Within seconds, she was at the stairs we had just went up from, and was gone. Damn. I really need to get fit. Oh well, enough deliberation. I had a teacher to meet. I knocked on the large door and waited for the typical call of enter. 20 minutes later I left the office better off than I had entered. For one thing, I had been given a map of the campus, the one that med teacher who brought me here was supposed to have given me, so now I had no reason to get lost. Point 1 for me. The man in charge of the academy was an elderly fellow who reminded me far too much of Yoda, and one who claimed to be nearly as old as the head captain himself, that sat enigmatically at his desk and spoke in riddles. I was a nerd though. Yoda talk was practically a unified language that we all shared regardless of nationality or age. So I had managed to glean quite a lot off him about how my academic life would be. School was 6 days a week, not 5, no. What cruel monster would devise such a cruel, evil idea as an additional day on the school week? There was a strict uniform policy that I had been kindly told to follow, 5 lessons a day, except on Saturday, with each being an hour long. There was no shortage of rules and regulations. Each class was about 35 people large, and could be classified into 3 different groups, A, B and C, with A being the group for the stronger students, plus other stuff. I myself was being placed into Group 1A, for whatever reason. It looks like I'd be in the same group as Mika after all. On the other hand, the bullies would be the strongest of the year group, so I was more dead than otherwise. As for where I was to live and sleep, I had been given the key to one of the rooms found on the academy grounds. You see, some of the larger buildings were actually residential blocks for some of the students, while others like the nobles or those able to pay rents were allowed to bunk elsewhere in the Siriidii and migrate to the school every morning. I was in one of the academy buildings, and I had apparently been lodged in a 3-person room which was only currently occupied by 2 people, the third person having left after the first week of class due to lack of talent or desire to learn. So I was basically having the university experience a bit early. Not too unexpected. The age range of academy students varied, so it made sense to use a system which would be more suited to a greater populace and was more independent than an earlier school. Well, let's go see my new abode. Yes, let's. DMN. ISCK. I should stop talking to myself out loud and get going. People might start thinking I'm mad. Didn't you know? Everyone's mad here. Thus with that ominous comment, I made my way to the block of apartments located in the courtyard. It was dark now. The sun had long since set, and my appetite had yet to be quenched. Careful studying of my given map had led me to the largest of the student dorms on campus, where upon further investigation I found my room on the 2nd floor. The plain wooden door read Room 050, and I had been looking at it for over 5 minutes. You see, I was rather nervous. I was about to move into a room with 2 complete strangers, both of whom would be stronger than I was and would not be guaranteed to even like me. Call me a coward, but I had been trying to figure out how I was supposed to introduce myself. Again I sighed. This is stupid. I said. Why am I so hesitant? Seriously, why? I killed a hollow. I'm not exactly going to die if I'm not on my best behavior, am I? Don't ask me. I wasn't. Just knock. I'm fed up of you being so indecisive. I'm not being indecisive. I just want to make a good impression. Knock. Fine. I glowered in a general direction, hoping that Javan got the message, and prepared to do thr dreaded task of knocking on the door. For the love of, just come in already. Half shouted a voice from inside the door. Hayato can sense your spiritual pressure, and we heard you deliberating, so just come in. Oh yeah. They were Shinigami trainees, and I had been talking to myself out loud for the last few minutes. I felt really stupid. Yep. Shoulda knocked. Shut up you. I wearily dismissed Javan mentally. Composing myself, I opened the door and entered the apartment. The interior was generally what one might expect an apartment for university students to live in, kitchen with the all-important life-saving microwave in it, joined living room furnished with 2 sofas and a few large bookshelves and some doors presumably leading to bedrooms, cupboards and hopefully a bathroom. Surprisingly it seemed rather Western, but I guess that they couldn't have really outfitted a few hundred flats with traditional Eastern-style decor. Doing in plain, simple and Western probably saved them a bit of money. He greeted the voice that had called me out earlier from the sofa he was sat at, alongside another male. Nice to see that you decided to finally come in. The name's Daichi Kurwasho, and it seems that you're going to be the new roommate. I guess so. I responded, looking the male over. He looked a year or 2 older than myself, and had a build that was lean and tall like myself, although I couldn't really compare our physical abilities since he was a spiritual existence, so stronger than me, and also wore a baggy long-sleeve shirt. Daichi, that was his name. Pretty sure that was his name, also had scruffy, light brown hair pulled back from his forehead and upwards, giving him a few short spikes. Around his neck he also wore a bright yellow scarf. It was long and ragged, it had clearly been through a lot, burns, cuts and an accident with a bear and a tiger by the look of it, but it still remained standing, gracing the room with a flash of color. Well, he fills the quota for a main character with spiky JRPG-style hair, even if the hair could be spikier. Shut up, Javan. Well, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Reminded Daichi. Oh yeah. I'm Marcus Dr. I caught myself just before I gave him my real name and not my alibi. Marcus D. Solis. Nice to meet you. He gave me a grin. Well, you don't sound like AD-, so I guess we can put up with you, right Hayato? Daichi nudged the boy next to him jokingly, finally reminding me that there was a third person in the room. Holy shit, how long has he been there? I gestured wildly. The boy was small. Pretty DMN small. If I hadn't known he was a dead person who could have been 100, I'd have guessed him to be about 13, although I'm pretty bad at judging age, so he could have just been unlucky in the random lottery of the gene pool and came up as short as a certain state alchemist. He seemed perfectly harmless, reading a book silently, his green eyes framed by large circular glasses scanning the pages quickly and methodically. I think I could like this guy. He looked twice as nerdy as myself, had a normal color choice for his hair, an untidy, black mop, and read books, so I could relate to him. If there is one thing I know, it's that nerds stick together. Bros to the end. Hayato Akamori. He spoke for the first time, offering me only what I assumed his name was to be. He. Don't mind Hayato, he's a bit quiet. He offered. Me and him go way back to when we teamed up back in the Rukon district. They called us the dynamic duo, and we've been kicking butt ever since. Daichi struck up a heroic pose. No they didn't. Said Hayato quietly as he read a book. They called us many a thing, but never that. Hey. Stop putting me down, you know that I have a delicate temperament. You might hurt my feelings. Hayato looked up from his book. Daichi, if you have a delicate temperament then I'm a chatterbox. You're a sleazy womanizer and you've suffered so many rejections that I'm certain it would take a sledgehammer to hurt your feelings. You don't have to be so blunt about it. He winced. If they can't handle the Daichi charm, that's their problem. Haters gonna hate and all that. Hayato shrugged, then returned to his book, clearly not interested anymore. Is that how you two normally act? I queried. Yeah. Hayato's. Real cool though, so I know he means well. He often jokes that if he wasn't there to take me down a peg or two my head would be so swollen that I wouldn't be able to stand. Oh. Right. I added awkwardly. I couldn't help feeling like I was an intruder interrupting a friendship that's already deep and established. He. Don't be like that, take a seat. The energetic male encouraged, pointing at the second sofa. Seeing nothing better to do, I took my bag off and threw it onto the piece of furniture, then sat down. So then, why you here so late then? Late as in time or late as in date? Both. I mean, me and Hayato had hoped we'd get this place to ourselves, so we hadn't been expecting a new roommate. Long story short, a captain pulled some strings to get me sent here right away after I did some shit and ended up killing a hollow. You killed a hollow? Asked Daichi in disbelief. Yeah. With a Zanpakuto. Asachi are given out by Shinigami when you successfully enroll. Mentioned Hayato while he continued to read. How did you get one? Nobody knows. Yay! I stated with false excitement. I just pulled one out of my butt. Oh. Yep. And I'm also a Ryoka, not a dead person. That comment incited a lot of disbelief. Daichi walked over to the kitchen to get a glass of water, drank some, then spat the rest out in my direction to show his disbelief. I call bullshit. He snapped. Hayato would have sensed if you were. He's awesome at that sensory stuff. I did sense he was human. Remarked Hayato. But. You never told me. You never asked. And so he continued to read. Moving on. I'm here because apparently what I did was a big deal, so I'm being forced here whether I like it or not. Got a problem with me being alive still? Not really. Admitted Daichi sheepishly. I mean, we were all human at one point. I don't really see why classes have taught us that Ryoka are bad. Oh great. I stated. 1 month into the topic and the new class is already being conditioned to want to try and murder me. Bloody brilliant. You'll be fine. Encouraged the scarf-wearing boy. Spiritual existences are naturally stronger, and I'm a human. With human levels of physical ability. And I have no formal fighting experience. And I'm physically weak even by human standards. Meh. Daichi dismissed my claim. I'm gonna die. And the sad thing was that I wasn't even kidding. Following a dinner made up of leftovers that Hayato had left for me, I had decided to retire to my room and finally have the conversation that Javan owed me. One issue, he insisted that it occur in my mindscape where he was lurking in. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do that weird Shinigami meditation technique, and I couldn't be bothered to open up one of the many textbooks which had been left for me yet. So I was a bit stuck. First I sat cross-legged on my bed and concentrated, attempting, and failing, to clear my mind of all thoughts. I sat and I sat and I sat and I fidgeted and Javan scolded me so I sat and I sat and I sat. I then tried humming. It didn't help. Javan complained of a mind ache. Next, I thought back to all those old martial arts films I had watched with my dad as a kid before he dropped dead and attempted to emulate. I sat a bit more. This SCKS. Bear with it, Mark. Shut up, Javan. How the hell is this meditating crap supposed to help me visit a metaphysical location in my head? Well, how should I know? It's just what it says on the tin. I tuned out Javan and instead tried to think. Hang on. Lightbulb. Hey Javan, how do I summon up my Zanpakuto? Why do you want to know? I'm pretty sure that to visit your inner world you need to meditate with a Zanpakuto. Oh yeah. Suthihinin. How do I summon it? Haven't the foggiest. I resisted the urge to facepalm. Seriously. The one guy who helped me obtain that sword in the first place and he don't know how I reclaim it. Do I have to trek all the way to the Rukon district to pick it up where I dropped it or something? Don't look at me like that. I told you I didn't know what that bond would do. Hell, I expected you to turn into a vegetable. Thanks for the vote of confidence. The point is most people activate that power with a mental trigger. They simply turn it on or off, reach for their power and use it, and most figure out how to do it instinctively. In your case, you're weird. You didn't know what to do, and we had no time to go through the steps to figure it out gradually and we had no tool or device to speed up the learning rate, so I turned myself into a plug socket adapter of all things to help you connect up to your power. Speak. Proper. English. JRGGH. Look, you're the charger and your power is the electricity in the plug socket. You couldn't figure out how to stab it into the socket, or you couldn't, so I became a metaphorical adapter that shouldn't have been able to connect up to you but did. I then jammed myself into the hole in a non-SXL fashion. Pervert. That's you. Shut up, Mark. Stop shouting at the walls. Came Daichi's voice from next door. Sorry. Look. Back on topic, I connected to your power and you connected to me, so by all rights you should have a passageway to use your power. The only thing you're lacking is a mental trigger. How do I find it then? I responded mentally this time, to prevent my roommates whom were in their own rooms that I wasn't mad. Think back to when you first summoned it. Try and remember that feeling you felt. Okay, Mark, what were you feeling? Hurt, I was in pain. And I was scared. And screw this sheet. I ain't having a psychiatric session to help learn to summon a sword, because if I want a sword to kill something I will not think about what I'm feeling like, as if I was an asylum patient. I ain't got anything with the madhouse, but I shall enter battle screaming for blood, not asking if anyone knows what the blot on the sheet is supposed to look like. I want a sword. I want a sword. I'm not thinking back to then because it was painful and because I was terrified at the time of getting eaten. No. I just want a sword. Not memories like that. Back then there wasn't really a switch I could just pull. I asked for a sword, felt a sudden weight in my hands and then an unseen tap was released. A steady drip of power flowed. Wah! A sudden weight appeared in my hand, revealing that I now had a sword. Okay. That's better. So now I had a sword. I stuck it on my lap, held it, tried to focus, and I sat 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 and I Saturday and then I think I fell asleep. I awoke in a completely different place, feeling oddly at ease. You notice the oddest of things when you wake up, and for me the first thing was the scent of salt-tinged air and brine. An odd thing to smell but it was distinct in the way that you can't really explain it but can remember immediately afterwards. Then there was the sound of the wind, faint and constant. And the feeling of the sun on my face, warmth flowing over me, juxtaposing the feeling of wetness on my back and legs. All in all, this reminded me of visiting the seaside as a kid with my mum, my sister, and my dad. Before he died. Those had been good times. Good times. By this point, I was wondering what my mindscape looked like, so I decided to rise, pushing myself up with my wet hands from the damp surface I had been lying on, then I took a disbelieving look around. Oh. I spoke quietly, unable to properly vocalize just what I was feeling. It was a bizarre mixture of nostalgia, happiness, contentedness and awe. The reason my back had been wet was because I had been sleeping on the surface of an impossibly large body of water. Around me and below me lay a tremendous lake, so large that it would not be a stretch to call in a really small ocean. For what seemed to be thousands of miles there was nothing but me and the strangely reflective liquid. I felt so alone and small, I was so insignificant when surrounded by this natural sight of beauty. The oddest thing about this lake, apart from its reflective sheen duplicating the calm clouds and clear skies above, was that it was unnaturally calm. Not a single wave was made by my presence, there was no movement, like this lake was dead. Beautiful yes, but dead. After all, even corpses could look sightly. On a sudden urge, I dipped my right hand into the vastness. Surprisingly, small ripples formed, then spread, gathering speed and size until I knew that the disturbance had more than likely reached the distant shores that I could barely even see, although half of the shore was rocky cliffs and the other half were beaches. I felt at peace here in the silence, standing here in the middle of the dead mirror lake. "About time you got here," grumbled a voice. I yelped in surprise, spinning round in search of the voice, since I had been certain that I was alone. I then remembered why I had come to my inner world in the first place, and relaxed. Hey Javan. The one I had intended to meet was sitting about 20 meters away, on a small wedge of land that was barely large enough for someone to park 2 large cars on. The island featured golden sand, with an isolated palm tree that he was lying against. I hadn't noticed the island because it was so small, I had somehow dwarfed him out by marveling at the sheer scale of the lake. Javan rose elegantly and began to nonchalantly stroll towards me with the long accomplished grace of a dancer, until he too was on the still water and stood only a few meters away. To be honest, I told him. I had been expecting someone more impressive. He snorted. Thanks for the vote of confidence. For a while now I could only judge Javan based on his voice, but now that I had a body and face to associate him with, he seemed less mysterious, more real. Javan was taller than me, not by too much, but he was still noticeably higher up. Oddly, he had the same general build as me, thin and lithe, but as far as I could tell he still had a greater muscle mass than me, darn him. He also had short cropped black hair, a clean-shaven face and a pair of black stylish sunglasses that obscured his eyes and matched his playful grin. Add in the smart white suit and trousers that he wore, that really didn't match the warm environment we were meeting in, and the tie, and I could officially accuse him of being a PMP. A PMP, or part of the gay mafia. Your suit is totally gay, ya PMP. I stated. And you had the nerve to accuse me of being a sly dog. And your face is totally ugly, what can I say? And I don't like you. We both grinned in creepy unison. I can tell that we're going to get along. Javan laughed, as did I. Jokes aside, it's good to meet you. That it is. Now perhaps I can get some med answers. Ah. Like why I have a PMP living in my head. Javan flinched. Jesus Christ, I'm not a med PMP. I just have good, albeit sometimes questionable, tastes. Answer the question. Why are you here? Look. Javan scratched his chin nervously. Some of the reasons I'm here are rather personal, so do you mind if I abridge my account? Yeah, I mind. I have someone in my head. How would you feel if you woke up and discovered that you were hearing voices? Just tell me the truth, DMN it. Fine. Snapped the man. But I'm just as ignorant on some things as you are, so I'll explain what I can on why I'm here and also why you're where you are, in Bleach. Good. I pouted. You can start any time you know. Brat. He accused. Brat? Just how old are you supposed to be then? You're barely older than me. The stylish man ignored my question, instead returning to the topic. Do you want me to talk or not? Hearing me shut up, he started his tale. Anyway, the reason I'm in your head is complicated. The simplest explanation of why I'm here is that I fled here. A while back I was caught up in some troubles and my physical body was lost. My soul was unwilling to die, so fled. Souls don't last long though before passing on, so I possessed the nearest target that I was compatible with, which also had enough hidden energy to keep me well fed. Wait a minute, you possessed me. I staggered away in surprise. A ghost decided to take residence in my head. That makes no sense. Shut up. Javan grumbled. I was in trouble. And I'm not a ghost. I'm not possessing you. He scratched his head sheepishly. I'm closer to a leech if anything. I attached my soul inside yours and siphoned off energy to stay alive. Alas, in the real world, aka not this one, spiritual stuff doesn't really exist in great commodities, so there weren't any dangers around to warrant me staying conscious, so I went into a slumber to preserve energy. So why are you awake now? When you appeared in the Bleach verse I woke up because there was more spiritual crap about. Reshi, Ryuryoku and Ryatsu and hollows. All that crap exists here, so because I felt all this I woke up to try and help you stay alive when the hollow appeared, because if you die so do I. After we bonded, you allowed and accepted me into your soul. You wished for a Zanpakuto, and seeing as I was the closest thing, being an additional soul inside your own, I became a Zanpakuto spirit. How is that even possible? F knows. As I said, I'm as curious as you. I did say that I had no idea what would happen if we bonded. Either way, I am now connected directly to your hidden power, which you willingly connected me to, so now my soul is no longer separate and leeching off you. In essence, I am recognized now as part of you, so don't need to steal energy. I can stay active indefinitely. Oh. I didn't know what to say. It was certainly unbelievable. I mean, what do you say to a ghost that has been sleeping in your head for God knows how long? It just raises awkward questions that I really don't want to ask. Well, why am I Bleach? I told you before. I wasn't awake when you arrived here, so I can't tell you. I have no idea how you found yourself here by yourself. He didn't elaborate, which was a shame. I had really hoped that he had some answers. Oh man. I sighed. I was really hoping you had some insight into this thing. Nope. Javan shook his head vigorously. That SCKS. That it does. Oh well, for now you should make the best of things. What do you mean by that? Javan began to cackle, then rubbed his hands together in a vaguely evil fashion. Javan, just what the hell are you doing? His cackle continued. Are you in actuality an evil PMP? The allutter then winded to a halt. Don't you have any idea what an opportunity you have? Look, go with me on this. Throughout my life I have grown used to using a very specific line of thinking to help me make decisions. I asked myself three things: what do I want, what do I have, what can I abuse the hell out of the latter to get the former? Pardon? What sort of questions were those? Think logically. Ask yourself the same questions. You're in a universe which is clearly not a mere anime anymore. It's real, and everything you know really has and will happen here. People are real, events are real, anything that happens to you is real. You'll die when you're killed. You need to make a decision on how to go from this point. All right then. What exactly am I supposed to do? How should I feel about the fact that what I had considered to be only an anime series was now my reality that I had to live in until I found a way to leave? What do you want? Well, I want to go home. Mom is probably worried about me. And I want to live to get to that point, since I'm apparently being enlisted into the 5th squad. So I don't want to be weak. And I guess that letting Aizen win would probably be a bad thing, so helping Ichigo might be an idea while I'm still around. Okay, let's stick with that for now. Javan tilted his head knowingly. So what do you have? Not much. I shrugged. I have a stupid voice in my head, my physically weak body, a dodgy sword that I have only just managed to summon and don't know how to repeat its summoning, and knowledge on the plot. Javan cracked his largest smile yet. So why not use this to fulfill your goals? You have me, so listen to any advice I have to offer. You have a weak body, so focus on learning Kido when class starts to make up for this. You have a sword, so learn how to use it so you aren't ever weak again. You have knowledge, so abuse the hell out of it. Whatever you do, you'll need allies. Want to get home, that takes resources. If you ever want this to happen you'll probably need to get involved with canon. So you need allies. So use your knowledge to get these allies, and never let anyone stop you, because your goals are the most important thing that you have to focus on in a situation like this. I guess. I shrugged. I suppose I should just work on getting stronger for now. Which brings me to my next point. Javan cleared his throat. Teaching you how to access your power. Didn't we already try that? But now I can try and help you, can't I? How? I sat down on the water, gazing at my self-proclaimed Zanpakuto spirit with curiosity. Wasn't it due to my lack of a way of accessing my power that we had to do that whole bonding sheet in the first DMN place? How is now any different to then? No idea. But you brought your sword out, right? Yeah. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to get it out earlier. Then you're part of the way there. When talking about your power, you need to understand that its current form is different to how it used to be back before we partied up. It's diluted. For lack of a better word. Smaller. Less potent. Javan motioned his arms out apart from one another in a childlike gesture suggesting size, then brought them together until barely a few inches were between the hands. Your true power was given up, locked away, but in return you got a cool sword in me. So yay. Now you're getting power not by tapping into your own vast sources, but instead taking it from your Zanpakuto spirit. Me. Who takes it from your pool of power? Okay. Again, you've lost me. This explanation is getting nearly as complicated as the plot of Lost. Is it just my bad luck that fate has decreed that I must listen to complicated explanations that require me to read a wiki just to understand it? Why can't things ever be simple? I guess this is complicated. Conceded the spirit. Perhaps another analogy would suffice. Look down. What do you see? Water. Reflective water. Well, you know how if you add oil to some water it'll float around in it for a while before getting separating into a separate layer which'll float on the top. Yeah. Go on. I guess I could imagine that. It was basic GCSE chemistry after all. Well, now imagine that your power is this oil, and that in this lake of your soul it was all mixed in, ready for you to get a bucket full of it and filter the oil you wanted out, to get pure power. Now, you lacked a filter, so couldn't extract the oil. Then I was introduced as a spiritual filter, causing the oil power to separate, but your oil was weird and sunk to the bottom of your lake instead of the top. I guess I'm following you. Sort of. Physics was more my cup of tea when it came to the sciences, but I was still decent at chemistry. My soul oil, that's what I'm calling it now. Naming it power just seemed really vague, separated and dropped down to the bottom of my soul lake. Well, even though you don't need to filter it anymore, it's sort of inaccessible considering it's now at the bottom of your lake. In essence, your bucket just ain't big enough. I'm assuming this is going somewhere. Stop being so DMN impatient. As I was saying, here is when I come back into things. As your newly selected Zanpakuto spirit, it's my duty to act as a big mother flippin' well. I swear your analogies are getting worse and worse. First you were a plug socket, then a filter, now you're a well. Shut up and SCK it up. I've said this before, but Javan had mood swings worse than a woman, no offense meant. It's like he was hormonally challenged or something, flickering from happy and perverted to serious and unflinching. Where was I? You were kicking the bucket. And you'll drop down dead too if you keep at it. See what I mean? Now he's joking again. Does this guy have problems or not? Moving on, I'm a big-ass stone well which is large enough to magically reach this oily goodness. Then, I can go down and pick up some pure oil power dash. By the way, it's called soul oil now. I've just named it, since it was sort of vague before. Just saying. Yes, fine. I extract some usable soul oil, then you reach in with your bucket and hey presto, you have power. There we go then. So. Just how do I dip my bucket in? Javan applied his palm to his face and sighed wearily. You know what? I give up. Just try and reproduce how you summoned your sword. You pulled on the soul oil I had gathered when you did that, so I assume that the method somewhat works. Who really gives a crap on why and how such stuff happens anyway? You like shonen anime. I should have guessed you wouldn't care for such things. Hey. I watch some intelligent stuff. Which I had. Sort of. I saw Serial Experiment Lane and found it overly pretentious, so I think that counts. Undoubtedly you're one of those people that only liked Star Wars because it had lightsabers and lasers. You probably find monster trucks and jackass cool too. Additionally, it is my guess that if you were to see Neon Genesis Evangelion, you wouldn't understand a single bit of symbolism in it. Stop calling me an idiot. Even the creators said that the symbolism was thrown in specifically to make it seem pretentious and deep when it wasn't. You're from Yorkshire. That explains everything. Oh yeah? You're part of the gay mafia. Resorting to name-calling, eh? The older man leered at me playfully. Naruto lover. Oh, it is on. He did not just say that. I have higher standards, good sir. I stopped watching before it hit filler territory. Hee hee. Narratard. I was seeing red. In fact, I was seeing crimson. Kamina sunglasses wannabe. A shocked gasp came from the male. My glasses are cool. And so the argument continued. For a while. Hours. By the time I left my inner world, I was pretty much ready to call it a day and head to sleep. Names were called and references were made, but in the end we got it out of our systems and were better off for it. It lasted for hours, but similar to how after a cat fight some chicks naturally get closer, nerds sometimes do the same thing and become bros following large franchise wars. Not very often, but it happens. That was what me and Javan became, bros. It was going to be difficult sometimes, but I was sure that this was the start of a great partnership. X. Good morning. Mark. Like a bolt of overly energetic sunlight, a figure burst into the darkness of my room in the wee hours of the morning. Come on, Mark. It's a brand new day. The curtains were pulled loose, letting more of the dreaded brightness engulf me in my bed. No, leave me alone. I slurred, still half asleep. Look, Hayato's making breakfast and lessons start pretty soon. All things considering, I've been pretty good, letting you lay in since it's your first day. I turned over and slammed the pillow on top of my head. Gee way. Sleepin'. By now I could tell who was waking me, one of my new roommates, that Daichi dude. I repeat. Good morning. Mark. And with a tremendous kick to the face I was thrown from my bed to the floor, suddenly much more awake. What the hell, man? I bellowed, rising from the floor angrily. Oh. I might have gone overboard. Admitted the brown spiked-haired teen. Oh well. After shouting, good morning, I had a sudden urge to kick you. I wish you hadn't. I complained. But yeah, I guess I am up now. What time is it anyway? 6:30. 6:30. Are you insane? That's like the middle of the night. Hee hee. You get used to it. He admitted. Seriously though, you'll be up this time every day now. You're all mad. Was the only explanation for this. Everyone knows that the world only starts at 7:30, not 6. As I said, Hayato's cooking, so get your butt into gear. I was hungry, so I did as instructed and got my butt into gear. Sleepily, I dressed, making sure that I got on the stupid clothes properly, then I ate with my two roommates and observed as they went about their regular morning schedule. I noticed Tat Hayato was the silent one with common sense who actually got things done, while Daichi was the joker who sat around being the comic relief character. Then at long last, it was time to head to school. For me it was an unusual experience. Coming from a Western background, I knew that it was obvious that the Shinigami Academy would be vastly different due to its Eastern origins. Admittedly, I had my vast anime knowledge, but a watered-down pop culture-based source was hardly enough for me to be prepared. I was really starting to wish I had bothered looking at that book Kasumi gave me. Regardless, I knew that I would just have to deal with it and move on. Class, today we have a new student joining us, declared the bald and rugged-looking teacher named Jingoro Onabara, who was in charge of my class. For some odd reason, I don't think that he liked me, even if it was only our first meeting when Daichi dragged me into their regular classroom alongside a silent, and still reading, Hayato. Well? He snapped at me. Why don't you write your name on the board and introduce yourself? Taking the piece of chalk offered to me, I wrote my name briskly on the board, then turned to the seated class and bowed. Yeah. My name is Marcus D. Solis, although I prefer Mark. Please take care of me. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how anime dictates that people introduce themselves. I meant write it in kanji. Added the teacher gruffly. Sorry, sir. I replied, although I made no effort to correct it. He snorted, then gestured to a free seat near the back of the room. How worthless. Sit down, Solis. I reluctantly did as I was instructed, noticing that I had been placed next to a wall on one side, and a girl I didn't know on the other. I have no idea what I had done to offend her, but she had one hell of a scowl on her face. For the moment I chose to ignore her in favor of trying to pay attention. I tried anyway. Once lessons actually began, I quickly found myself confused, as if I'd been told to solve quadratic equations without a formula and before I'd learned how to solve a regular equation, which was a pretty good analogy all things considering. How the hell was I supposed to understand a Kido theory lecture without the content learnt before it to ease me in? Likewise, how could I learn if I couldn't even read the board due to the language barrier, nor could I read the textbook due to the language they were written in? I'm not stupid, but I was still struggling anyway at all the phrases and terminology used by the teacher. By the end of the lesson I was ready to give up and live in the Rukon district. Screw school. I muttered while slamming my face softly into my desk. I never thought learning to throw fireballs would be so confusing. Huffed the girl to my left, whom was still scowling at me. Pathetic. It's basic theory after all. She let out another prideful huff. This is hardly that complicated, and if you had actually bothered reading the first few chapters of Kido 101 perhaps you wouldn't be in such a grave position, you dunce. Shut up. I grumbled with a mild flush on my face. I'm no dunce. It's been a hectic few days, so sue me for not reading the first few chapters. Besides which, screw you. You've had a month to learn the basics, I haven't. Stop making excuses. The girl waved aside my complaints. It's not becoming for someone making as much trouble as yourself to complain about your lack of foresight for not applying to the academy during the actual enrollment PRD. You know what? Seriously, screw this beach. She doesn't know me, she doesn't know why I hadn't applied sooner, she doesn't know that I nearly got eaten and she certainly has no right to judge me. I don't like you. I declared, narrowing my eyes, looking at the girl for the first time since we had begun to talk. She was tallish and angular, with curves that were above average for someone who looked like she should still be in school like myself if we were in the human world. Seriously, why does everyone I know here look like my age group? Actually, scratch that. Doesn't really matter. If anything, she was rather attractive once you factored in her short red locks, piercing blue eyes and cute lips. I didn't care about her looks though. Even if she had the appearance of the idol that every male schoolboy dreams about, she probably had the bitchy personality to match. Why should I care what an ignorant commoner like yourself thinks about myself? She brushed a loose bang away from her face, uncaring to my claim. No, you shouldn't. I'm just telling you. I don't like you. Your attitude sees me off. You don't know me, so don't judge. I mean, who the hell do you think you are? I claimed, channeling my inner Kamina. Who am I? She seemed almost indignant. I am Akimi Nishisaka, the prodigious heir to the Nishisaka family. She declared passionately. Well, I don't care who your family are. You could be the sister to the freakin' Pope and I still wouldn't care. How mature. She retorted. I look forward to seeing your insulting manner annihilated once practical lessons start. Says you. I quietly mumbled, turning my chair slightly so that I was angled away from her. I tried to put all thought of that girl from my mind and instead tried to mentally prepare for the next embarrassing lesson, when Daichi confidently approached me. Hey Mark. He greeted. How's it Hanjin? Daichi, you're not black. I deadpanned. Shut up. He joked, waving my comment aside. Hey, I see you're chatting up Nishisaka. Nice. He gave an approving nod at the girl, who could hear every word of our discussion and didn't seem amused. Surprisingly, Daichi seemed blind to this look. I knew that I was not alone in the endeavor to claim a beautiful woman. Heh, I see you got turned down though. He placed a friendly arm over my shoulder. Relax, he grinned. I did too. No idea why though. I mean, who can turn down the Daichi charm? I unsuccessfully suppressed my snigger. Shut up man. He brushed it off, perpetual grin on his face. Still, nobody's got it that broad. Try your luck elsewhere. A book slammed onto the desk next to mine as Akimi began to read in an effort to not assault my sort of friend for his broad comment. So. You wanna sit with me and Hayato at lunch then? It'd be nice to have company. I agreed to meet up with him and his quiet companion, only for the next set of classes to begin. Sighing again, I prepared for a class on the basic anatomy of hollows. Hopefully I might be able to understand this lecture. Doubt it. Not helping Javan. X. Another 2 lessons passed, another 2 incomprehensible looks from myself at my inability to understand. Seriously, who the hell needs to know where to stab a hollow anyway? You hit it in the mask, so why do we need to know what every muscle and ligament for any possible creature is named? Nay, I don't really know. Admitted Daichi beside me as we walked to the cafeteria where food would be served, while Hayato had his nose in another book of his. What are you reading anyway, Hayato? He briefly stopped skimming to show me the front cover, then show me the blurb, before he returned to the sanctity of his pages. Lord of the Rings, huh? Never took you for the fantasy sort, of the type to dip into English material. He shrugged and we carried on. After getting a meal each, I purchased mine using the student's allowance I had found in my room earlier that morning while getting ready, and sitting down, I figured I may as well look over the room since Daichi was too busy scoffing his food to enter into conversation, while I was more likely to get blood from a stone than words from my other companion. I noticed that the girl I had met before, Mika, wasn't here, so I assumed she was out in the garden I had previously seen her working in. I also caught a glimpse of short red hair across the room. Much to my surprise, Akimi wasn't sitting in a large group of girls like I had expected someone like her to. Instead she sat alone, elegantly eating a bento. It was none of my business and I didn't really care for her anyway, so I returned to my lunch. The rest of the lunch break was spent back in the classroom around Daichi's desk, while he told me about how he rated the attractiveness of all the girls in the year by placing them in a top 50 list. I honestly didn't pay attention since I didn't know any of the people, or 3 sizes, and felt it was kind of disrespectful to objectify them. You prude. Commented the backseat driver in my personal life, Javan. God knows how the pervert even got M though. On a completely unrelated note, apparently Akimi was number 2, while Mika was around number 8. X. After lunch we were finally leaving theory in favor of some practical training, since we had at least one hakuda, hand-to-hand combat, or zenjutsu, sword-swinging practice, session a day. Today I had the pleasure of getting punched in the face rather than stabbed in the gut. Yay me. Smack. Ow. I was practically flung to the floor as the lad much larger and much stronger than myself gave me an uppercut to the jaw as soon as I stepped onto the sparring mat in the large dojo our lesson was scheduled at, resulting in me hitting a nearby wall and feeling like I had gotten NTMT with a speeding truck. Ow wow. Again. I slurred, slumping to the floor. Solus, get your butt back in there. Demanded the gruff instructor, whom happened to be the teacher that got me lost in the school for denying me a map the previous day. Apparently he didn't like me, to such an extent that he paired me, more than likely the most lightweight male in the class, up against a major heavyweight named Guru, whom could only speak in grunts and by trying to rip out my spleen. Ow wow. I staggered up, grasping my chin tensely, already feeling it swell up. Get in that ring soulless, before I give you detention for a week. Broken bones or detention? Tough choice. Guru shrugged, realizing that I was unable to move into the ring. Instead he stepped out of it and skipped all formal dojo practices, which Daichi had explained to me, and decked me one. Suffice to say, I left the room with a detention the following day after school and with several large bruises blossoming across my face and body, while Guru left with a grin, praise, and no scolding at the unauthorized beatdown he had given me throughout the hour-long sparring session. I think I hate Hakuta with a passion. I declared with another wince. I swear that sensei was out of line. I mean, Guru wasn't even punished. Grumbled my friend as he escorted me to the infirmary to have my chin taken a look at, meaning I would miss the final theory lesson before the school day finished. I know, but there's not much to do, is there? I get that, but it's still SCKS. I don't want to be harsh, but he kicked your butt. That was an hour of you being used as target practice for that bully. I get the AFK. Another wince elected from the simple action of me talking. I get it. But like I said, I can't exactly complain. He's a teacher, I'm just an ignorant foreigner. As for Guru, he's a bully. If there's one thing I know, there is always a bully, and they can't be stopped, only endured. Endured? He snapped indignantly. If this is what happens every time you have a Hakuta class, then you'll hardly endure. You'll end up as a bloodstain on the dojo mat. I did tell you. I insisted. From the start I mentioned that I'm only human, so from the start disadvantaged. I'm gonna die, remember? Guru's build didn't help me either. Exactly. The scarf wearer growled. I swear Mark, I know we haven't exactly been friends for long or that we even are friends. Hell, we barely know each other, but I can't just leave it like this. That was cruel. Even Akimi gave you a sympathetic grimace, and she's apathetic to everyone. It's fine. I protested. Honestly. It's fine. He'll get fed up of it eventually and switch him to an opponent who'll actually give him a challenge. But that shouldn't have to happen. Daichi insisted. But it does, such is life. Let us move on to the infirmary before I have a lump the size of the Philippines. After having my face treated, school ended, and most people left for either the dorms on school site or through the main gate to return to their lodgings. A third minority stayed in the school for detentions, additional activities and sometimes extra training. I fell into the first group, meeting up with Daichi and Hayato in our flat. All things considering, today had been very similar to visiting Comic-Con, cramped with lots of people and minor irritations, while being unsatisfying as a whole. I don't think I'm cut out for this. I told them. Daichi had merely promised me that things would get better. Eventually. You could tell that I found it really reassuring. I recalled being told before that I would be tutored by another student, so had not been surprised when I had been given a letter by the nurse in the infirmary telling me to visit a room in another one of the student dorms later today. Time passed by quickly while I read one of the many English books in Hayato's vast collection that I gotten permission from him to read, although permission was such a loose answer since when I had asked him he had merely turned the page and shrugged, so I had assumed it was a yes. Regardless, I was happy in the small male's taste in literature. Eventually I couldn't put it off any longer. I put aside the copy of Lord of the Flies and informed my roommates that I had to go. Meh. See you later. Daichi waved me off. Try not to come back too late, Hayato's in charge of cooking and he prefers not to plate up his food. Conveyed the other guy in the room. Got it. I responded deadpan. When I found out the identity of my tutor, I gained the final slab of evidence that proved that the universe was sentient and had it in for me, or at least had a very questionable sense of humor. Of course it'd have to be you. I muttered, eyeing the equally annoyed redhead standing in the doorway. She humphed, flicking her hair as she did so. So you're the fool I'm supposed to be teaching to read and write kanji? This shall be fun. She stated sarcastically, while somehow managing to make out she was being absolutely sincere. I like this about as much as you do. I told her seriously. But not knowing the language really SCKS for me and is seriously inconvenient, so let's just get this out the way. Hang on a moment, so you're the one I'm supposed to be teaching? She asked, suddenly sounding confused. I guess so. I snapped back. Based on me being here and your earlier comments, this fact is pretty DMN. Obvious. By the Soul King, you're irritating. No, of course I know that. Just whom do you take me for, commoner? A beach? I asked rhetorically. She ignored my obvious jab at her. You're foreign, aren't you? That's why you need to learn the writing system used here. Yes. I admitted reluctantly. I can't read a med thing here, which is the only reason I'm even bothering to stay here with your unpleasant company. Again, she ignored my jab. Instead, a sudden look of revelation graced her pretty features, then a brief surge of understanding and perhaps pity. That's why you didn't read your textbook, isn't it? Because you literally couldn't. Shut up. I responded, flushing in shame at admitting this. And you couldn't read the board either, could you? She continued. Look, it's none of your DMN business. And the reason you came in late is to do with you being foreign, isn't it? I have my pride DMN it, I don't need sympathy from you. The brief relapse in arrogance in her features receded and the look of pity swept away, leaving behind her regular expression. As if I care enough to pity you. Just. Sit down. Why? Because I'm going to teach you. She informed me matter-of-factly. I'm the prodigious heir to the Nishisaka family and I was going to teach you anyway, since it's my duty to set a good example to the common sheep of the school by giving out such charity, so I might as well. Well, thanks. I rolled my eyes sarcastically. And because I think I owe you an apology for before. She practically growled out, almost choking on her words. I am not doing this because I want to, but because I owe it to you and because I think it is pathetic that anyone could be in the academy without being able to even read or write. Therefore, I'll help your uneducated, ignorant self, despite my dislike for your demeanor and manner. In return you will work hard, show me proper respect if only for the duration of these lessons, and will never tell anyone that I have been this generous. She paused. Got that? Crystal. I stated, sitting down resigned to the fact that I would actually be trying hard in these lessons. Mika-sensei. I'd prefer Nishisaka-sensei. She growled. But I guess this is close enough. Indeed. Now then. Slam. A large tome smacked down onto the low table I was sat before. Then another dozen books were added to the pile. Let's get started, shall we? Yes, it was going to be a really long session. And yes, it was going to be a very long school year. I would love to say that my time at the academy improved after the first day, but it didn't. In all honesty, I have no talent at being a Shinigami. I could see it, my friends could see it and my instructors could see it. Me being in the top class was a long-running GG amongst the teachers, in that I only retaining my place because the big cheeses said so. Hell, my classmates could see it plain as day. I was not popular, I was mocked by them. To them I was just a foreign student who had gotten into the academy by bribing the higher-ups, while they had to work to get in. I completely agreed. I had just gotten in on a technicality, but that doesn't mean that the accusations didn't hurt. I was used to that sort of stuff. You don't attend public schools without meeting a few immature bullies. Back home I had actually had my book smarts to fall back on, here I didn't, at least I have my brains I'd say, but now I don't. I'm the dead last. As such, while classes progressed I did not advance as everyone else did. My physical performance hindered me in Hakuta classes, with the biased teacher teaching me nothing not helping either. Once we began Zanjutsu, the sword training required for us to actually be a Shinigami, we could also see that I did not have an aptitude for it. A lot of Zenjutsu was about the stance you used and the way that you fought, it was about DSPLN and a whole lot of other stuff too. I could do that. It didn't come easily to me with me never having had to do much exercise or physical labor in my past, nor with me being purely human, but I could do it. I could do the stances, I could perform the katas, and I had a much less of an a-hole for a teacher. He sympathized with me. He actually tried to help me. No, the problem in that was that everyone else surpassed me. If I had been learning besides regular humans, the difficulty curve might have been easier, but it was obvious that everyone else could hit faster than me, they were stronger, they could spar for longer and could take a better beating. I couldn't. Yes, this sounds a lot like an emo self-loathing rant, but in my defense the last 2 weeks had not been easy for me. At all. I felt that I had the right to a little bit about my situation. Theory was slightly better for me though, much to my happiness. Akimi was a rigid and very demanding teacher, but she taught. We were still in the early days, but she was patient with me, in her own fiery way. Learning a writing system for a language that I did not know and could not be taught due to this afterlife having a med unified language was hard. I could not say that I liked Akimi much at the moment, since her attitude still rubbed me the wrong way. Still, she was better than most other people in my class, and I could well respect her intelligence and her work ethics. The fact that she had stubbornly demanded that she fill me in on the month of lessons I had missed hadn't affected my slightly more positive opinion of her in any way at all. Nope. Regardless, over the last 2 days the lectures given had actually started making sense, and I had begun to be able to understand basic stuff on the board. It was slow moving, but it was improvement. I had begun to think that I'd never improve, that I was doomed to fail, but this was the beginning of the idea that maybe I could actually survive this insanely tough world filled with far too many OP characters. Anyone aware of the Bleach universe though is aware that I have failed to mention 2 of the most important topics a Shinigami can know. Ho-Ho, the art of fast movement, and Kido, the demon arts. Groanin. Yes, my inner monologue can include a literal spelled out groan. Get on with it. Shut up, Javan. Perhaps you should actually try running faster instead of using your ho-ho classes as a chance to try and summarize how crappy your day has been. And perhaps you should stop quoting Monty Python and shut the hell up. As much as he annoys me. A lot. Javan has a point. The reason I was even looking over my experience at the Academy had been because it was a suitable method of distracting me from the fact that my feet were rebelling and my legs were threatening to desert me, all the while my exhaustion was threatening to overwhelm me. The cause of this pain was that Ho-Ho relied on speed, and according to the teachers we would be unable to actually do all the cool things in Ho-Ho like flash steps until we were in peak physical state and had the Ryoryoku to support our actions. As such, all the Ho-Ho sessions we has revolved around my eternal archenemy. Exercise. Hey. Mark. Greeted Daichi as he ran past me again, barely sweating despite all the effort he was putting into the laps he was running. This was the 5th time he had ran past me, and it didn't help me at all. Kick your legs up more. That should help you run more. Shove your pant advice up your wheeze. Arse, Daichi. I intoned. Come on, Mark. Only another lap for me, and 5 more for you. Sod. Off. I was too tired to add emotion to my verbal assault. Well, I'll see you when you finish your laps. Bye. Daichi then sped up, leaving me alone to futilely struggle by myself. Oh. Pant. Hi Hayato. The bookworm looked up from the book he was reading while simultaneously reading, nodded at me, then continued his steady pace. Despite being one of the slower members of the class, Hayato was still 2 laps ahead of me. Oh, he overtook me. Correction, 3 laps ahead of me now. Oh well, no use complaining now. If I stop or slow down too much I'll get a punishment lap, which I had far too much experience in. X. The lesson finally ended, and after cleaning ourselves up a bit, the next one soon followed. It was another subject that I had been trying not to talk about, because it was one I disliked just as much as all the others. You see, Jovan had noted my physical weakness and had suggested that I work on something more ranged. Something like Kido, the equivalent to magic in this universe. Well, ha ha ha. We all saw just how well that went. Much of it was theory-based, understanding how the techniques worked, how much Ryuryoku was necessary, how it should be channeled and how it should be used, as well as knowing the far too long incantation that is needed to be said to cast it. Yes, when I had first learnt this I had been rather happy. It was a topic that I just knew I could get my teeth into. It was one not based on your physical ability, like all the other DMN topics were. I could perhaps even excel in this branch. Maybe I could even get some med respect. Alas, poor Yorick, it was not to be. First I tripped myself up by not having the first month or so of theory to allow me to slot into the classes, then I embarrassed myself even further. Seriously, I don't think I've ever been so embarrassed as in these lessons. Remember class, you've been trusted enough to be able to attempt to cast some of the lower level Heidos and Bakutos. Lectured the young woman who was in charge of teaching us the basics of Kido. She was a kind woman, but stern if you broke the rules of her class. Recently she had decided to take us from our regular classroom and allow us to use one of the academy's target ranges, deciding we were ready to attempt some practical Kido. Now, you will step forwards once your name is announced and you will attempt to use Heido number 4, Byakurai, Pale Lightning, at the target in front of you. Begin. Now. Name by name the class stepped forwards one at a time and recited the small statement needed for the spell to work. The righteous light shall cleave the enemy before me. Thy wicked ways shall fall. Heido number 4, Byakurai. Person by person, this was stated, with varied results. Some people like Daichi could not make their Ryuryoku dense enough to fire it as a narrow beam of lightning, barely being able to make a crackle of lightning, or would give off only a faint light. Others suffered minor burn marks from overcompacting the technique, making a small explosion. Guru, the guy who repeatedly punishes me in every Hakuda spar I was pit against him in, was one of these people. I sadistically delighted in his failure and his burns, since it took my mind of things. Others though, would pull of the spell. A narrow of lightning would crackle towards the target, more often than not failing to even hit it. Akimi was one of the lucky few, as to be expected. She frequently told me just how good she was and always delighted in informing me of just how prodigious people considered her. Then there was Hayato, who did it almost effortlessly, although he had to put down his book and concentrate for a bit. Another person whom I recognized that did this was Mika, the nice girl who had helped me find the headmaster's office. Much to my surprise, I hadn't really seen her at all during school. At breaks and lunches she vanished, presumably to tend to her garden, and I haven't exactly had the time to approach her. She had only made a very narrow, but it was something. Finally, it was the moment I had been dreading. Solus, you're up. I stepped forwards with as much confidence as I could muster, and repeated the lines that I had memorized and often repeated back to myself. The righteous light shall cleave the enemy before me. Thy wicked ways shall fall. Heido number 4, Byakurai. I moved my hands forwards in the recommend way shown and desperately hoped beyond hope that I would succeed this time, that I could at least get even a failure. Instead, nothing happened. I got nothing. No crackle, nothing. I just looked kind of stupid. Then the sniggering began, which I tried desperately to ignore. Enough, the laughing stopped. Perhaps you didn't put enough Ryuryoku in? Suggested the instructor helpfully. I nodded morosely. We both knew it was something else. Next person up. It didn't really matter though. I had failed. Again. Nay. Better look next time, eh? Daichi, the cheerful sod, nudged me. Hayato merely offered a sympathetic head tilt. Yeah. Better luck next time. I responded softly, not truly agreeing. Unless I had a miraculous turnabout, I doubted I would ever truly graduate, and would only cause excess trouble for people if I wasn't flat out booted from the academy. God, you're such a dramatist. Insisted Javan from my mind. Seriously, you've been so depressed recently. With good reason. I snapped back, refusing to continue talking with the suit-loving spirit. Instead I returned to the notes I had written in English and buried my shame in trying to revise the process and see if I had missed anything. I hadn't. I just. Really sked. X. No, no, no. Stated Akimi tensely. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Seriously, I thought we had already covered this. We have. I retorted. Then why hasn't it sunk into your thick skull yet? She gestured at the pages of foreign symbols that were arranged before us on the floor of her apartment. This means, that, not that. They look the same. I told her irritably. But they're not. She insisted, much to my protest. Say what you will, they did look the exact same. Hadn't you agreed to put your all into this? Yes. Didn't you say that you'd try? Yes. That you'd listen? I have. I stated, rising from my kneeling position. I bloody well have, but this is confusing. Why does it even matter if I screwed up what that word meant? In the long run, it doesn't matter. But it does. Akimi followed my lead and rose from her own position, albeit more elegantly. What's the point in learning all this if it's wrong? How can you have any pride in yourself unless you get it right, unless you're perfect? Because none of this matters. This is just one more subject today that I've screwed up today. I began to pant, in anger in desperation I didn't know. Haven't you realized yet? I'm not like you. I am not perfect. All this is hard. I try, I'd well try, but none of my effort is actually having any effect. I still can't read, I still can't write, I still make the same mistakes, I still can't advance. At anything really. Kido, kanji, zanjutsu, hakudo, I have failed everything that I have put even a modicum of effort into. I reiterated. Everything. Solus dash. No, Nishisaka. I responded equally as formally. You know it's true. I have failed. There is no purpose in my futile stay at this academy. It's more than just this, it's everything. You know that's wrong. She told me. You're just not trying dash. Not trying. I finished. Well, if I don't try, why shouldn't I just leave? You frequently tell me just how much you loathe those that don't try in their studies, just how much you wish they'd just leave. The red-haired girl flinched like I'd struck her, then returned to her defensive emotional state. Anger. Fine. If you don't want to stay here, go. Like I care. Fine. I finished. Bye. I strode out her front door without another word. X. I regretted my words almost immediately, but I didn't turn back. No, I just left my thoughts to stew. I was seriously ticked off, with my progress, with this academy, with this world. I just wish I was home. I told myself quietly. I hadn't really thought about home much, of my mom and sister that I had left behind, nor the friend that I missed. I had assumed that there was no use worrying since I had no way of getting home, that I could only really mourn them if I could not return, and that it was more productive getting stronger so that I was in a better position to return if the chance ever appeared. That wasn't working though. I was weak, a failure. I might know the future, I might have read far too many self-inserts for my liking, but I didn't belong here. I didn't have shonen superpowers, I didn't have it easy. All the fics had characters that became strong, that took the chance to train and became strong enough that their presences actually mattered. Me? No, I wasn't like that. Even now with all the effort I had put in, there was no improvement. It was a very likely chance that I would never actually return home, that I would never have the strength to seize the chance. Even now Javan was trying to talk to me, to do his job as my sidekick and help me get back on my feet, but I wasn't in the mood. I just ignored him until he stopped. I wandered for a while, amongst the corridors until I had left the building altogether. I had no intention of returning to my apartment for a while. The cool wind was a welcome relief and helped soothe my bruised ego. I just wanted to go to somewhere quiet and sulk, but my room was most definitely out. That left only one place where I could go and be mostly alone, where I could sit without the scolding looks that Akimi gave or the pitying glances that Daichi gave me when I wasn't looking. "Hey. Do you mind if I sit here for a bit?" I asked softly once I had arrived at my destination, the green garden that I had visited weeks ago to find aid. "No," responded the equally soft voice, busy working, even now. "I am not affected by you being here, and you look like you need a rest." "Yeah." I sat down, my back to one of the hedges. "Thanks, Mika." "No problem." The smiling girl told me. At this point the conversation halted. The solitary girl in my class that I had only ever spoken to once since we had first met could recognize that I didn't really want to talk, and respected that. So for a while it was just her working and me thinking. I thought for a while, then I realized that I just wanted the thoughts to stop, that I didn't want to think about how I wouldn't ever see my family again, or how much of a failure I was, or of just how large a D I had been to Akimi. I didn't want to sit here and stew with that going around for hours. "Do you want some help?" I asked eventually. My companion looked at me curiously from her place by the beds of soil. "Would you repeat that?" I asked. "If you want some help." Mika pondered, then shrugged. "You can remove some of the weeds in the next bed if you truly wish to help." "Gladly." I rolled up my sleeves and set to work. It was a repetitive and boring task, but it did what it wanted. It took my mind off things, so I worked. My mum had used to get me to do some of the gardening in the back garden, so I knew what to do, but had never liked the task itself. Even now I disliked it, but as I said it was a numbing agent, so I worked. Once the bed was done, I moved on to the next one, and so on. Eventually I got hungry and darkness began to sink over the school, until even sunset had passed. Still we worked. Finally, I stopped. I had done the work to calm me, and I was much calmer now. The pressure that had been building over the last few weeks had been relieved and I felt much better for it. "Thank you," I told Mika. "I really needed this, so thanks." "No problem," she settled on saying. "Perhaps next time you can finish up earlier. I am rather hungry and don't normally work this late." Hee hee. I scratched my head sheepishly. "Sorry about that." Time passed by quick. I really needed this. It seemed like it. "So why? Why did you stay with me?" "Well," Mika's smile hesitated as she took a few moments to compose herself. "I suppose that I stayed because you looked like you needed someone to be there, even if you didn't want to talk." "You didn't have to," I pointed out. "No, but I did, for some reason. And I guess." She hesitated, really hesitated. "I guess you may return here again if you wish, to my garden. You will not be turned away if you must ever repeat this evening." "Thank you. I mean it." From what I could tell, Mika liked being alone. She might have a cheerful demeanor, but I think that she enjoyed this solo pursuit, and that it took a lot to make her offer to someone who was almost a complete stranger. She was letting me into her inner sanctum, and I truly appreciated the gesture. "So thank you," I told her with a smile I couldn't hold back. Another 2 weeks passed. I never talked about the time I had stormed out of Akimi's room, and I never brought up meeting Mika, but I think that my two friends noticed that I had changed. I was slightly calmer, perhaps a bit happier. Nothing had been solved, but I was at least more acceptant. Things had seemed somewhat more positive when I had left the garden. A small amount of optimism had been returned to me. I had also returned to Akimi's room the day after and had heartily apologized. Mika had shown me why she was prodigious in all subjects and gave me a beatdown worthy of that brute I was frequently paired with, Guru. After she had given me a good dose of righteous female fury, she had graciously agreed to tutor me again. I had certainly learnt to never underestimate the girl. She had a mean kick. During the 2 weeks, after I'd had a particularly hard day, or when I'd felt particularly down, or was nursing another of the frequent bruises I was sporting from Hakuta classes, I would return to Mika's garden. She would accept my presence without judging me or pitying. She would merely give me a reassuring smile and budge up a little, letting me put an hour or 2 of work in until I felt better. In classes we didn't visibly act like we knew each other. She kept to herself and I never explained to Daichi where I occasionally went. Then, in the next Kido class I had, something happened that I should have been expecting. We had a guest visitor. "Hello everyone," greeted Lieutenant Hinamori in her regular cheerful manner as she stood before our class. "My name is Hinamori Momo and I am the lieutenant of Squad 5. I am also rather talented at Kido, so I have agreed to come in today and talk a bit on the topic, so please listen carefully to what I have to say." There was a bit of chatter amongst the students around me. The captains and their second-in-commands were the strongest Shinigami around, the cream of the crop, the biggest badasses around. They were practically celebrities, so having one teach a lesson was a great privilege. "Let's begin." She started with a polite smile. We all shut up and prepared to make notes. Momo was an awesome guest speaker as far as things go. She was very passionate about the topic and mentioned frequently just how important this topic was out of the 4 core subjects, often regaling us with anecdotes of her early career in which a well-timed Kido spell did more to save her life than her Zanpakuto ever did. Perhaps she was a bit too cheerful when talking about such topics as death and life, but that was her nature. What she was basically trying to tell us was that it was important that we not rely on only our Zanpakutos and that we should also try and become well-rounded enough that we could consider Kido a useful tool as well. It was a sentiment that I shared, considering how I doubted that I would ever really master my Zanpakuto, considering Javan of all people was the spirit in charge of teaching me to use it. Truly, I was screwed with that. Kido though. A level 90 Heido was just as badass as a Justuga. Now then, Momo clapped her hands. I would like to take this to the training ground. It would be a pleasure to see just how good the Class A students are at a basic Byakurai. I noticed that she looked at me for just a few seconds longer than she should have, and I refrained from miming aloud. There, whispered Daichi in an overly sympathetic manner. You might be about to embarrass yourself in front of the cute lieutenant, but things could be worse. I could be embarrassing myself. I smacked him over the head in annoyance. Hayato, who had been listening in as well, showed his sympathy by similarly smacking the pervert over the head, only with his rather heavy book. Byakurai is the foundation for most Kido after all, with many using the same principle. She lectured. So I'd love to check out just how much you have been taught. We marched into the target range, lined up in several lines and took our shots at the targets. Many of us were still unable to form a full Byakurai, but everyone was able to at least get to the sparks stage. Besides myself, obviously. When someone was unable to do it, she patiently went through the steps and gave the students in question advice on how to improve. Finally, it was time for the back row to step forwards. I had waited at the back so that I could put off my humiliation, but it was time to face the music. I stepped forwards and began to recite after a moment or 2 of hesitation upon seeing Momo's expectant face, "The righteous light shall cleave the enemy before me. Thy wicked ways shall fall." Heido number 4, Byakurai. I prayed for some sort of reaction, tried desperately to sense some mysterious flowing force in my veins, but nothing happened. Again, as expected, I failed. The class began to snigger at my failure, with the usual whispered comments being made. He did it again. Wow, he SCKS. Stupid foreigner. What did we expect? He always fails. I tried not to let my face fall, but I somehow knew I would be visiting Mika's garden later. Wait. Instructed Momo as I attempted to step back. Please try that again. It seemed that my humiliation was to be repeated. I complied, trying to do all the steps correctly, but failed. That's odd. Muttered Momo while everyone else continued to giggle like a group of schoolgirls. Nothing happened. Something like sparks always happens. Well, of course. Stated Garo loudly. He's a failure. He can't do anything. He can't fight, he can't swing a sword, he can't run, and he can't even do this. Why he's in the top class I dunno. Hell, why he's in this academy I don't know. Shut up, Garo. Responded Daichi hurriedly. He's trying, you know. Cut him some slack. Why? He should just go. Sized up Garo. He's a stupid Ryoka, he never should have been accepted into this school. I swear that I'm gonna kick your butt if you don't shut up. I'm fed up of you picking on Dash. Daichi was interrupted as he had begun to roll up his sleeves. Enough. Said Momo in a far too level voice, as she drenched the room in her spiritual pressure, forcing us all to shut up. I felt like someone had a vice over my chest and was squeezing very tightly. The pressure suddenly stopped as quickly as it stopped. I will not have any violence in this class, so please be quiet. Sorry, sensei. I mumbled, averting my eyes. I knew that Momo had previously rather high expectations of me after my actions in killing those hollows, and felt upset that I hadn't reached her standards. No, it's unfair to blame you. She gave a kind smile. Rather, it's unfair that so many people are mocking you. They're sort of right. I really can't do anything. Now don't be so sure, she told me. Try it again. I did, with predictable results. Why? It's almost like you literally aren't putting any power into the spell, so it's just you saying some words. She talked to herself. Like he just can't get the power. But why? Every soul can use their Ryoryoku instinctively, so why dash? She stopped suddenly, then rapped herself lightly on the forehead. But you're not a soul. You're human. She looked at me again, more intently. You can't access your Ryoryoku, can you? You have it, you just don't know how to channel it like everyone else does. At this point I flushed again, but luckily this time nobody dared laugh. Yeah. Nothing. Just, nothing ever happens. I don't even know what it feels like, how I'm supposed to do it. It's all well and good cryptically saying, channel your power, but I know. Momo told me empathetically. I understand. Now do it again. Why? I practically demanded. You know it will fail. Do it again. She insisted. Have faith. I am going to help you, and I believe that you can do this. She sounded absolutely honest in her DLVRY. She truly thought I could still do this. Even if she knew that I couldn't even do the basic thing of sensing of using any Ryoryoku, she believed I could still do it. Nobody else did. Perhaps Daichi and Hayato sympathized, perhaps Akimi pitied me, perhaps Mika could even empathize with me, but only Momo actually had any faith that I could still do this. That I wasn't a failure. Do you remember the day we met, how you felt? She asked. I've tried that. I told her. I thought back to that day, and tried to remember how I felt. I'm not sure what triggered it, but me and Javan had managed to get it so that I could summon my Zanpakuto 4 times out of 5. Something about when I remember that day, an unseen tap, meant that I could get, a steady drip, drip, my sword to appear. If I remember that day, I can sometimes get my Zanpakuto to appear. As if prompted, my cool blade did appear in my hands. A Zanpakuto? Muttered the crowd. Why does he have that? How? Nobody's been given their Asachis yet. Is this why the failures in this class? A subject from the 12th squad maybe? Silence. Reminded Momo, calling in her authority on the group. Mark, if you can make your Zanpakuto appear, you should be able to channel Ryuryoku. But I can't. I stated. No, I told you. I believe in you. The small woman declared. Now don't think, Mark. Don't puzzle, or deliberate, act. Think back, carefully. Remember what it is that lets you get your blade, then don't summon it. Just hold it. Feel it. I can't. I dismissed my blade, thought back, unseen tap, and drip of power, then the blade was back. Okay. Momo thought again. People often have tricks they use to help focus their ability, to help control. The same thing doesn't always work for different people, but a symbol is always required, a symbol of us releasing our power. Some use an image of jumping through a dark circle, others think of a light bulb turning on or a door opening. I myself imagine a candle being set alight. We all have some image that we zoom in on. She reminded. Sometimes we don't consciously recognize it, but it's always there lurking, when we close our eyes and look into the darkness. A subconscious image. Now don't think, look. Pick a symbol if you must, but look that darkness in the face and imagine that symbol, then do it. Fine. I closed my eyes, feeling silly as I did so. I looked into the darkness and wondered just what sort of symbol I was supposed to be searching for. All I could see was blackness, no magical sign post reading, here be symbolism, just my own eyelids. I didn't want to think though. So I imagined I was back in Mika's garden, an excellent place for not thinking. I still felt silly though. I was never good at all this self-reflection stuff. Let's just be happy that Javan had been smart enough to shut his mouth now that a professional was giving her opinion. Still nothing. Only darkness. I didn't know what to look for. It was like my brain was clogged up with belief that this was going to work, that I wasn't going to be able to succeed. Mark, reminded Momo. I believe you can do this. Listen to the woman and get over this med thing. Reminded Javan. So I did. I tried to ignore the embarrassment, the shame, the absolute knowledge that I was going to fail, and instead tried it one more time. I looked back at, unseen tap, that day, saw nothing of value, then searched the darkness for anything to unclog this pipe of inspiration that was refusing to drip. A pipe? It was certainly apartment. I felt like there was something blocking me, something clogging up my chances of advancing, and pipes often clogged. So I imagined a pipe, perhaps one that connects to that dead lake in my mindscape, then tried to visualize it in my mind. Perhaps only a small pipe. A tingle shot through my spine, a reinvigorating sensation that sharpened my senses and made my blood boil. I felt I was ready, like it was time to give this one more chance. The righteous light shall cleave the enemy before me. I muttered, focusing all my will on the pipe in my mind as more and more liquid began to flow, then impact with the clog. I imagined the pressure building and building, until eventually the clog had no choice but to give up under the force of that which it had been holding off. Thy wicked ways shall fall. I intoned, throwing my hands forwards and imagining that the pipes led to my hands. The soul oil supplied by Javan instead of water wouldn't release though, it was building up. It was too much. No, what I needed was a tap, a tap to regulate how much was being allowed to leave. And so now a fully identifiable tap was released. A steady drip of power flowed. Heido number 4, Byakurai. I called, narrowing my now wide-open eyes at the target I wanted to hit, and willed for a bolt of blue lightning to leave my hands. Bang! Like a gun the recoil sent me back a step, but the bullet had been worth it. I saw the most welcome sight I could ever have possibly seen. Hail lightning. It struck the side of the target, tearing the piece off that it had hit, and continuing until the projectile stream continued its aimed path until it hit the wall behind, leaving a small burn mark behind. I stepped back and gave Momo a wide smile, brimming with satisfaction and a certain amount of relief, whom returned it with a beaming one of her own. I turned back to the class that had ridiculed for weeks upon end, who were now looking at me in total shock, and gave them the only thing I could. The middle finger. Ha! I told them, smug grin in place. SEK on that. I actually did it. I stepped back in line with the class and returned my attention back to the still smiling lieutenant. Anyway, carry on sensei. I told her with faux politeness, while I continued to celebrate inside. I had finally done it. I had cast a Kido spell, and with such power that it plowed through the target and hit the wall behind. Admittedly I felt spent, but it was still so DMN satisfying. Well done, Mark. Smirked a certain voice. I knew you could do it. And am sort of glad you finally got the emo out of your system. Sorry. I mean, you were only several thousand words away from becoming as silly as any one of the characters in the Twilight novels. Do I look like I sparkle to you? I jokingly countered. No. But you DMN well look like you're about to spew rainbows from your butt. I promptly stopped smiling like a loon. Class continued and I didn't listen to a single word, and for once Akimi didn't tell me off for it. I was allowed to wallow in my self-satisfaction, and quite honestly, I felt that I deserved it. I hoped that this was an omen of happier times to come. Fate felt it. The error appeared on her system, a brief spark before fading again. This had happened several times before. The error was out there, still contaminating her system. She had a job to do, and she was dead well going to do it. The error might still be under the radar, but every so often it revealed itself, and she grew a little closer. With every flash she drew ever nearer, with every blip she honed in on it. Eventually she would have enough data and would find the error. Then she would deal with it. Forever. And then everything would be right with the world once more. Ah yes, there was the other error that had escaped her, but that one was hardly a threat. She did have some pity, perhaps a bit of empathy. If an error did not corrupt the system then she could happily treat them as junk data and not as an abomination to annihilate. And that error was hardly a threat. Thus is fate, a hypocrite. She was powerful enough to be this and get away with it, but she wasn't quite hypocritical enough to say that she would not delete the other error if ever it was to be a threat to the system. She was rambling though. She would destroy the current error, then everything would be right with the world. Ever had that feeling where it's the beginning of the school year and you know that the year's gonna drag, but then by the end of said year it feels like it had gone by incredibly quickly? Well, I had that feeling. The entire year passed by almost pleasantly with only a few major memories sticking out in my mind. The most prominent of these memories were spent in a certain garden with a certain gentle girl. After a few months of sessions I had gradually grown bored of merely laboring silently and had become somewhat curious as to my companion. It had started with the occasional question. So why do you like gardening anyway? Because it is calming. The serene flower tender had told me. My mother taught me to garden and it is a habit I have kept to this day. I had not bothered responding that it had only been my own mum that had pressured me to learn how to weed, nor had I asked further. Another time I asked, so how are your studies going? She had responded by informing me that she was keeping up with curriculum, and so on. We never had long conversations, but over the year we did gradually learn a lot about one another once she too began to make the occasional inquiry. I learnt that Mika disliked the rain, and that she had a strong distaste to Chinese food. I discovered that she knew and was fully competent in the language of flowers, the art of understanding the meaning of certain plants, and that she had 2 dorm mates that she lived with but did not like. I found out that her favorite color was green, that she had pride in her long hair, that she had few people she could call friends and was happy without them, in that we both shared a similarity in a certain dislike for a certain student, guru, and even inferred that she likes elaborate clothing. Seriously, you'd be surprised at how much you could learn about someone merely by asking the occasional question. I have no doubt that from my own answers Mika had just as great an understanding of myself, although I was always careful to not contradict my shaky backstory or reveal my past. Mika couldn't complain about my actions, since she too hid things from me, never once speaking of her own history. We both had a secret, and I sure as hell wasn't going to pry. Still, we did not acknowledge each other out of that one garden. Other events occurred during the quickly spent year. Due to me sharing a room with the duo, I had also bonded more with Daichi and Hayato. With the former I was often forced to listen to his exaggerated exploits and tales of his previous conquests of beautiful women. Bullshit, insisted Javan. He couldn't pull a bird if she was made out of handles, alongside the bookworm, who merely sighed and accepted his fate begrudgingly, although the quiet boy had occasionally taken the chance to point out just how ridiculous some of Daichi's claims were. You know, those two hotties in the year above. The twins? Yeah, well, I nailed M. At the same two at that. Either way, I still liked the scarf-wearing womanizer. He reminded me a little of Jiraiya from Naruto, not that I watched that show or anything. Shut up. I'm so not specifically denying that I actually watched some of it and didn't actually hate it or anything. Jiraiya, in that Daichi was a total pervert who was about as successful at pursuing girls as Eddie the Eagle was at skiing. Yet, somehow Daichi was likable and endearing. Once you looked past the energy the size of a skyscraper, he was a pretty cool guy and I liked him. I prefer to think that we're friends if purely for the amount of time we've spent together in lessons and out. As for Hayato, me and him sort of clicked. In our apartment together we were the only sane people, so we were often forced to band together against the insanity of a certain someone who must not be introduced to women. In the end we had a certain camaraderie. He provides me books to read and food to eat, and in return I occasionally distracted Daichi so he could actually read in peace. It was a nice pact, if only for all the reading material I gained. I've said this before, but Hayato had real class when it comes to literature. Speaking of literature. DMN it's soulless. Your strokes look like they were drawn by a 7-year-old autistic child. I still had daily Japanese lessons with Akimi. I still SCKED. But I was totally getting better. She no longer curses the day she agreed to teach me, and I am normally able to digest a chapter in a textbook so long as someone's going through it with me, and I have time to do so. I was slowly but surely working my way through all my textbooks that I should have read, and mark my words I would someday finish them. Come on Mark. Wailed Daichi to my left, we'll be late. Fine. I conceded. Let's go see what we got then. End-of-year results are a serious business after all. What was up with that capitalization in your tone? Asked Hayato quietly, nose deep in the Prisoner of Azkaban. Nothing. I sighed. I sure wish that the Seriidii had internet. You'd love TV tropes. Oh, what have you remembered? Mentioned Daichi. Sheet. I still keep forgetting that I'm supposed to be amnesic. It's a real pain in the butt trying not to slip up. Stuff. You know my amnesia is odd. I know lots of stuff like that, it's just my own identity and history that is blank. Unohana had sent me a letter some time ago reminding me of my apparent condition, which was dissociative fugue, whatever the hell that was. Anyway, we have results to pick up. Daichi rubbed his hands with suppressed annoyance. Me and Hayato are gonna head out to the Rukon district and visit some people over the break, so I wanna get this results crap over with soon. With the school year over, we now had a general grade for our progress in lesson, and once collected we would be free to enjoy our break from the school year and leave the Seriidii, where on the way out we would be handed papers which would allow us to return upon a specified date. After a year of hard toils, everyone was looking forward to leaving the confines of the school. Everyone besides myself and a few others. Due to my status as a Ryoka test subject, I was not exactly supposed to leave unsupervised. Hell, the guards at the academy gate were specifically informed to never let me leave unless I had signed permission from a superior officer and a babysitter to accompany me. As such, I would be stuck in the school by myself for the most part. I was looking forwards to seeing my grades though, to see what little progress I had made. Sure, let's go. I told my friends. We left our apartment and set off for the main hall where our results would be formally posted along with everybody else's. Our grades themselves were merely a number out of 10, 1 being the worst grade for a subject and 10 being the best. A very simple grading system, and one that required for you to get a 5 in order for you to have a passable grade. Once we reached the long list with our results on them and had taken a look at our own scores, I realized that I hadn't passed many subjects. It didn't matter, it was fine to fail so long as you increased your grade later to pass your final year. My 4 main subjects received the following. Zanjutsu was given a solid 5. Oddly enough, it was actually my second best score. While I didn't have the brawn to properly use the intended academy style that is taught or the speed to keep up with anyone in the class, I had persevered so that I could actually perform the moves correctly even if I did lose 9 out of 10 spars. That had been enough to raise my grade to a pass. Hakuda, a 1. Well, to be honest, I had been expecting that one. I was terrible, and my teacher was so biased that I would need to be the reincarnation of the Flash Goddess herself for him to begrudgingly hand me a pass. This plus no adequate partner in lesson equaled 1 very bruised me. Ho-Ho was a slightly better 3. Again, my physical body let me down, since we were all graded by Shinigami standards, so my own human self incredibly slow and unskilled. Out of all this mediocrity though, one thing stood out. Kido. Oh Kido, it was the sole thing that motivated me to get up in the mornings, because even if it had taken me a while I had finally found something I could excel in. Once the issue of me getting control of my Ryoryoku early on in the school year had been solved by the occasional extra session with Momo to help wrinkle out any faults in my channeling technique, I came into the demon arts as naturally as a salmon to water or an eagle to the sky. I wasn't a freakin' prodigy or anything, not like Akimi, but I was dmed good. I listened and I worked hard, and as such my perseverance and unsteady belief that I would eventually find a positive in my education had paid off. Under the watchful eye of my Kido sensei I grew accustomed to performing the early Kido we were required to learn, and I grew to love the subject. It was hard, but rewarding. Even if I didn't know yet, it had fundamental laws that governed it, that made it work, and if I learnt these rules the possibilities were endless for me. Even if I would never be a badass sword swinger like Ichigo or Kenpachi, I didn't care. Kido was a weapon that I could use and learn, so I was resolute in mastering it, and with such passion even my teacher admitted my growing skill in the subject. I had been given a solid 9. A 9. I left the sheet with a grin on my face, having already copied my results to a separate page of my own. Ah yeah! Yelled Daichi as he joined me. What did you get? I asked. Have a look. He had copied down his grades from the wall into a book. A 6 in Zanjutsu, a 7 in Hakuda, a 5 in Ho-Ho and a 2 in Kido. Plus theory and stuff, but who cares about that? Nice one. I congratulated honestly, even if I was a bit jealous of his score. Daichi had proven himself early on to be a kinesthetic learner, which carried over to his talents. Daichi was pretty nimble and a pain in the butt to fight, since he could pack a real punch. Even if he had Ryoryoku control worse than Ichigo, his reflexes and general skill in close combat ensured that his place in the top class was well deserved. How about you, Hayato? I gestured to the surprisingly still devouring reader, whom in response showed his own neatly written down scores, 6 in Zanjutsu, 4 in Hakuda, 5 in Ho-Ho and a 7 in Kido. As a whole Hayato was very generalized, he performed adequately in most topics, especially theory, probably due to all the stuff he had read and memorized. Although his small stature lowered his physical grade somewhat, his surprising talent with a sword and his adequate Kido skills easily made up for it. A murmur from the other students brought my attention back to the scoreboard, where my proud tutor was confidently claiming her own marks. She seemed satisfied. I decided to approach her and see what she got, even if I disliked her. Ultimately because I hoped against hopes that maybe I had outperformed the prodigy in Kido, that maybe she wasn't quite Miss Perfect, or that I had actually achieved something. Why's the Ryoka approaching Miss Nishisaka? She's way out of his league. He's so far below her, why would she ever talk to him? I ignored the gossipers and tapped the red-headed girl on the shoulders. Hey, so how did you do? Did you need to ask? She stated arrogantly. Of course I have done well. Have you never heard the word prodigy? Yeah. I responded, used to Akimi's regular way of playing up her own actions. It was just how she was, annoying and boastful, but considering the pedestal she was held on by the other students and teachers for being a prodigy and the Nishisaka heir, was it any wonder that she had such a larger head? Just tell me already. Humphed the girl. If you are to be so brutish, I suppose I can show you my results, if only to educate you on how one should go about performing. You know I care nothing for your status as a noble. You're still a pain in the butt. I informed as she handed over a small sheet of card with her grades printed elegantly by her hand upon it. You should do. She insisted. Now you better look carefully at my scores, you hear me? I expect you to congratulate me for my hardwa dash, she corrected herself. I mean, for my inevitable success. Just as I expected. A 9 in Zanjutsu, an 8 in Hakuda and Ho-Ho and a 10 in Kido. She was good at everything after all. I had no idea why I had assumed that I would actually do better than her in anything. Well, I guess that you did okay. Only 110 though. Tut. You're slipping. The noble cheeks blushed in anger. Is that all you have to praise me on? If you want praise then go bother your fanboys. I told her. Mark my words, Solus. One day I'll get you to acknowledge my brilliance. Well, one day you'll get your head out your butt. Both are rather unlikely. I admitted. Oomph. She turned her back on me, although I think she was still a little crimson. This conversation bores me. Leave me be. Nah. Pardon? She asked, turning back to me. Can't you see people staring? So. The haters gonna hate. Like I care for their opinions. From the start they've disliked me. Then why are you here? I growled back, thinking of my own results, remembering how back in my old school at home people would often compare results with one another, and tell each other, well done, if not only acknowledge the work most other people had put in. I don't know what I had been expecting. I finalized. By then. I turned around and left, definitely not at all disappointed that she hadn't asked over my own grades, definitely not upset that I couldn't show her my theory and Kido marks. Nope, definitely not. Geez. Complained Javan internally. The SXL tension is killing me, he joked. Kiss. 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 I still think you speak a lot of shit. We ain't like that. I hate her guts. I told my eternal ally for the last year, the person whom had always listened to me and always cheered me up when I most needed it. Normally with inappropriate jokes since only I could hear and appreciate it. Then again, I did appreciate the suit lover tried to always cheer me up. Even if he was still adeptly dodging my questions, he was a welcome addition to my mind. Meh. It put a smile on your face. He told me. And yes, it had. One thing was bothering me though. I had one more set of grades to find out. I could probably guess Mika's grades considering I paid close attention to her in lesson time. Admittedly she was just as aloof to others during lessons, to many people's irritations and many attempted quarters indignation she would just brush them off with a smile, but that didn't stop me watching. I knew that she was one of the best Ho-Ho and Zanjutsu users in the class, and was competent in Kido and Hakuda. I wanted to hear it from her though, and I wasn't sure if she was staying in the dorms or if she was going to the Rukon district, so couldn't ask during one of our stress sessions. No, perhaps today I would approach her, casually, and have a proper conversation with her. I wasn't ashamed of our acquaintance, it had just sort of been a mutually agreed thing that we didn't want to tell others of our sessions, so didn't act like we knew each other. Then again, we did know one another. Come on, We've known each other a year and I've seen her splattered in mud and cut by thorns, heard from her own lips her likes and dislikes. If that isn't more than a passing acquaintance, then what is? So perhaps I would go and see her before she went, see if maybe she wanted to work together in class or something once term started again. Maybe I could introduce her to my friends, if she wanted. She was rather private after all. Which led to me excusing myself from Daichi and Hayato and heading to the garden, for she would never leave without at least checking up on her flowers. It was there that I saw them. Mika was not alone. That was the first thing that tipped me off that something was wrong. She would never open her sanctuary to another. It was our place, never had she ever brought an additional person there, nor would she have let me visit unless I hadn't already met her by accident. There were 3 males surrounding her, 2 behind her, blocking off any retreat, and a 3rd before her. It was Guru and 2 of his lackeys from Class B. "Hey!" I called out as I jogged quickly over, glaring at them. "What are you 3 doing here? Was it to you, eh?" sneered the short boy I'll call Minion 1. "Yeah. What do you want?" added Minion 2. "It's none of your business why we're here, Ryoka," grunted Guru as he turned away from Mika. "Isn't it?" I asked, gulping slightly as he took 2 paces towards me, reminding me of just how easily and frequently he threw me around the dojo like a sack of straw. "No," he reminded. "This is business between me and Ikeda here." He pointed to the still encircled Mika. She didn't look roughed up or anything, and she still had her perpetual smile, but it still seemed off. "So why don't you shove off?" I briefly considered it. Guru scared the hell out of me and antagonizing him served no point other than earning me another beating, and Mika seemed fine. I could tell a teacher or something. But no. Guru scared me shitless, but the guilt of leaving Mika if something bad did happen scared me more. "Mark, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Probably not." "Hero time." I shrugged. I hardly fit the knight in shining armor archetype. As I said, me and Ikeda here have business. I'll get what I want from her, you ain't got any place bein' here. At this he liked his lips, an action which was as suspicious as it was suggestive. "Indeed," agreed Mika, smile still in place. "Thank you Solus, but there is no use in intruding. This is hardly the first time he has bothered me, even if he has been unusual by badgering me here instead of somewhere more secluded." It was then that I realized, that wasn't a smile. Perhaps it never had been, and I just never realized it. "Talk huh?" Well, I could imagine what sort of talk this would be. I swallowed. "Perhaps you should leave. She doesn't want you here." "I don't want you here." "And what you gonna do about it, huh?" he questioned, leering over me. "You're a failure, I could beat you red and purple if I wanted to. Regardless." I grit my teeth. "Leave. I don't know why you're bothering Ikeda, but I can't sit back and let you do it." Guru squinted down at me, then he did a surprising thing. He laughed. "You really are gonna do this, huh? You know I'll kick the shit out of you, right?" "Yes. You're an idiot as well as a weakling." He began to laugh again along with his minions. "Fine," stated the bully as he backed off, clicking his fingers to draw his followers' attention. "We have places to go, unlike you. Teaching you a lesson can wait for another day, foreigner. Just know that if you get in my way again you'll wake up with a broken arm or 2. He turned back to Mika and gave her a wide, toothy grin. "This isn't over." And then he was gone. Him and his followers, leaving me with Mika. She looked at me, and for a single moment her smile slipped, revealing a cold glare of icy intensity, before the moment was over and her standard smile was in place. "You did not need to interfere, Marcus D. Solus." "Perhaps not." I concluded. "You've never told me that he's bothering you, and you probably have a reason to. But I couldn't just leave. We're friends." "No. We share this garden, nothing more. She denied. If that's the way you see things. I retorted. Regardless, I don't like him and I like you, therefore whatever he wants with you can't be good. Thus it is my duty to tell him to shove off, because me taking a beating is commonplace, but seeing you surrounded by them was worse. We aren't friends. She stated pleasantly, almost telling herself more than me. Sure, but you've helped me. And she had. Every time I was angry or upset or depressed or worried, or just wanted someone quiet to work next to, she was always there. Even if she was reluctant, she had let me into her sanctuary, and it did me a world of good. So I'll help you. I don't care if you don't like it, but I owe you. Even if it breaks our current routine of ignoring one another, I'll help you. I don't need your help. Mika informed me too pleasantly. Either way it will make me happier if I can stop him bothering you, since I know you don't like him. You don't even know what he wanted, so how can you claim to dislike it? Defended Mika angrily. But I know him. It was bad and it was unwanted. The fact that you won't tell me reiterates that it isn't a pleasant chat. How long has he been pressuring you anyway? None of your business. And I don't want your help. But you have it. I don't care if I have to walk home with you to your dorm every day and walk you to and from the academy. I don't care if I have to guard you between lessons and watch your back all over this med holiday. I will help you. I punctuated clearly. Now let me help you. Mika looked at me in silence, not moving an inch, like an animal caught in a car's headlight. Frozen. Finally, her shoulders slumped and she regarded me with her eternal smile. You won't give in, will you? No. I told her. You have helped me, so I want to help you in return. And I can't do anything to persuade you otherwise? No. Now, I rubbed my hands together in a vaguely evil fashion. Do we need to do this the easy or the hard way? Again there was silence while Mika thought her answer through. In the end she knelt down and began to quietly work. I fell into place beside her, refusing to leave until I had an answer. Once more we worked, and in a fashion reminiscent to another session we had in this very garden, it became dark and my stomach growled. Regardless, I worked resolutely, until Mika turned to me and rose. Why? She finally asked, her face neutral. For once there was no smile, merely a blank face. I suppose that I stayed because you looked like you needed someone to be there, even if you didn't want to talk. I echoed, an honest smile on my face. Yes. I suppose so. She looked away and glanced over at the garden she had worked so hard on. I don't like him. She explained. He won't leave me alone. Recently he has sought me out frequently. And won't leave me alone. Nor will he take no for an answer. I don't want to talk about what he wants. But will you be there for me, even if I don't want to? Of course. I informed her, getting up off my own dead legs and brushing myself off. I always will be there, if you want to talk or not. Then thank you. She looked back to me, with her beautiful smile as it should be. I suppose I will not say no, you accompanying me. That's all I ask. I told her. Now then, perhaps I should walk you back to your room so that both of us can get something to eat. Very well then. She agreed, her stomach reinforcing her statement with its deep rumble. Let us go, Mark. X. When I got back to my room I had expected that it to be empty, since Hayato and Daichi were going to leave and visit the Rukon district, so I was surprised to see them sitting around waiting for me. He greeted Daichi. Where were you? We were getting worried about you. Agreed. Quietly added Hayato. Sorry. I apologized, bowing low to the two of them. Things came up. No problem. Daichi lifted the lid from the pot that was settled into the middle of the table. Now that you're here, we can eat. You waited for me? Course we did, you're our friend. The pervert smiled at me. We couldn't just leave when you flat out vanished off the face of the earth, so we decided to postpone visiting and wait here for you. So, enjoy. He announced dramatically, gesturing to the stew. Thank you. I told the duo. No problem. Now, don't you get all soppy on me. We're men after all. He reminded. Now all we need to do is get you a girl, then you'll be nearly as manly as me. Perhaps. I agreed, taking a seat at the table, glad that the two were there. Perhaps. I thought of Akimi and Mika, which led to me remembering tonight. I smiled. Perhaps this year wasn't as bad as I had thought it would be. So why do we have a careers day again? Asked Daichi in confusion. I mean, aren't we in the first year? Wouldn't it make sense for it to be later on? And even if it did make sense, why is Mark here? He's just going to head to the 5th squad regardless. Because this isn't canon. Said Hayato distractedly as he read from an oddly orange book. Hayato was blushing profoundly, and Mark didn't want to know why. Oh yeah. Daichi clicked his fingers. Anyway, let's split up and search for clues, gang. I'll go off and look with Hayato, and you can go off alone. So yeah, bye. X. Oh Solus, what are you doing here? Asked Captain Puppy kicking Aizen himself as Mark took a seat in the booth set up for the 5th squad's recruitment. Because it's careers day. He replied in a no-sheet Sherlock kind of way. Yes, but due to my evil scheming, due to bureaucratic red tape, you'll be in my squad anyway, so why are you here? He gave a nice smile, stood up and quickly went to donate some money to charity and purchase a cute kitten in order to ward Mark away from the truth. He probably failed once he got back to his seat with the kitten in tow and began to absent-mindedly slide it, subconsciously cackling. He requested that Momo fetch him his swivel chair, on a completely unrelated note. Well, it isn't against the rules to go purely out of curiosity. So treat me like any other student and give me the old recruitment speech. Of course. Aizen cleared his throat. Join Squad 5, the winning team. In our wonderful squad you will be taught valuable lessons in character and skill, like in getting brainwashed, he finished under his breath. And will be treated as a valuable member of the community. Like a pawn. And you can always talk to me if you wish. So I can scheme on the matter. Any other perks? Perform well enough as a pawn, and then you'll get bumped up to the position of grunt, then minion, then underling. Imagine, you can be my underling. I'll teach you valuable lessons in monologuing, work on your stage skills, and even help you purchase good furniture. Furniture? Asked Mark in surprise. That seems a bit offhand. Meh. You can always do with a good sofa. The evil genius informed the student. Like, a really large sofa. Aizen-sama Kuin-san sensei. Cheered Momo as she entered the booth with a wide, black leather swivel chair. Where should I put this? Excellent. Said Aizen darkly as he stroked his page's PP cat, for reiteration purposes, for those beyond the 4th wall. He never noticed my evil plan. This went exactly as planned. I heard all that you know. Exactly as planned. Insisted Aizen. I just heard you talking about evil plans. Exactly as planned. Now get him out of here, Momo, I want a back massage. X. And what can you offer me in the 4th squad? Asked Mark to the 4th squad captain. I can offer you excellent dental health. Claimed Unohana. But that's about it really. We're like a hospital, and that's it. In fact, I sort of regret becoming the captain of this squad. Oh. Yes, it's so boring and too much hard work. And there's never enough death and killing because I'm supposed to stop it. Really? Mark had the feeling that Unohana had forgotten that he was even there. I mean, who heard of a Kenpachi leading a healing squad? It's madness, not even Sparta. She ummed. Why? Why did I let him trick me? This is hell. I think I'd die for a good fight. And don't even get me started on the paperwork. Mark slipped out as she began to throw things and rant about the low pay and little gratitude the job provided. He crossed the fourth squad off his list. X. So let me get this straight. Began Mark to the wolven captain of the seventh squad. You're a wolf. Yes. Now, are you some sort of reverse werewolf? I mean, the Soul Society is mad, but since when have there been talking wolves? And why aren't there any others? They're there. He claimed. It's just they're shy. So there's an entire army of reverse werewolves who are just really good at hiding? Indeed. Now, do you have an intense hatred for sparkling vampires, or is that just me? The thought of sparkling vampires actually sort of enrages me. Admitted Kanemaru. So do you happen to be in a love triangle between a vampire, yourself, and a mindless whiny teenage girl? Just out of curiosity. Kanemaru sighed. Twilight really gave him and his species a bad rep, and this wasn't the first time someone had asked. Just get out. How's the SEC? You know. Wolf SEC. Hairy stuff who? Asked Mark awkwardly as the lieutenant dragged him off. If you have SEC, does that count as bestiality? He didn't get an answer before he was ejected. X. Third squad. What's in it for me? Asked Mark to Jin Ikamaru. You get to see a snake. You mean you? You know, because you describe yourself as a snake a lot. Nope. Just a snake. He admitted with a wry grin. Is it friendly? Nah, it'll try and eat you. Then no thanks. I'll show you my snake if it'll help. Mark shuddered. That'd probably be even worse. Look, the deadly snake is perfectly harmless. Gah! Shouted a voice. Off stage. The snake bit me. Why? The pain. The poison. Why? Crap. That's the fifth corpse today. Call in the fourth squad. They can't help. They're busy calming down Unohana and giving her some antidepressants. DMN. What about anyone else? Are you kidding me? Our medical service is about as effective as using leeches to cure cancer. How about when our characters survive mortal injuries? That's different. Plot armor hacks. No main characters ever die. Garg. The poison is still killing me. Of course it is Gary, you're a minor character. X. At the 8th squad, the captain was unfortunately passed out from binge drinking. The lieutenant had given up and gone to get some aspirin, leaving Mark to read only a sign. If you're a hot chick, you're in. Guaranteed. We're like that one college that'll let anyone in regardless of grades, skill, or desire to learn. If you're a guy, bring some booze. Then we're probably cool. If you're a chick, but not smokin' hot, which is unlikely since every female in this series is hot, then you probably aren't welcome. Try Tosin's group, since he's blind and all. X. Justice. Screeched Tosin of the 9th squad. That is what I offer. Justice. But why should I practically join the 9th squad? Because then you shall be just. And carry out justice. You'll be like Batman, except not the Dark Knight, because I'm the only Dark Knight here. Racist. Called out a voice from off stage. I'm the really Dark Knight. Declared Tosin enigmatically. And I'm the hero this dictatorship needs. Also, I'm black, so it's totally not racist. So. Justice. The sweet smell of it in the morning arouses me. Join me in loving that which is just. Justice for all. Hail, the might justice. Let us read out justice prayers from the Book of the Just. Mark walked out. X. The 13th squad is cough good for cough cough and will cough cough cough. The white-haired man hacked up a lung, which one of the third seats quickly tried to shove back into the captain's mouth, only for the other third seat to try and claim the honor, resulting in a brawl. Cough 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 friendship. Cough cough. Welcome. The other lung joined its companion on the table. I'll head back to the fourth squad booth. Reassured the hastily retreating academy student as he wiped phloem from his robes, hoping Unohana had taken her medication. X. Dot. 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 I'm sorry, Captain Kuchiki, but I don't think me and the sixth squad will work. Not enough conversation. X. If you join the first squad, you may have the honor of being in one of the most prestigious squads in the Seriidii, and shall be able to practice your skills at being noble and aloof. You shall be perfect though, because if you ruin our spotless record, I'll quite frankly burn you. Informed the captain commander pleasantly from the other side of the table. Really? Yes. He nodded his head. I'll burn you. Then I'll set fire to the remains. Then burn the fire. Then set the ashes on fire. Excellent. Any other perks to joining? Well, since hair is the path to power, see the Goku experiments for more details, then you shall be very strong, for you will be guaranteed facial hair. Really? Yes. We will help you grow a mean beard or mustache. Both he and Chojiro the lieutenant stroked their own respective facial hair and let out a sigh of contentedness. You know, I'm actually kind of tempted. X. What does the second squad have to offer? Asked Mark, not really wanting to see what would happen this time. This. Soifon clicked her fingers and a ninja assassin dropped from the ceiling to put a blade to the student's neck, giving him the cleanest shave he had ever had in his PBSC anti-life. You will be taught to strike from the shadows, to kill without mercy and to move without sound. You will become a ruthless killing machine, the sword of the state, or die trying. Oh. Well, sounds cool enough. And you will regularly spar with the other ghost ninja samurai to the death as well. Explained the petite captain. Can't have too many deadly assassins active at once, you know. The reverse ninja effect and all that. Better to whittle down the numbers occasionally. Mark began to sweat nervously, the blade still at his throat. Anything else I need to know before I join? You will be given full rights to join the Church of the Yorichi. Soifon declared devoutly. You may worship the holy cat and goddess given feline form alongside myself, and we shall sing the prayers of the Yorichi and pray to the Yorichi effigies. Soifon was trailing off, sounding rather excited and happy. And we can murder the non-believers, then sacrifice their heretical corpses to the Yorichi effigies. Oh, it shall be fun. So, do you wish to join? What happens if I say no? Then you aren't allowed to leave here alive with our secrets. She cheerfully informed. Anyhow, worship on Sundays and sat dash. Nope. Announced Mark. Not for me. Then we kill you. Hang on. Demanded Mark as the blade cut flesh and drew blood. Aren't we all souls? We're dead already. If I leave here, it won't be alive anyway. Oh yeah, let him go. Soifon was apparently resigned to the thought process of the troll logic, albeit reluctantly. You can go. Mark hoped she never realized that he had actually been alive the entire time, so liable to the death sentence that his troll logic had allowed him to escape. X. 10th Squad. Retorted Hitsujiya rhetorically. You can join. Seriously, I don't care who you are, you can join. So long as you can do paperwork, I'll get on my hands and knees for you to join. Seriously, do you have any idea how much paperwork I get because nobody will do any work? Ranjaku is always hosting drunken parties. And if you're a drunk, PSS off. I'm not legally old enough to drink. Commented Mark. Then good. Heck, if you want I can even give you the post of lieutenant, not like Ranjaku would miss it. Hitsujiya contemplated for a moment. Hell, you can be the captain if you'd med well want. Just help with the paperwork, please. The white-haired male was now on his knees, literally praying for some help. Mark almost said yes just out of pure pity. Hiei Captain, slurred a drunken Ranjaku as she stumbled into the booth. Just thought I'd pop in from the congratulations for thinking of joining party, since it's for such a good cause. You always seem to have a good cause for drinking, partying and blowing our squad's budget on parties. Grumbled the captain as he rose. Happy you agree. The busty woman pulled the ice user into her bountiful chest. You know since you love me. No. He pulled himself away. Well, here's some paperwork. Yay. Ranjiki piled a pile of paper she had been hoisting onto the table. It was tall enough to reach the ceiling. And it's smaller than normal. How bloody big is it usually? Muttered Mark. Oh, that big. Pointed out Hitsujiya as a bulldozer crashed through the wall to push enough paper to flood an Olympic-sized swimming pool into the booth. And there's the rest of it. Pointed out Matsumoto happily as she drank some sake. Hitsujiya decided to end his suffering in the quickest and least painful way possible, by giving himself enough paper cuts to cause himself to bleed out. X. So then, what is the 11th Squad's amazing training regime? Asked Mark, while he still had some paper stuck to his shoes, like toilet paper to a porta-potty frequenter. You see, began the bulky captain with a bloodthirsty grin. I draw my sword and try and cut you with it. You run away until I get bored. What happens if you don't? Then you run until you die. Stated the man bluntly. Then the next day I try and cut you some more. You know you're doing well if you don't die. Oh really? Added Mark sarcastically. Yeah. So I keep killing you until you don't die, even when you're killed. Then I move on to try and stab you too. No wonder everyone in that squad is a psychopath. Concluded Mark as he tossed some sweets onto the floor to buy himself time to run away before Kenpachi could give him an example or taster of the regime, while a pink-haired devil made a nuisance of herself. X. Welcome, welcome. Greeted Mayuri Kuratsuchi of the 12th Squad enthusiastically. It's a pleasure to see you, Subject 742. Pardon? I meant lab rat. No. Potential employee. Yes. Employee. Now, come in. Mayuri shuffled the confused student into the booth, which included a tunnel for some odd reason. Take a seat. Take a seat. Nimue, get our good subject a seat. You mean employee, master? Inquired the cyborg. No, I know what I meant. Snapped the man, before realizing his error. In fact, yes. He's our friend after all. Kuratsuchi turned on Mark with a very, very, very wide smile. Mark was very worried. Take a seat. Here. Nimue forcibly seated Mark on a very hard and high-up seat with wheels on it. In fact, it looked like a hospital trolley. Oh dear. You look terribly sick. Are you well? Inquired Mayuri with faux sadness. I'm fine. No. My friend, I'm a doctor. A mad one with no formal qualifications, but a doctor regardless. Trust me. Terribly sick. Now lie down. I'm fine. Help him, Nimue. Insisted Mayuri. Nimue quickly applied straps. Now, we'd better give him his injections. For his own safety, of course. Stay away from me, you maniac. Screamed the only sane one in the building. Nimue, duct tape. He commanded. Nimue complied, applying tape. Now, let's go have a nice experiment, I mean, a nice talk, Mayuri nodded, apparently satisfied with his correction. About experimenting on you. He added on an afterthought. Now onwards, for science. Marcus D. Solis realized that careers day SCKED in more ways than one. In 13 ways actually. Interlude, Mika. Mika didn't quite know what to think of Marcus D. Solis. From their first meeting he had been an enigma, someone who broke the regular routine of her life. It wasn't even that he was an increasingly interesting person, even if his admission into the academy was odd, it was just the way that he had squeezed his way into her solitary existence, despite her attempts to make the reverse occur. She had always been happy alone. There was no reason for her to need to wear a mask if she was alone, so she was content by herself. Certainly she was polite, that was the way she had been brought up. Certainly she wore her mask when needed. It didn't matter who approached her or how much they disgusted her, she would greet them in the same pleasant way, with a smile on her face. So when a strange boy had stumbled into her garden, the one place that reminded her of home, she had sought to get rid of him. She had spoken pleasantries and helpfully led him to his destination, away from herself, and had expected nothing else. She had returned to work in her garden and had been happy to return to the pleasant silence. She had put thoughts of Solis out of her head, because there was no doubt that there would be no need for him to ever approach her again, and if he did she would politely ward him away, like all the others whom had sought her. She wasn't blind to the way that her classmates treated him, the way that he didn't fit into classes and how he was so worthless at any subject he tried. It was almost painful seeing him futilely struggle on, despite how everyone could see he was going to fail. In a way she had been expecting him to return to her garden, but on the other hand she had been unhappily surprised when he had broken the silence of her garden once more with his noisy and clumsy movements. As politely as she could phrase it, he looked a mess. His treatment had been getting to him, and he looked ready to give up and curse the heavens. Then again, Mika often felt like cursing the heavens, yet she did not look so terrible. No, her mask was a well-made one. Regardless, she didn't particularly care about Solis. If he gave up and left the academy, or if he endured the disappointment or simply surpassed everyone's expectations didn't matter. It wouldn't affect her in any way at all. No, she still wanted him gone. But there was more than that. When he asked to stay, much to her own surprise she had slipped into her pleasant facade and had foolishly let him stay. She regretted it almost immediately. At least he was quiet though, that was something. He didn't engage in pointless banter or fake interest in her for his own selfish reasons. He had sat and made no trouble for her. So when he had approached her and opened his mouth, she had figured that her initial assumptions had been correct. Instead he had asked to work, which had really surprised the calm girl. Since she had already allowed him to stay, and since it would be rude to turn him out now, she had been forced to agree to let him work. If only on the weeds. He couldn't mess that up. She had thought. So he worked, and though the patches he had done were sloppy and rushed, he had toiled away without complaint or rest. Not up to her standards, but good enough. So they had worked, but as time passed and the sky had begun to darken she had grown anxious to return to her room, since she had already spent far longer than usual. But she was polite, DMN her choice of a mask, so she endured the additional hours of work in the company she really didn't want. Finally though, he stopped, to her relief. If she accomplished too much there would be nothing for her to do the next day. Then he thanked her, to her bemusement, and asked why she has stayed with him. She didn't know why she had stayed really, perhaps pity. Maybe she felt like doing a good deed and allowing someone to silently work was hardly a crime. So she had told him, I suppose that I stayed because you looked like you needed someone to be there, even if you didn't want to talk. Things only got worse from there. She had repeated her mistake of initially allowing him to stay and had told him that he could return again if she wished. Mika was truly kicking herself at this point. It was her garden, and she liked working alone, so why had she let him return? Pity, she settled on. It was an excuse as good as any other. But she didn't think he would return again. Her company was inadequate and the labor was thankless, so she doubted he would actually take her up on her offer. It was a one-time thing. It wasn't. He annoyingly returned again and again and again. She did not speak, hoping to throw him off. She would give only her customary smile and then ignore him, hoping he left quickly. After the first month or two she had finally realized that the visits wouldn't stop, she had truly dug herself into a hole and it was all her own fault for letting him in. He was quiet though, it was the one consolation. Then he became not quiet. He asked meaningless questions without prompt. Mika was forced to politely respond due to her good manners. Marcus D. Solis began to grate on her nerves. There was no purpose to his questions, and he didn't even seem to benefit from all the things he asked. Mika disliked this, it was different to the other males whom had tried to speak to her, and this annoyed her. What was his angle? So she asked some of her own questions, purely to find out what his purpose was in being there. As far as she could tell, there wasn't an ultimate purpose. It was almost as if he liked bothering her. Eventually, once the 7th month had passed, she had become accustomed to the idea that her quiet and alone time was no longer quiet or alone. She debated leaving her garden and finding a different spot for herself, but she enjoyed tending her garden too much for that. So she put up with Solis. Then she planned for him being there, to save time, setting aside work specifically for him so that he wouldn't infringe on her own preferred activities. Mika was almost disappointed on the days the annoying boy hadn't turned up, since jobs he would have performed for her were left undone. In a way, Mika had accepted Marcus into her garden, because she had finally given up on the idea of him leaving her alone and had instead had to accommodate his lackluster gardening ability so that her sanctuary would not suffer. Still, he was preferable to the other male in her life that continually bothered her. That guru, he refused to leave her alone. He was the very sum of all that she disliked in people, the reason she enjoyed being alone. He was an irritating person, a stubborn bully, and ultimately had decided that he would get what he wanted off her, even if she didn't agree. So in comparison to him, Marcus was a relief. His questions were annoying, but some of his answers to her own were somewhat amusing, if only because of his nonsensical sense of humor and portfolio of anecdotes. So at the end of the year, when she had decided to stay in the academy over the summer and look after her garden, she was almost expecting the two men that bothered her in different ways to interact. She knew how the meeting would end though. She had seen how Marcus was treated by him in Hakuta lessons and knew that ultimately he would favor his own continued life expectancy and leave the two of them alone, where she would be forced to once more rebut his advances. 3 surprises awaited her. 1. Guru had brought his minions to pressure and intimidate her. 2. The arrogant meathead had dared follow her to the one place that was hers in the world. And 3. Mark had stood up for her. It was as pitiful as it was unexpected. The very idea that the Kido lover would ever tell his brawny classmate to go away when he was accompanied by his friends, and had already beaten the shit out of him repeatedly, was almost incomprehensible. Impossible. Mika almost wanted to break her mask of polite hostility and false smile just to tell the suicidal idiot how his defiance was pointless, and that she didn't need him to stand up for her. She had been happy alone, she had always dealt with Guru alone. His actions were futile. Yet somehow Guru had backed off, perhaps because the sight of the Kido practitioner making him do anything was hilarious. Mika agreed, it was funny. She had told him off, told him she didn't need his help, yet he had the audacity to claim that he wanted to help, that he liked her, that they were friends. She needed no help, she didn't like him, only put up with him, and they definitely weren't friends. Right? All along she had never wanted him there, she didn't want to talk. She was happy alone. Mark infuriated her, he really did. He was so DMN stubborn. He even suggested that he walk her to and from classes, that they alerted others to their interaction. No. If that happened, people might actually assume she wanted to talk and others would try and socialize with her. Mika would ever have her silence again. He persisted. I will help you, he had told her with a resolute expression. She had realized then, he wasn't going to give up. He wasn't going to give up on this, even if she begged and pleaded. From the start he had ignored her desires, her will to be alone, her preference for silence, and now he wanted to help her. He couldn't help her, his efforts were futile, but he was going to try anyway. Now let me help you. He had insisted. You won't give in, will you? She had concluded. Up until this point he hadn't changed his mind, and she doubted he would now. No. He stated, you have helped me, so I want to help you in return. What? He really thought she had helped him? No, she had wanted nothing more than for him to leave her and her flowers alone. But he hadn't left, and much to her annoyance Mika realized that even if she refused to admit it she had grown used to him, it wasn't the same in the garden without his awkward attempts to intrude in her life. In a way, she needed him there. And I can't do anything to persuade you otherwise? She had asked, despite already knowing the answer. If he had put up with his classmates' ire for and his own spectacular failure for a year and not given up, left, then he could sure as hell be stubborn about this. No. Now, Marcus rubbed his hands together in one of his silly impressions, one of the actions she had actually secretly found amusing. Do we need to do this the easy or the hard way? Mika liked the hard way. She sat down and began to work, employing her regular defense by ignoring the 16-year-old, not even glancing at the worker whom had naturally sat next to her and rolled his sleeves up. She tried hard to ignore him by losing herself in her work, but she couldn't. Now Mark was even intruding on her one solace by mingling in her mind, which was unforgivable. Why was he still here? Couldn't he take the med hint and go? His help wasn't wanted, nor had he ever been wanted. So why? Why? It was now dark, and she had unknowingly said the words that had occupied her thoughts. The mask wasn't even raised, she had just asked him what she was so med curious about. I suppose that I stayed because you looked like you needed someone to be there, even if you didn't want to talk. He said. Even Mika could see he had been echoing the words she had stupidly said all those months ago. Stupid me, thought Mika. It had been stupid from the start for her to deny it. She had helped him. Even if she stated otherwise, she had been there for Mark, even if she hadn't intended to. Now he wanted to return the favor. Whether she wanted it or not. I always will be there, if you want to talk or not. It was futile to resist. Mark was as stubborn as a mule. He wanted to help her, and although Mika had never truly received that help in the past when she most needed it, she wanted that help now. Even if the issue with Garo was amazingly insignificant in comparison to her past, Mark thought it mattered, and he wanted to help her. Not because he had insidious motivations or wanted to get closer to her. Not because he wanted to trick her and gain her trust. But because he thought they were friends, and wanted to repay the assistance she had unknowingly given. She wanted that help so badly. The unmasked face she had shown twisted into a bountiful beam, regardless of her own will or intent. It was no mask. Then thank you. She honestly told the boy whom she had realized she actually liked being in her garden. He who was so stubborn. The one whose pointless help actually meant a lot. Yes, Mika did not know what to think of Marcus D. Solis. But that meant little, because he would be there for as long as she needed to decide what she thought of him. And she had the faith that he would be there for him, because she knew how stubborn he was. She was counting on it. School was back on, which was rather important, seeing as it led to what I was doing at the present moment. I glared at the human-shaped target in front of me. It was the average distance away for someone of my class's ability to practice with. People were still tired and unready for the classes that had restarted after the long summer break, but not me. No, I had been preparing for this day. Over the summer, I had not had much to do, seeing as most of the students were gone. To be honest, all I could do was hang out with Mika, to her displeasure. I think, and practice what I knew, so had used the time to read a lot of Hayato's literature collection, what he didn't know couldn't hurt him, and practice my Japanese further, due to how terrible at it I was. However, about 2 weeks into the holiday I had received a visitor. Why Momo Hinamori had taken the time to find me I figured out pretty quickly. She showed up to give me some extra lessons. Maybe I showed promise or something, but I hadn't complained about her giving me remedial lessons. Heck, under the hour or so every 2 days or so she was able to spare. I learned quite a bit. We had focused on Kido for the most part, since I enjoyed learning it and she enjoyed teaching it. I was still a rookie though, so no trade secrets, but she had helped me learn some of the stuff my class was going to be learning when we came back. It took a lot of solo practice to get up to Momo's level, but I had plenty of free time, and Mika was willing to let me go off alone. We did some other stuff too, sparring and whatnot. Under a Hakuda user who wasn't out to get me and break my legs, I had obtained a few hints and tips on how to endure my torture sessions despite me naturally being weaker. The key thing she told me to do was to cheat. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner, but Momo told me that outright I would never be a taijutsu expert, especially due to my unique situation and my biased teacher. I swear that I had to talk her down against marching up to the headmaster on the issue due to how annoyed she was at an educator acting in such a way. So in the end she informed me that my best chance to survive a close-up encounter was to take every dirt move I could get away with, and to try not to get myself killed. In Kido I ended up getting a free lecture out of her on other uses for Kido besides combat, and she mentioned that high-level Hakuda users used Kido to reinforce the strength of their blows through force manipulation and spiritual reinforcement, like Yorichi Zappy super move that I couldn't remember the name for was. Perhaps if I get good enough with Kido, say in a bajillion years' time, I could try and do that for myself. Anyway, summer was spent practicing for this moment in front of me. Everyone had gone first to shoot their target with the new Kido we had just been shown by our instructor, purely for the lesson of showing us how difficult the concept and usage of Bakudo is in comparison to Heido. Everyone failed to cast it, including Akimi, whom had done better than everyone else. Now it was my time to step forwards. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondinini. I thought back to how Momo explained Bakudo and Heido. I remember just what she had told me. Heido was simple. It was taking your spiritual energy and shaping it into a form able to damage, like lightning. It wasn't easy, but it was easier than Bakudo because the purpose of the Bakudo spells is not to damage or to harm, but to bind. Ryu-ryoku can be shaped in many ways, but its ability is fundamentally affected by will, and believe me when I say it's easy to visualize and imagine a bolt of lightning, then force your power into that shape and then blast it off, but doing other stuff is tricky. With Heido you form it once, fire it off and the job's done. For Bakudo you need to force it to keep its shape, and as such for a good Bakudo to work you need to have the Ryu-ryoku power to overpower the targets, and most importantly the will to keep the attack together. Look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own throat. I continued, moving my hands into the universal and familiar shape used to activate a lot of beam-based Kido, then I channeled my power. My metaphysical tap dripped out some of my power and I shaped it in my hands, using the words of the spell to direct my control and help shape the form of the Kido. Orange energy flickered at the end of my outstretched fingers, and I knew it was time to use it. Heido number 9, Horin. Disintegrating circle. The whip-like appendage writhed forwards like a cobra and wrapped itself around the target dummy I aimed it at, while one end of it was still connected to my finger. I gave a quick tug and willed the tendril to move, knocking over the target but keeping it gripped tight. I held it for a few seconds, maybe 10, then dropped it to address the confused class. Oh, the looks on their faces. It was worth all the hours of practice it had taken to get the DMN thing down just to see the look on Akimi's face as I trounced her efforts. Carry on. I commented, stepping back in line with the class. After a few moments, Daichi began to clap my efforts happily, inputting a few hoots as he did so. Hayato followed shortly after, shutting his book to give me the honor of his full attention. After that the others clapped me one by one, most grudgingly, but I could somehow tell that Mika's clap was genuine, not because of her smile, but because I knew her, while Akimi was only doing so to keep appearances and wanted nothing better than for me to have failed epically so she could retain her top spot. Well, nope. No. No way. She might have gotten better than me last year, but not this time. She was a prodigy and things came easy to her, unlike me, who had to work my butt off to get to where I was at the moment, however bad I currently was, so I refused to let her beat me this time. In Kido at least, I would stay ahead of her even if it killed me. Well done. Congratulated Javan from within my mind. After all the work you put in, it's about time you got some bare respect, yeah. I smiled despite myself. Same old Javan. I'm never going to change. Nor would I want him to. Mon, joked Daichi as he ate his lunch quickly. You move quickly, don't you, Mark? I felt one of my eyebrows twitch, but tried to ignore it in favor of eating my own meal. I looked at the gathered faces whom were sitting with me in the lunch break. There were the regular faces of Daichi and Hayato, but the new addition was Mika. It had taken forever to persuade her, nearly the entire summer holiday, but I was finally able to make her cave in and eat lunch with me and my friends. Being cooped up in her garden all the time probably wasn't healthy, and so due to her reluctance I dragged the company and food to her and her garden instead. I am mostly sure that Mika was only passively accepting the 2 additional presences due to me vouching for them, although Daichi's actions in immediately dripping sauce onto her precious flowers didn't do him any favors. After all, I leave you alone for 2 months, then I come back and find you, my good friend, hanging out with a cute girl like Ikeda. Daichi giggled. On the hotness factor, she's a good 8.5. He gave me a corny thumbs up and wide grin. My eyebrow twitched again. So nice going. He continued. You, sir, are a stud. I for one ship you too, as does Hayato. Don't you, Hayato? He kicked our quiet friend jokingly, who shrugged. See? I declare this ship Markita. Or maybe Marka. Hey, how about Milas? I was unable to stop the hand palming into my face. We're not like that. Myself and Mika said together. The giggle erupted into a full-out laugh, with Javan joining in from inside my mind. Sure you're not, he joked, pointing his slice of pizza at us in an accusing fashion. I mean, she brought you a bento. You can't get more couple-y than that. Kurwasho, began Mika in a pleasant fashion, her radiant smile not leaving her face. I cook for him because he is terrible at, and because unfortunately over the summer I began to make them for him and I merely forgot that his roommate that normally dealt with cooking was back, so continued making them. Nothing more, nothing less. I do not like what you are implying, for we are merely acquaintances. I dunno. He mused. I can just feel the unresolved SXL tension between the two of you. Her smile grew even larger, and in doing so terrified me further. Hey. 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 He pestered, poking me as I tried to enjoy the Japanese cuisine prepared for me, barely being able to pick the food up with the chopsticks provided. It had taken me forever to adapt to the more Eastern cuisine I had to eat most of the time, so I was going to DM and well enjoy it as peace now that my palate had finally adapted. You done it yet? You know. It. And if so, how big are her dash? In an odd coalition of coincidences, Daichi somehow tripped up, while Mika just happened to be next to him, and then the Diet Coke, which I had managed to persuade bribe one of the Shinigami patrolling the academy to bring in for me, I was drinking magically spilled all over him, drenching him in the liquid, and then I might have accidentally knocked the pizza out of his hand as I did so. Oops. I said innocently. Indeed, how unfortunate. Agreed Mika. Why, it's almost like karma is trying to curb such scandalous lies which are obviously false, seeing as we are just friends. Didn't you say you were just acquaintances before? Accused the wet male. You see that? I mused. That is the site of the hole you're digging getting larger. Followed shortly by the sound of 2 people committing preordained murder by filling that hole with cement. True. He conceded. I guess I'll shut up now. Time passes how it normally does, quickly. Lessons continued and myself and my friends carried on as we were before. Our sometimes unwilling friend Mika slipped into the regular group antics easily, though she was normally quiet and found the action of interacting with us as troublesome as a certain lazy ninja. Regardless, she always had her smile up and even I couldn't see through it sometimes. We still occasionally did the gardening alone. Even if I had revealed the garden to Daichi and Hayato for the sole motivation of getting Mika some human interaction she probably needed, I didn't reveal that we spent time together alone. Gardening was our activity, and after the months alone we had our own quiet dynamics that I wouldn't dare ignore. With the coming of school though and the passage of time, a certain annoyance reared his head. Garo, with nothing better to do, began to pester Mika again. Now, I had promised Mika I would help her, no matter how stupid and silly it was to say that, and I still don't know what had happened previously between the two of them, but I had promised her, so that meant keeping him away. I am still weak, even with my skills in Kido, so it required a large amount of subtlety and a greater amount of bluntness to deal with him. I learned his schedule and bribed other students to tail him, to figure out his habits. It was expensive, but after a few months I could normally point out where he would usually be, and by staying at Mika's side like a shadow I was able to normally keep a distance between us between and out of lessons. When that failed, all I could be was vigilant and try and outright force him to go. I got beaten up a few times by him, but I was used to that from our regular curb stomp matches in Hakuta. I nailed him a few good times though, with every dirty shot I could. Groin smashes, headbutts and trips, whatever works. I'd go for his eyes and face, make him work for the beatdown. And out of classes when he went for Mika with his lackeys, I'd use my Kido. I'd still lose, and often needed time to chant with which he'd use to beat my butt, but after I pointed out, politely, how I could shock his butt, by politely shocking his butt with a Hado spell, he figured out that it wasn't worth it and would leave me to nurse my bruises for a few weeks before returning. In Mika's words as she tended to my injuries when they were minor or sent me to the nurse's office when they weren't, "You are truly a fool." Apart from classes and my interaction with my friends, the only noticeable thing to really occur over the next few months were the tutoring sessions with Akimi. In a single word, tiring. For both of us. After I showed her up in that Kido class and continued to practice alone to make sure I stayed at the top of the pack and ahead of her, she had become increasingly intolerable and aggressive. Despite being better than me at everything else, she just couldn't accept me doing better than her at Kido, and it certainly showed in our tense sessions. Civility was all but transparent and improvement was slow despite the amount of time I had put into her lessons, simply because geniuses were often bad teachers and she honestly didn't want me to improve. I might have had respect for her, but the petty way she wanted to remain number one and was actively putting me down set me off. Though, I think I pitied her as well. Despite her skills and nature, it almost seemed like the pressure of being the best was wearing her down, since her shoulders gradually slumped over the course of the year while the dark rings round her eyes grew in intensity. Sleep was eluding her and she was always tenser than a taut wire, and I hated myself for enjoying the fact that the view for her from the top wasn't quite as excellent as she would have hoped. "Have you heard? Nishisaka's faltering and her grades are slipping." "I know, right? Guess she isn't such a hotshot, huh? Stuck-up Beach, she deserves it for rejecting my confession. Who does she think she is? She isn't the best anymore. Not perfect. Not perfect whatsoever." It was almost tragic how at the first sign of weakness her fans were abandoning her left, right and center. As I said, I pitied her. Though not enough to do something about it. So why are we stalking some girls again? I asked for what felt like the 7th time. "Because," whispered Daichi in a voice that was louder than his regular speech. "We're going on a woo-woman hunt. But it's exam season." I pointed out, which Hayato nodded solemnly to reinforce, since he too had been dragged along. Woo-woman season. Exam season. Woo-woman season. I stopped myself, sighing. I'm not doing this. Just nope. Leave it to Bugs. If you're going stalking, leave me and Hayato out of this. Quick. Daichi grabbed me and my silent companion's robes and tugged us into a perpendicular corridor since the 3 girls in question we were following switched directions. Safe. I should tell them up front that you're following them just to spite you by this point. No, he mock cried. Then the hunt would be over. Besides which, since you are so resolute on being a chaste hero and won't deepen the romantic subplot with Mika or Akimi, then we're gonna have to get you some laddie action to loosen you up. There is no romantic subplot. I almost screeched, prompting a muted shush from Daichi. But there is. Insisted Javan internally. I mean, all the flags for the routes have been set off. You've already started setting off flags with Mika, Akimi, that nurse chick, and even Momo. Don't even think about it. The harem has begun, the spirit cried. And it shall be fed, on blood or on women. You can run all you want, bury your head in the sand all you want, but the routes are started, and by the end of it you're gonna have to deal with the harem route or die via dead end. Mark. Chided Daichi with a grin, the ladies love you. Even a lieutenant like Hinamori has taken an interest in training you. He said while make the universal quotation make symbol in the air, but based on his glance and wide, knowing smile I could tell what he really thought that the training I had undergone in the summer was. The soulless gland seems to attract women to you like moths to a flame, and that love triangle cannot be ignored. Watch me. I snapped, turning to leave. No. The chance to add another girl to the harem is present. Bellowed Javan. Don't waste the chance, partner. Can you stop trying to encourage me to get a harem? I bellowed. There was silence. DMN. I think people heard that. Thank God that Mika said she was going to be watering her plants when Daichi came and dragged me off for some male bonding, or else I wouldn't hear the end of it. Excuse me. Said a voice irritably. It was one of the girls we had been pursuing, and her friends. We couldn't help noticing that you were following us. Rather obviously. What do you want? Daichi muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, curse it, then put on his best lady killer face and addressed the cute schoolgirl. Why hello there beautiful, he greeted. We weren't stalking you or anything, it's just that your radiance couldn't keep me away, and I, and my friends here he grabbed me and Hayato and shoved us forwards. We're just working up the courage to ask you lovely young ladies out on a date. Not interested. Me and Hayato declared together and stood aside, eliciting sweat drops from the resident pervert. Anyway. You wanna go on a date with me? He finished. The girl sighed, looked over me appraisingly once or twice, then turned back to Daichi. While your friend she pointed at me. Might be more of my preferred tastes Yes. See. Chick magnet. Not now. But I guess you'll do. So sure. I'll go on a date with you. Friday. My mouth hung open in surprise. Daichi was actually getting a date. What next? Raining gerbils and hamsters, Yamamoto being hip and, with ZE kids, Rukia going up a bra size and Kenpachi becoming a pacifist. Daichi getting a date? My ally roared. Run for the hills, because the universe is ending. Like, right the hell now. Daichi paled, and gave a miraculous impression of a flailing fish before Hayato helpfully closed his mouth for him. FF Friday. Yeah, I'm free then. The girl mentioned absent-mindedly. WWL. Daichi stumbled, all of his confidence and swagger gone in a flash. Actually. Kinda busy then. Yeah, laundry. Gotta go. Bye. And then he ran away, faster than I'd ever seen him before. And no, he never does laundry. What an odd guy. She mentioned. How about you then, hot stuff? You're kind of wimpy looking, but you seem to possess more intelligence than your friend. Not interested. I repeated. Oh. Well bye. Then she too was gone, along with her friends. How odd. I muttered to Hayato, whom had pulled out his current novel, Lord of the Flies. Not really. He flicked to the next page of his book, spectacled face reading intently. Every time he gets a date he does that. Really odd then. X. Today we had another celebrity guest, which was interesting because my class hadn't had an official guest from the higher-up since Momo had come in to lecture that one time. Sure, I saw her outside of that, but she had only come in to visit the school and officially take a class only once. So today was a big thing. We were in our regular sparring dojo, with our wooden swords at hand, since we assumed that today would be a practical demonstration seeing as it was taking place during Zenjutsu. "Wonder who's comin'?" asked Daichi casually, picking some crap out of his ear and flicking it away. "He's like 5 minutes late, whoever it is." "Ooh. Perhaps it's a cute girl, like the lieutenant of Squad 10. His face broke out in a perverted grin. "I heard she has a larger rack than an all-you-can-eat ribs buffet." Hayato pulled a book out of Hammerspace and smacked it in his face, his passive expressions not showing the annoyance he was feeling. Then he put it away, and I honestly considered asking if he had been studying forbidden spatial Kido. Mika was also with us, though I think she had settled into a comfortable routine of ignoring the hell out of Daichi whenever he got too perverted. "I'm sure he'll be here any minute," she pleasantly stated. As if the universe heard her, the thin dojo wall imploded as a bulky figure sped through it, spraying debris everywhere. Students move away in alarm as he skidded into the center of the room, however I was too slow to move and promptly took an elbow to the chest, throwing me into the wall that he hadn't crashed through. "Heh. Sorry about that," the voice said unapologetically, though I think he was talking more to our normal, elderly teacher than to me. It was like I was a fly that had been swatted almost easily. Kept getting lost. Kenny should have just followed my directions. Childishly said a second voice, a female one. I told him he should have gone left at the ruined kitchen. With a groan I pulled myself up. Rather, Daichi had come over to give me a hand up. My head was spinning and I was short of breath, and pretty sure that something had sprained or cracked. Then again, my bones seemed to get broken in practical lessons so frequently that I had a permanent bed in the nurse's office. It was scary how quickly I had gotten used to getting injured, and just how resilient my body was becoming after a year or two of it. "Please tell me that someone got the number plate of the truck that just crashed into me." I ammed. That wasn't a truck. It was the captain of the 11th squad, Kenpachi Zaraki. Daichi told me with a squeal. I heard he once picked a fight with a T-Rex and won, and that he punched out a Minos Grande, and that he terrified a hollow so badly that it spontaneously exploded. Oh. Well, that explains why I felt like a truck had hit me, because it had been Kenpachi. By all rights I was lucky to be alive. If he hadn't slowed himself down with that skid and had been holding back, I would have been squashed like a bug. Wonderful. Another reminder of how squishy I am. I mean, he's so cool. Daichi's eyes glowed in admiration and I sighed in response even as I was getting steady again. And now he's also a Kenpachi fanboy. Not a good thing. Anyway. Listen up, squirts. Zaraki grunted, scratching his chin and regarding our mismatched class menacingly through his one uncovered eye. It was time for a captain to visit this sheet hole, and I lost the straw draw, so I've got to teach you run something while your teachers get to PSS off for an hour. That's your cue for leaving, by the way. Our teacher nodded his head in thanks, looked worryingly at the group, then left. Being taught by the Kenpachi Zaraki. Daichi fangasmed. What an honor. The rest of the class were saying similar things. After all, the Kenpachi is the best sword fighter in the entire Seriidii. Me and Akimi grimaced instead though, we knew better. Dunno what though. When you've got a sword, you swing it. You don't care about how you do it or all the other small stuff. All this form and technique stuff is all total bull, 'cause in a fight it doesn't matter who you cut them, only that you do. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his wide expressions, though he was slightly less terrifying than he could be due to the pink fuzzball that had inhabited his shoulder area and was giggling innocently. When you're in a fight, you aim to kill. Got that? There ain't no fancy swordwork that'll stop those claws from tearing you apart, or any of those teeth from biting you. No. They're gonna try and kill you, so you do the same. He drew his jagged Zanpakuto from his sheath, bearing it to the world in a cling of metal scraping metal as it was drawn harshly from its place, without technique and without refinement. Brutal. So you aim to kill. If you don't, then you're dead. You can't be scared. Live and kill them, or die like the sheet that you are. He spat onto the immaculate floor. You're gonna live and die, so enjoy it. Make em bleed and make em suffer, because a true Shinigami always takes the hollow down with him in a bloodbath of carnage if he's gonna go. Yeah. Chimed in Yuichiro. It's so boring when people just roll over and stop playing. It's much funnier when they keep playing until their arms fall off. Or are bitten off. One of the two, I always forget. She finished this with a smile that was far too cheerful for the topic of conversation. Then I realized, Yuichiro wasn't just a pink-haired ball of candy-loving energy. She was raised by Kenpachi Zaraki. She's just as messed up as he is, and she's probably more than an acquaintance with the Reaper, probably not even seeing their meetings as significant. Yeah, what she said. The battle lover pointed. So form is pointless, footwork stupid, and caution for cowards. If you're gonna fight, kill and die, you should enjoy it and do whatever you have to do to kill the enemy. If it works, do it. If it can hurt them and kill them, do it. We're all barbaric monsters inside, so abandon your fear and your inhibitions. The class was dead silent, most of us thinking about the blunt message he was giving us. I for one was thinking of the day that I had first gotten into this mess, the one time I met Death's jaws and escaped. I remembered the hollows and how they had nearly killed me and devoured my soul. I remember it, and in an odd way Zaraki was right. Hollows were monsters that would try to kill us, so what good would static and rigid sword work? In a way, whatever works works, and in the end victory is all that matters. Whether you have fun along the way doesn't really matter, so do it if you want, because either way someone was going to be dead by the time the last of the blood was shed. Or at least this was what Zaraki thought. Right. Guess I'm done. He turned his back on the group, not even caring about the impression he had left. I've done my bit, right? We can go now and spar, right Yuichiro? I dunno. Yuichiro frowned. When I was bothering Riri for sweets when you were complaining to Oldie, she said something about lasting an hour and that she'd find us. We didn't last. DMN. He cursed. So I've gotta talk for a whole hour. No, just that you've got to teach for an hour. The pink-haired girl pointed out with a wide smile. Oh. He looked back at the group and at the attire everyone was dressed in and the wooden training weapons we had, then smiled a smile that made me want to mimic him in running through the wall, only away from this room and not into. So you've got those little twigs, huh? If I gotta waste my time, might as well have some fun. Doubt any of you will be any good though. What do you mean? Asked Akimi with a frown, though I'm pretty sure she knew what was coming. It's pretty simple, girl. He said, leering down at her. To Akimi's credit, she didn't flinch away. This is a Zenjutsu class, right? So let's see what you've got. With 2 quick strides he slid his sword back into his sheath and reached the wall where some blunt ornamental katanas were hanging, purely to set the mood for a sword practicing room. He then tore one off, despite it being tightly nailed into the wall, and gave the blunt piece of metal a few experimental swings. It'll do. He tossed it between his 2 muscled hands and smiled like Christmas had come early. For me it was more like Halloween, only with more murderous maniacs and less sweets. All of you, come at me, right here, right now. Let's see what a so-called top class can do. I desperately hoped that blunt swords couldn't kill you. You know when you have the absolute knowledge that you were screwed beyond all belief, that sensation when you long to have had that panic room installed into your house but decided against it only to have the nuclear apocalypse come. That feeling was pushed up to 11 with the understanding that I was going to have to endure a sparring match with Kenpachi Zaraki, with only 29 other students to stand between us. What? Not gonna attack? I thought I made it pretty clear that you need to all attack me together. The strongest swordsman grunted, while Yachiru leapt off his back with a lollipop, pulled out of one of her pockets, lodged in her mouth to watch from the sidelines. "You want us to attack you? But we outnumber you," said one random student. "Ha! This is still gonna be so one-sided, but if I hold back you might all stand a chance." He bared his chest, giving everyone a few chance to hit him. "Come on. I'm open. Hit me already, you cowards." Nobody did. I certainly didn't, not being suicidal. "Oh. None of you got the guts to take a swing?" he asked in disappointment. "I guess I'll just have to test your defense." Then like a force of nature he swung his dull weapon, charging at the unfortunate sod who had claimed their matchup unfair. With a shriek, he brought his sword up. Kenpachi splintered the weapon with a single swing, then knocked the boy aside with a second. "Come on. That one was actually slow enough for you weaklings to keep up with it." He swung a second time, this time at a nearby girl. Unlike the boy, she had the time to prepare and tried to sidestep, avoiding the first unwieldy blow, but collapsed upon a brutal sweep taking her legs out from under her. Better. She actually tried to dodge. "Now come on. Don't just stand there. Fight." All of a sudden students figured out he was just going to take us out one by one in a humiliating and painful manner if we didn't actually try and to bring the fight to him, so about 10 of us charged him. I remembered a lesson on working in a group against a single enemy. Me, Mika, Daichi and Hayato formed a diamond and charged, figuring that it would be best just to get it out the way. I still hurt from earlier, but in my experience it was best just to get a beatdown out of the way first. Daichi was at the front, being the spear point of the attack due to his mutually agreed martial ability, Hayato as his backup to his behind left, while Mika reluctantly took the right. I followed through at the back, due to my weak skills all round. Excellent. From his other side Akimi led a charge of students who all tried to use the academy stance to hit him. The captain effortlessly dodged or blocked though, allowing himself to waste movement and leave gaps in his defense so large that even a beginner like me could see them, all to encourage more attacks, all of which he deflected while Yachiru giggled from the sidelines. One stupid sod tried to hit the girl to try and put him off balance, and in return he cruelly delivered a 5-hit combo caving in his chest and shattering his arm despite the weapon being blunt. "Now you're putting up a fight, kiddos." We reached the fighting, and could immediately see it was pointless. 5 of our numbers were already out cold on the floor. Regardless, we aimed and swung. Daichi slid off the larger man's weapon, while Hayato lunged in to move at one of his legs, breaking academy stance to move rather than cut, though he brushed it off like a boss. Mika blocked the following sword swing aimed at Daichi's neck, though in the process her weapon nearly snapped and her legs buckled under the force. Now, I never normally get fired up, but I knew they couldn't block another swing like that. So even though it was agreed in most cases that I was useless compared to other Shinigami at sword fighting, I decided that maybe I could block a single attack before something broke, maybe holding off the other's defeat long enough for someone to get a blow or to back out. So I went through the correct technique for blocking, trying to step in front of Mika and take the next hit. I underestimated the most badass scarred man in this franchise, because one of the bones in my arm was buckling instantly and I felt my body creak under the weight of the overhead blow. Then my sword cracked and was forced down and backwards into my chest, though I was able to angle the wooden weapon so that it was the flat side that was pressed against my chest. However, in doing so I was actually able to survive the blow since my full body was taking the full force of the blow in that case rather than just a single concentrated spot. Mika repaid the favor, like she always does, and immediately relieved me of the duty of blocking, because my body was crying out to stop and I was barely suppressing an agreement due to prior experience. Once Kenpachi followed through with a follow-through diagonal slash, delivered with violent intent. Then Daichi swung at his head to force him to disengage from Mika, while Hayato slid into position to try and attack. A sudden lapse, then he had rotated a full 180 to take down some of the students that had survived his first barrage and was attacking from behind. They went down like bowling pins the second time, though Akimi weathered the attack by throwing herself to one side and rolling to avoid a would-be lethal stab to the heart. Bloody hell, I think he had forgotten that this was a class full of academy students. Go Kenny! Back to us, whacking Hayato's blade hard enough for it to shatter, with myself shrugging off the pain to try a weak move, easily blocked within a single eye blink of the tank disengaging. Mika played support, stepping in for another counter to keep up pressure. Before I knew what was happening, we fell into a rhythm of attacking, defending and weathering attacks tough enough to break bones. We took turns tanking Zaraki, while one of us recovered from the last attack, the third tries to counter to force him to relieve the pressure and the last prepares to block the next one. It was exhausting, even for as short a time as it took up, and after a few cycles our weapons were barely held together through luck, while Daichi's flat out broke, forcing him to use it like a jagged knife. Occasionally he spun to deal with the resilient student that tried to attack, then he would focus on them until they were broken, but he would ultimately return his attention to us after the brief relief. Even Akimi was dispatched, but she put up a good fight before she was thrown into a wall by a double tap of his sword. At long last, I took the last hit I could take. I was a weak fighter, suited for Kido above all else, so this was an exercise in futility and pain endurance. I was pretty sure that in the state I was in I should have been carted off to the hospital, but here in the Soul Society such wounds could be dealt with in hours, and I was used to the pain. Accustomed to it. With an almighty creak I was driven into the floor as my weapon was torn in half, bombarding me with shrapnel that forced me to grit my teeth and close my eyes, then he kicked me and I was on the floor, tears in my eyes, though I wasn't unconscious. You! In anger, I heard Mika recklessly charge, breaking her usual indifferent approach. Another crack, then a yelp of pain. Two more shouts, then my other friends were leaping in to protect her defenseless form, since nobody could endure 2 hits from a captain, even a weak one. Both my friends were on the edges of their own limits though. I forced open my own eyes, and saw that with but his broken weapon Daichi was unable to even stop the Titan. He was literally punched out of the way, since Kenpachi had no problems with breaking fighting etiquette so long as it works and was fun, and believe me, he was having a great time, cackling as he dispatched the students. Hayato was next, knocked aside with a weak side slash. Now Mika was alone, I could see. She was the last on her feet. The others in the class were all unconscious, too weak to continue, or not stupid enough to rise for another beatdown. Me though? I was stupid enough. I had promised to help her. Not needed, I know, but I said I would, so I was going to. She understood me and kept me sane when I had lost nearly all hope. She was my friend, and I would happily endure 100 strikes from Kenpachi for her. I didn't want her to end up on the floor in pain like myself or the others, because she was the last enemy left for Kenpachi to beat down, so she was going to take the full might of his attacks until she fell or was a bloody puddle. I had no doubts that Kenpachi had all but forgotten who he was fighting, and he wasn't going to stop. As such, me, weak old Marcus, was going to have to be stupid and pick another fight with one of the toughest captains, despite wanting to curl up in a ball and cry due to my aching and throbbing body. No. Just no, Mark. Don't be stupid. You are in no condition to fight, and even if you were I'd tell you run away screaming since this is Kenpachi we're talking about. Asserted Javan. It's not worth being a bloody puddle, because unlike her you do not have protection. Snigger. You're squishy, and you're gonna get hurt. Before you had the others supporting you, but not now. You'll be his sole target if you step in front of Mika, you fool. I grimaced, but I remembered what Momo had fundamentally told me to do in any actual close combat fight. I was never going to be a good fighter, but all I had to do was. No problems, Javan. I'm not stepping in front. I'm taking the dirtiest move I can get away with. Mark. But I had already stopped listening. I was barely a meter away from the two, since the two had not had chance to move far in the time that it had taken Hayato and Daichi to get taken out, and so I could still get close enough to do something. I dragged myself forwards, still on the floor, keeping low, and began to mutter under my breath words that I had memorized off by heart, like everyone else in my class. Kenpachi swung and Mika held out for a few brief seconds, then like so many others the fragile wood was reduced to mush. Mika stumbled backwards, in the hopes that she could avoid the worst of the next attack. Kenpachi was about to follow through with another blow when I finished, saying some words under my breath and clenched my fist. Heido number 11, Suzuri Raiden. Bound Lightning, it was a Kido that everyone learned how to use during their second year, and it was one that I had plenty of practice in using. It produces an electrical current in your palms, created from your spiritual energy, and passes this current into anything that you touch. So sparks coated my left, dominant fist. Then before Kenpachi could finish swinging and before he noticed that one of the many bodies surrounding him was still in the fight, I lunged up and punched him right in the groin. Yes, it was a very underhand move. Yes, I felt phantom pain for him. Yes, he was probably going to kill me. Luckily, I think that Kenpachi hadn't bothered turning on his steel skin to deal with some academy pipsqueaks, because he actually grimaced in pain at the shocking occurrence going on down there. He directed the swing he was originally going to use on Mika and instead turned it on me, hitting me hard enough to send me rolling across the floor and smash against another unfortunate student recovering against a wall. Suffice to say, I really wanted to give up and die or something, because God was that a hard hit. I was in nearly as much pain as when I bonded with Javan, though I was still able to think clearly. That actually hurt, you little punk, grumbled Kenpachi. I heard his footsteps approach me slowly before stopping. I groaned and blinked away pain and tears to look up at the figure scowling down at me. I wondered if pleading for my life would help me, then realized that it wouldn't. Yeah, that hurt. He nodded as if accepting that fact. Your spiritual pressure is weak and that lacked a lot of oomph, but you actually managed to hurt me. He narrowed his eyes again. That was a deep move though. It's like a rule or something, nothing below the belt, so by all rights I should beat you black and blue for being so cowardly as to use Kido in a sword spar dash, he considered that to be a spar. And for aiming there of all places. And again I prepared to meet the death god. Idiot. Reminded Javan wearily. But I won't. He finished. Nah. You actually had the guts to try and do that to a captain, me of all people, which takes ball. Brass basketballs. He gave me a slight grin of acknowledgement which I could barely see. And I guess you kept fighting even after I beat you down, even if it was just to use one of those stupid spells, so I guess you're alright in my books. I blinked. Was that supposed to be some sort of congratulation or something? Did the actual Zaraki Kenpachi just claim that I had guts? That couldn't be right. I'm me, a weak nerd willing to take advantage of every sneaky advantage I could, so I have no idea what would warrant him thinking I'm alright. Who knows? When you graduate and if you actually get your act together I might just spar with you again sometime. He grinned, then turned away from my mess to look at the rest of the defeated class. And you lot weren't as bad as I thought you'd be. I tell you, join the 11th squad after graduation and we might just make some real men out of you. An outcry of groans. After today's lesson in the school of Kenpachi Hard Knocks, I'd be surprised if anyone would be stupid enough to actually try join the squad if this is what their training is like. There are still 45 minutes left for me to show you some tricks, so stick around if you can swing a sword. More cries of pain. Now, the wusses out there can go drag themselves to the nurse if they want. Taking the dismissal like a lifeline, our entire class rushed out of the dojo as quickly as humanly possible with our various injuries, myself being supported by Mika, who was in walking condition and insisted upon helping me to the nurse's office, leaving Kenpachi and Yachiru alone as we fled. As we turned a corner I think I heard the sword barbarian say one last thing. Ah crap. We didn't last the hour, did we? X. You my friend, are an idiot. Javan told me with a frown. I said nothing, not disputing his claim. I can't believe I actually thought that you were smart. No need to get all personal about it. I muttered, annoyed that my mental roommate had insisted that I enter my mindscape and visit him while I was getting fixed up in the infirmary brimming with miming students. But this is personal. Javan had many emotions I associated with him. Smugness, happiness and sudden seriousness, but I had never seen him angry. As in capital A, angry. I live in your head after all, and as such if said head gets caved it does affect me. Chill dash. I won't chill. Javan scowled at me. I turned away, looking over the calm waters of the lake that was my mind. A sudden point in the horizon became rather interesting, so I intently stared at it. Sure, turn your back, don't listen, but that doesn't change the truth. Which is? That you're forgetting just what you're supposed to be doing. He raged. I thought we were on the same level, but it appears that we're not. You're weak, squishy and don't belong in this world. Therefore, I thought our goal was to survive this mess and get out alive. It is. Then why are you acting like a suicidal idiot? He accused, pointing a finger at me. You've spent 2 DMN long here and you're forgetting where you come from, you're forgetting that you do not run on shonen superpowers. When you get hurt, you bleed, you die. And you're forgetting this, even outside of this incident. You're pushing yourself too far, letting yourself take too many beatings, and not caring for your own safety. That's a lie. I denied. Is it? Do you not spend all your time training? Do you not let Garo get away with wailing on you despite the fact that you know that you could get him to stop if you really wanted to by talking to Momo? Didn't you interfere in Mika's life and deliberately pin a target on your back? Shut up. I snapped. I need that training, if I don't I really will die in this overpowered world. And as for Garo, the beating or two isn't that bad, while tattling never helps anyone. And with Mika, he was going to do something terrible to her. You could have told a teacher. You could have blasted his butt with Kido before he could even blink. You could have told Momo, got her to interfere. You didn't need to play the hero, because you aren't one. This isn't a game. This is your life, and if you're not careful you will lose it. You're the one being stupid now. I told my partner severely. I don't want to be the hero, because I know that being the hero means that I'll get my butt kicked. I know I'm not Ichigo. I know I don't have plot armor. So stop underestimating my desire to get through this alive. If you wanted to get through this alive, then why did you punch Kenpachi Zaraki in the ball? I winced at the volume in his voice. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Well, of course it did. The spirit crossed his well-dressed arms in a vaguely cross fashion. But it wasn't. You thought it was a good idea to PSS off someone tough enough to sneeze you out of existence. That is the work of an idiot or a madman. He was going to beat up Mika. Then where was your foolish heroism when the other 20-odd members of your class were getting their buttes wiped out? I flushed. That's different. She was the last one left. Besides which, I didn't die. It turned out all right in the end. Really? No. Your body is sporting more injuries than I can count on both hands and is lying on a hospital bed. I think that you wanted to do something stupidly heroic. I think that you want to be a hero, to do it even though it was stupid, since who doesn't? This is your adventure after all, isn't it? You're selfish, and think the world revolves around you, with yourself being the hero of your own little tale. You hate the very idea that maybe you're just the cosmic plaything of forces much greater than your understanding, that perhaps all your struggles aren't important. I threw up my hands in frustration. If that's what you think, which is wrong, by the way, then I give up. Nothing I say will change your mind. Indeed. Same with you, Mark. The frown deepened. You're truly stubborn BSTRD, and I can already tell that my words and warnings have passed right over your head. So I have no other choice then. Now doesn't that sound ominous? You, Marcus Drake, he declared loudly, his anger fading away almost jarringly as he shouted dramatically. Are now enrolled in the Academy of Ass-Kicking. Say what? And the butt that is going to be kicked is yours. He cracked his knuckles loudly, cackling evilly. If you're such a suicidal idiot, then I'm gonna have to beat some caution into you, by ramming my foot up your butt. From now on, once a week, you are going to come in here and I am going to beat the hell out of you until you can no longer stand. Got it? No. Why would I even agree to that? If you don't, then I'll cut off my help. Without my assistance you'll no longer be able to get your soul oil from your soul. I paled. That's right, you'll be useless. Worthless again. No power at all, only a normal human. That'd teach you to act like a main character protagonist. How dare you? I ground my teeth together. That is my power. I worked hard for it, and it's all I've got. No. I work for it. Javan retorted. You just take the fruits of my labor and channel it. I strode over to the white-suited man and grabbed his stupid tie. That was your rent anyway, wasn't it, for living in my head? Stop being an a-hole or I'll find a way to force you out of my head. I don't know how, but I would. You do that and I die within a day. Do you want to be a murderer, Mark, because that's what would happen? No dash. Then stop being stupid. If you die, I die too, so this is in your interests. Consider it extra training. X. Near the end of the year, just before the exams, an event happened which changed my opinion of the class prodigy. It was a Sunday, and since it was a day off and I had nothing else to do, I had decided to train. It seems like such a shonen thing to do, train. But I had to. I had snatched the top Kido spot and I was going to keep it, so to do that I had to practice and as such I needed to actively train. If I had to regularly take a beating from Javan, then a bit of target practice was hardly as strenuous. When I got to the Kido target range that students were allowed to visit out of hours, I was in for a surprise. Akimi was already there, and she had obviously been there for a while. It was still early in the morning, maybe 9ish, but I could tell that she had been there for hours at least. She was sweating buckets and was panting deeply, barely able to stay on her feet. Scorches covered her hands and the targets. She was glaring wearily at the painted targets, like they had done something to offend her fragile disposition. Obvious signs of Kido failure. I stood there and watched as she attempted the Kido we were studying in class, only for the attempt to explode in her face and send her to her knees. She tried to rise though, the idiot, so obviously I had to do the chivalrous thing and help her, despite my dislike. Sit down already. I snapped, steadying her and dragging her over to a nearby bench despite her protests. Bloody hell, you're killing yourself out here. Take a med rest, it'd be a pain to carry you to the infirmary. Shut up. She muttered in response, though she didn't attempt to get up from the bench, probably because she couldn't due to exhaustion. How long have you been out here anyway? Don't know. She said irritably. Hours. Well, you're an idiot. It was a plain and simple truth. Shut up. She snarled once more, getting some energy back. You're the idiot. Your Ryatsu is weak, you've clearly spent all of your spiritual energy and your normally pristine spells are exploding in your face. I listed off. Only an idiot keeps pushing themselves despite running out of power. Look at you, you're dead on your feet. I know that. She hissed. But I have to do this. I'm not weak, I'm perfect. I always have been. I'm the prodigious heir to the Nishisaka family, and so I need to be the best, so don't lecture me. So stop being an idiot. I replied. If you're a genius, then recognize that it's pointless overworking yourself, since it'll just worsen things in the long run. I know that, DMN, Akimi was going into full-blown rant mode. But I shouldn't have to. I'm the best, and this has always been the case. It's what expected of me, and so it's what I will get. Nobody is perfect. I am. And that's the crux of the matter, because when I think of Akimi it's always been with the label of brilliant, prodigy, or perfect, but throughout this year I've seen her slipping yet haven't cared. Don't you get what it's like, being perfect? She asked. You don't know what it's like. You don't know the pressure. Sighing, she receded into herself in a very un-Akimi-like way, all her previous rage gone. My family. My efforts. It's never enough. Ah. She has one of those families, the type that always puts too much pressure on you. I'm not the best anymore. Even though I'm supposed to be the best, I'm not. I'm slipping, my scores are falling despite my efforts and it won't stop. She sobbed. Bloody hell, did she just sob? Akimi, the tough, genius girl who always ridicules me and is as stubborn as a brick wall. What am I supposed to do? She whimpered, unable to even look at me. I need to be the best for them, my family won't accept otherwise, but it won't stop. No matter what I do, I'm not the best, and no matter how much I train it doesn't change. For Soul King's sake, you are better than me. Me. So what am I supposed to do? And yes, she was now crying. And no, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with a crying girl. I kinda just patted her back awkwardly and muttered reassurances. I don't need your pity. She threw my hand off and turned away from me. No, but you need a shoulder to cry on and an ear to listen to you. But why you? She cursed. I hate you. You waste my time, forcing me to teach you stuff that you should already know and don't learn, and despite being a commoner you still take my top place in Kido class and won't let me beat you. I hate you. Same with me. I admitted. You're a beach, quite frankly. You're vindictive and selfish and don't understand what it means to have to struggle and claw for any amount of success. You've never been at the bottom of the food chain. You're a bad teacher, narrow-minded and more arrogant and self-righteous than Gilgamesh, so no, I don't like you. By the sound of her intensified sobs, that probably didn't help. Man, you made a girl cry. USCK. Yep, Javan hit the nail on its head. ISCK. But. I almost shouted, grabbing her shoulder again so she couldn't turn away again. I don't hate you, and most importantly I won't judge you. I'm not like your fan club or like your family, I'll tell it how it is. So stop sitting here and crying like the world revolves around you and get it out of your DMN system, because you're my rival DMN it and it'd be unbearable if you wallow in self-pity like this. I want to beat you fair and square, because I'm better than you at Kido, and not because you're falling apart. I looked Akimi dead in the eyes, took a deep breath and finished my lecture. So cry now if you must, for I'll listen and won't tell. You're right. She hiccuped. I'm better than that. I hate you, but I'm better than this. Crying here like a little girl isn't becoming of one like me, but nor is bottling everything up and overworking myself. Right. I agreed. So do what you need to do, say what you need to say. Fine. Idiot. Suffice to say that I didn't exactly get much time to train after that. DMN does Akimi need a counselor, because she cried for like an hour and spent the next 4 ranting about how the pressure was getting to her and how her family had 2 DMN high standards and how everyone were stupid, idiotic sheep and how she was annoyed at how others were getting better. I did what I had to do, offering reassurances when I had to and shamelessly agreeing with her beaching whenever I had to. I wasn't stupid, and lying was better than her going back into the crying mode again. Well, I guess I'm done. Stated Akimi standoffishly, rising from the bench as she did so. Done eh? About time. I was getting bored of PBSCNT woes. I commented, rising too. Not like you had anything better to do, and listening to the inner thoughts of the great Akimi Nishisaka was payment enough for your time. Wonderful, she was back to normal. I'm not sure if I should happy about that or not. Yeah, your beach. Just try not to kill yourself by overworking, rest before your exams, ignore what the ponces in the fan club and your family think and all the rest of that crap. I grumbled. Just try not to have another breakdown. If you do, I'll start charging you the standard fare for a psychiatrist. Shut up, idiot. Akimi couldn't keep a cute scowl off her face even as she belittled me. Definitely back to normal. You better not tell anyone about this, and rest assured that I will get first place out of all the year, in all subjects, including Kido, so prepare to lose. I snorted indignantly. Yeah, right. It'll be a sad day when you beat me, so when I do better than you I reserve the right to rub it in your face. Moron, like that will happen. She began to walk off, huffing, only pausing to throw back one last retort. See you tomorrow for lessons. And thanks. For listening, I mean. Though I still hate you wish a passion. The only sad day would be when I admit that you're the closest thing I have to a friend. Yeah. I waved it off. Unlike some genius slackers, I have things to do. So get some rest. With one last huff, she was gone. I tried to ignore how some part of me was happy that I was the closest thing she had to a friend, by overpowering this sensation with the larger part of me that was still screaming at me all about how much of a beach she was. How long is this going to take? I grumbled out tiredly to the dark-haired woman observing me. The healer didn't respond, only continuing to prod at me, wreath her hands with that medical Ryoryoku that healers use in order to diagnose me, then wrote steadily on the large clipboard in one hand. As long as this takes, Marcus. Unohana kindly told me, though I noticed that she immediately slowed down at my complaint. But it was with great reason that I complained. My fourth-year exams were coming up and I needed to really practice that one Kido to make sure I could do it consistently. So I waited awkwardly for the rest of the yearly medical examination that was required for Unohana to gauge my yearly changes to better understand my condition. At long last, Unohana put her clipboard to the side and gestured for me to put my shirt back on. Finally. I said with an eye roll. Now, what's the diagnosis, doc? The results are certainly interesting. She said levelly, glancing back to her discarded clipboard one last time to double-check what she had recorded. Your situation is quite unique, so in order to placate the others I do need to have these checks to see if there are physical changes in you to explain any other correlations there might be. And are there any changes? Some. Physically you're stronger than you were 4 years ago when you first entered the academy. Exercise and good diet has done you much good. As well as other factors. I drawled. It's rather complicated, so I won't bore you with the dash. Unohana was interrupted as the door to the medical room slammed open to reveal two figures who quickly strode into the room, little caring for the fact that it was occupied. The first was a man in captain's haori and face paint, while the second was a demure woman with a lieutenant's band, large bust and tied-back black hair. My mind whirled for a moment to identify them, since I hadn't technically met them before, but I was able to quickly figure out who they were based on sight alone. Mayuri and Nimue Kuratsuchi were paying me a visit. They were paying me a visit. This is probably bad. You think? Quick. Hide behind Unohana. She'll save us. Or buy us time to leap out of the window. We're on the 4th floor and I am still squishy. Better a pancake than a lab rat. We may even survive. Alas, I had to agree with Javan. Pancake Mark seemed like an unusually good idea compared to whatever he wanted. Oh, I've had enough of this. Snorted the captain, not even bothering to give customary greetings to the other captain, glaring at him with a smile deadly enough to pierce steel. Just get on with revealing the results already. Science cannot wait, and it was clear that I wasn't going to get anything just by listening to the present conversation. How were you listening in on a private conversation anyway? Commented Unohana sweetly. I was glad that I was cowering behind a table. Sometime before Unohana had spoken, Nimue had also joined me. Apparently even clones have some level of self-survival instincts. I would hate to have to report. You for unauthorized listening. I was only listening in on a few of my not legally installed speakers. He brushed aside the issue. Since you removed my hidden cameras years ago so I couldn't exactly look at your reports, while due to you actually using a mechanical lock I can't hack into your physical files. He clicked his fingers, a bemused grin on his painted face. Speaking of which, Nemu. Fetch me that report and use your body to protect me from the inevitable fallout. Nemu looked towards the report sitting on the bed we were cowering behind, took a moment to decide if it was worth trying to gain a sense of self and rebel against her creator a la Skynet style in order to escape the said fourth squad captain's wrath, but then programming kicked in and she snatched the clipboard and scurried back to her creator. I expected Unohana to scold or punish them, but instead she only grit her teeth and clenched her fists. Yep, she was said. While I can't stop you researching into the Ryoka's condition, I can ask you to leave his medical report alone, since I have the right to choose not to disclose my patient's details. Bah. Here. Another click and Nemu handed back the clipboard with a low bow. I'm done reading it already. Wow, he reads faster than Hayato. Javan let loose a whistle of appreciation. He had to give credit where it was due. The data only adds to the conclusion I have found anyway. He shrugged. Nemu, let's go. Hang on. I burst in, ignoring the fact that I was speaking out of turn to a superior officer. I knew that I had Unohana to shield me from the fact that his spiritual powers, while weak amongst the captains, was still enough for him to explode my head from a distance through pressure alone if he willed it. If you're researching me, I want to know what you found. Why should the mouse ever need to know why he scurries through the maze for the cheese? He commented rhetorically. Hide behind the medical bed like the good test subject that you are. Well, requesting didn't work, but I was curious, and so was Javan. Nobody had told us anything about anything in the 4 years I had been stuck in the Bleachverse, so I felt I needed to know. Was there something abnormal about me that allows me to use a Zanpakuto, besides Javan's influence, and had they found anything out that could help me? Now, time to try something else. Pandering and sking up, because anyone with a mind knows that smart people love to talk. They're like villains, ask the right questions and they'll spill the beans out of smugness alone. I know what I have, I know what I want, and if I have to SCK up to and compliment this BSTRD then I'll do it. No matter. I said, false cheer in my voice. I'm sure whatever results you have, you're smart enough to have figured out your smart conclusion without it. Of course I could. The man bragged shamelessly. I'm Mayuri Kuratsuchi, nobody is smarter than me. Besides Aizen and Unohana. Even so, I applied the grease. Whatever conclusion you found must be amazingly interesting and well thought out. Everything I do is interesting and well thought out. Of course. Of course. I reassured him, while Unohana looked on with bemusement apparent on her face. She knew what I was doing. You're the smartest thing since HAL 9000. I bet that you could figure out anything. If I put my mind to it, I could solve any problem. The captain continued to brag. Already I have solved physical death for myself, successfully cloned a body and soul, revolutionized the 12th squad, and much else. So for a mind as brilliant as yourself, I closed in, let my words sink in. I certainly wonder just how awe-inspiring your theory on that data actually is. Rather awe-inspiring. Agreed Kuratsuchi. Though you are too stupid to understand any of it and I am not idiotic enough to fall for your ploy and tell you. I give you a 7 for effort though. DMN. Well that's one plan failed. Oomph. As if I, the great Mayuri, am moronic enough to allow myself to tell complicated and confidential ideas to test subjects. Yup. I didn't stand a chance of tricking him. Now come along Nemu, there is science to be done. Yes Master Mayuri. She emotionlessly stated. She bowed to the two of us and followed her creator as he swept out of the room like the bad smell of a burnt Bunsen burner leaving a window. That was interesting. I stated once he was gone. That man irritates me, said the healer with a wide smile. If he keep persisting in ignoring decorum and keeps putting hidden microphones in my territory, I will have to report him. I shuddered. Now, before you go, Marcus. Yeah. Since you are so interested, I will tell you what the results I have found include, if only to annoy that man. Thank you, Captain. I bowed in happiness, using the Japanese custom to better show my respect. I'd been here 4 years now, so sue me for actually being cultured enough to not make a fool of myself by this point in time. What the examination I have conducted on you shows is rather inconclusive. She began, pausing to better think of how to say what she wanted in a manner I would understand. Much of the data is just your blood samples, DNA, and other such traits that we can look at to understand you biologically and medically. However, I think I know of what interests that man. You are aware that this world is made of reshi, correct? Yes, I am. It was covered early on in the first-year course, which I had gone over with Akimi in our tutoring sessions. Well, I am not an expert on reshi like the 12th squad, but I do know enough. Reshi is a fundamental particle, one of the base building blocks that make up the world. However, unlike leptons and quarks, which are the fundamentals of physical matter, reshi is the fundamental for spiritual matter. You understand me so far? Kinda. I sort of know what quarks are, though not leptons. If only from vague memories I could recall that quarks were what made up the protons and neutrons that made up atoms. So in the physical world, the physical fundamentals represent a majority of what makes up the world, about 90% of it, while reshi and the compounds of it only make up 10%. This explains why areas of the human world are so low in reshi save for few areas of high concentration. Go on. Meanwhile, the soul society is the other way around. 80% of this world is reshi, while the rest is physical matter. And this means that? I prompted, having the general gist but wanting to know more. Much of the research the 12th squad does is into the nature of reshi, due to its unique. For a long time it has been contested and debated whether it is reshi that gives us our ability to be shinigamis, since research shows that the bond formed between reshi-based compounds are much easier to make and break and can assume more complicated forms than normal. Fundamentally different laws of reality affect reshi than physical matter. Physics and logic doesn't always have a place in the way that reshi works. Oh. That explains a lot actually. And it does. It gives some semi-sane reason for why the people here can do what they do. If everything around me is comprised of reshi-based structures that can break their bonds, this means that it's easier to do stuff. Fire could be started easier because the bonds would be easier to put together, things can be recomposed easier, and other stuff. Basically science. My guess is that your data is useful towards studying aspects of this. You see, the reason Ryoka are hated by the Suratii is because they are within the soul society. Those in the human world are made up mostly of physical matter, so they are unable to do what we Shinigami do, but if they appear within the soul society and stay for long enough, then eventually they will be replaced. It takes years, but the body's cells are all destroyed eventually and regrown. Imagine what could happen if while this is happening reshi particles are being regularly poured into the body through the spiritual food that is eaten and that which is breathed in. Eventually, as years pass, their spiritual physical matter composition will shift. Which means that Ryoka start being able to do stuff like Shinigami, right? Reshi is what allows Shinigami to do such outlandish things because our exact spiritual matter composition allows reality to be easily changed and edited in ways that physical matter can't be. And that's why you hate the Quincy, right? Because they can affect reality at a base level. It's utterly insane. They can literally reconstruct the world. Unohana's expression hardened. If the Quincy had survived the massacre and ever looked beyond their hatred for hollows to figure out just what their powers actually did, then they could be the greatest threat to the stability of the world. I shuddered. That is a scary thought. I kinda see why the massacre happened now. Not that I approve of massacring minority groups or anything. Quincy's disrupt the soul cycle, actively hate Shinigami and could potentially be able to mod reality. All three are good reasons to wipe them out, even if it is terribly harsh. So that is why Ryoka are hated, because of what they can grow to do if left unchallenged. They develop abilities spiritual in nature that sometimes even Shinigami can do. See the Foolbringers for more evidence. I mean, perhaps that's why Chad and Orihime gained powers. Because they lived in a Reshi-rich environment all their lives, had a huge source of Ryatsu like Ichigo surrounding them to further concentrate the Reshi in their systems. Javan sounded almost excited. So as you can imagine, not many Ryoka live long enough to get accurate data for. You are someone that is comprised mostly of physical matter, but you have lived here for 4 years now. The process is slow and might even take many more years to completely occur, but gradually your body is becoming more and more spiritual in nature. Add in your virtually unprecedented ability to use a Zanpakuto, something that someone lacking in Reshi particles shouldn't be able to form, especially not if you aren't of the exact same Reshi composition as natural souls, and you have an excellent reason for why Captain Kuratsuchi seeks your data. Oh. I sat down on the medical bed, needing a moment to gather myself. This is big. I just need a moment to compose myself. It is a lot to take in. Admitted Unohana. But you wanted to know, so I told you. Now, once you are ready to leave, please sign out with one of the nurses. I am afraid that I have other matters to attend to. She smiled at me, then strode out of the room, leaving me alone. Well, at least until another familiar figure swept into the room. Mark. Kasumi almost tripped over her Shinigami robes as she stumbled into the room. Hanataro told me that you were having your medical today, so I rushed over. It's nice to see you too, Kasumi. I told the blonde nurse with a happy grin. I still remembered how we had met back when I first arrived in this world and stayed in the hospital. She was of great moral support to me then, and I remembered my dues. I don't know why she cared so much, but every time I had a medical she always made sure she was present to at least see how I was doing once a year. To be honest, it makes me blush in embarrassment to know that someone I knew for so little a time cared enough to bother keeping tabs on me once I left the hospital and actively changed their timetable to make sure that she got to see me. Kasumi's heart was nearly as large as her bra size. And believe me, I know what it was. Let's just say that Javan has a skill. So, how did it go? She asked nervously but in excitement, a combination I was used to seeing from her. It went okay. I said vaguely. I heard some interesting stuff, but enough of that. How's you? I haven't seen you since last checkup. Wonderfully now that I've seen you. She said without shame, before catching herself, doing a good impression of a tomato, and stumbling out an objection. I meant that it's wonderful. She practically shouted. Not just because I saw you, but because of other stuff. I laughed at her cute expression. For someone older than me, she was far too adorable. I'm glad I know you. I commented. I hardly see you regularly, but you care, and I value our friendship. Friendship? Clarified Kasumi. Yup. We're friends, aren't we? We've known each other 4 years. Oh, of course. She stuttered with joy. We are friends, aren't we? I'm glad. Yup. I said, but frowned at how Javan had suddenly began sniggering again. Seriously, he does that far too frequently and without reason. I wish that we could meet more often. And the Kasumi copyrighted blush was back, now with several different shades of pink for the price of one. It grows. Javan cackled. It grows. I did what I had become accustomed to doing and ignored him. Who knows? Once I leave the academy we can meet up more often and hang out or something. I'll probably be given more freedom. I can't wait. She said eagerly. Nor can I. It was just a shame that we could see each other so infrequently. Oh well, I just have to take advantage of our meeting now and make up for lost time. We could probably chat for a few hours before I'd have to go back to the academy, accompanied by my guard, of course. So Kasumi, tell me all about what your year has been like. I hate you sometimes, Javan. I muttered tiredly, laying on my back against the wet surface of the lake in my inner world. I groaned, feeling like my body, a mental representation of my body anyway, was one big bruise. Because it was. Javan is a nightmare at sparring. I know you do, said the man in question happily, whistling as he tossed the plain wooden training sword between his two hands. But look on the bright side, you didn't break any mental bones this time. Groanen. I literally said the word groan to highlight the pain I was in. And at least you didn't bust any major organs. Groanen. And you didn't get knocked out once this time. He continued talking cheerfully, ignoring my glares. So you've definitely made some improvements since I made us start sparring to try and curb your recklessness and stupidity. Mumble Groanen. But has it worked? Hate you so much. I think you snapped my spine or something. Probably not, admitted the spirit living in my head. But hey, at least we got to finish up that mana pool idea of ours while you were in here having your butt kicked 17 different ways. It was my idea actually, I pointed out, still in phenomenal pain. Meh. Tomato. The point still remains that our mana pool is now up and running. He turned his attention to his island in the middle of my lake. It was much larger now, had taken us weeks how to increase its size, and now at its center was a large pulled-up curtain. What was behind it was unknown. I fear to think what despicable things Javan does behind that purple veil of silk, but the undeniable fact was that behind it Javan had set up the basis of our mana pool. Soul oil gathered within whatever the hell was in there, and from inside whatever it was a large literal pipe trailed out from under the curtain to stop just at the edge of the island's beach. A tap was attached to the pipe, a bloody large tap. I have trouble deciding if it's a literal tap, a metaphorical tap or a metaphysical tap, but it was a tap nevertheless. One I could open at will without Javan needing to directly supply what comes out of it. Anyhow, you better get back to the real world. It'll be dinner soon, and we'd hate to keep your flatmates waiting. Because Daichi would throw a hissy fit. Fine. I grumbled, rolling over. Just let me hate you for a few moments more. Dot. 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 You done hatin' on me yet? Not really, but we don't always get what we want. With a large amount of STMLTN I ejected myself from my inner world and awoke to find myself on my bed, meditating with my Zanpakuto lying on my lap. In front of my bed stood Hayato, my book-loving friend, who was watching me with a large amount of curiosity. It's only due to the years we'd lived and despaired over Daichi's behavior together that I was able to even read the expressions Hayato gave, since he had such a poker face. Oh, hey Hayato. Dinner ready? Hayato gave a single brief nod and looked to the door. Right. Sorry for holding everyone up. I apologized. Shall we join the others? Meditating. Pardon? Meditating? Repeated Hayato silently, this time with a question. Oh. Yup. I do this now and then. I waved aside the issue. You're talking with your Zanpakuto, aren't you? And now he was getting to the point. Just between me and you, yeah. My spirit is quite chatty and I sort of visit him sometimes. Hayato said nothing, though I could tell that there was something he wished to deeply say. Something that was really bothering him. And something on his face I couldn't place. Was that jealousy and a hint of something else I saw? How? He asked sullenly. Look. I began nervously, scratching my head. I tried to keep my relationship with Javan a secret because it normally takes years for your sword to start talking, but also because I didn't want to affect any of my relations with my friends. Jealousy is a powerful force, and one that I didn't want to set loose on those I cared for without good cause. Hayato, I don't know why my spirit is so talkative. I don't want him to be so chatty, but he is, so I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's just. You know how uncommon it is for Zanpakutos to talk this early on. Add in my odd circumstances and I'm trying to stay as unnoticeable as possible, so shouting out my situation to the 4 polar points would have only led to me being one step closer to being given to the 12th squad. I shuddered. We all knew, or at least suspected, what would happen if such a thing occurred. It's nothing special though. I mentioned. My spirit's AD and always mocks me or beats me up, and I don't know his name or anything like that, so it's not like I'm miles ahead of everyone else or that prodigious. It's probably just due to how I manifested my weapon early on and didn't get it through the traditional fashion of obtaining an Asachi. No. Not that. Said Hayato, though I think some of the tension left his voice at my response. How? How what? How do you deal with it? Oh. Now this is a more Hayato question. Of course he wasn't going to get into a mess over something like jealousy, not really. It should have been obvious that some other factor was affecting him. You mean having a Zanpakuto spirit? I clarified. Hayato shrugged in discomfort. How do you deal with having something sentient living inside you, like some sort of parasite? How do you deal with having something that can think and feel inside you? Because I can't. It's not natural having your soul get up and starting thinking for itself. It's freaky. So how? I don't know. I responded at last to what was probably the largest speech Hayato has ever said to me. To be honest, the ethical repercussions of having a sentient life living inside my soul never really came to mind in my situation. I was too busy trying to stay alive when my spirit and sword first appeared. I was too busy trying to get through lessons to really mind that there was a voice in my head. I scratched my head at the worried look Hayato was giving. I suppose I always thought of it as having a roommate living in my head. A really annoying roomie, one that leaves rubbish everywhere and struts about naked dash. That happened one time and you never let it slide. Never puts his dirty clothes away or cleans up dash. Hey. I resent that. But a roomie nevertheless. I can't do that though. Admitted Hayato softly. I can't. The idea and concept of a Zanpakuto scares me. It's not natural. It's like having an argument with someone that knows all your points before you do, or like being schizophrenic. If I was in the human world and said a voice in my head was talking to me, I'd be locked up in an asylum. Hayato shivered, and I couldn't help noting just how emotive the boy was being. But here it's normal, and I just can't deal with it. Does having it make me mad? How can I trust it in there, able to make its own choices and decisions that I can't stop? How can I accept something else that claims to be me to have so much power over myself and my soul? And how can I ever possibly accept it? I don't know. I told him awkwardly, since I didn't have the same worries to think about. I didn't truly have his problem since Javan wasn't an aspect of my soul-given form, he was just a third party who had seized the opportunity and latched onto my soul and had now taken on the role and job as my Zanpakuto spirit. I'd always be different to a normal Shinigami, which was why I'd never tell anyone my problem, so I couldn't empathize with Hayato, literally because I did not have a normal Zanpakuto spirit. However, I could sympathize and try to understand Hayato. I might not know how you should try and get along with your Zanpakuto, or if it's right, having a sentient life living in your soul. I don't know if said life should have the right to live a free life, or any of the other philosophical answers you seek. What I do know though, is that a Zanpakuto spirit is a part of you. Denying it is like denying yourself, and I'm sure you would hate to be ignored. True. Perhaps talking to it is a little insane, but what you must remember is that all the best people in life are mad. If you're unwilling to dive down the rabbit hole, remember that everyone else around you is doing the exact same mad skydive at terminal velocity. So me and your friends are going through the same kind of stuff. You are not alone. Figuratively speaking. Whatever you choose to treat your Zanpakuto like, there is no precedent, because everyone's relationship with their spirit is different. Yes, because the bond between a Shinigami and his blade is treasured for a reason. Even I have a unique relation with my spirit, even if actually he isn't an official one. To be honest, I'm actually jealous that I'll never have a normal Zanpakuto. I'll never fundamentally know the face of my soul. I'll never be able to experience the sheer joy at utterly knowing who the person Marcus Drake or Marcus D. Solus is on the inside. Any insights I make on the name of my soul will be of my own findings, it won't be spoon-fed like with other Shinigami, which is another reason for my jealousy, because not only am I physically and spiritually weaker than any other Shinigami of my level, I am also carefully scrutinized by the higher-ups, have the 12th squad seeking to dissect me, Aizen, more than likely, interested in me, have the burden of changing the future lodged on my shoulders alone, and to add to my pile of woes I will also have impossible difficulty in ever getting Shirkai. It's like the world is against me and is deliberately trying to squash me and kick me when I'm down, because my situation really isn't as easy as all the self-insert fics suggest. In fact, my time in this world has been freakin' hard, and the difficulty is likely to only spike. Treat it like a friend and separate entity, or act like it's just a delusional separate part of your psyche, either is fine. I continued, drawing myself out of my sullen thoughts. Just don't ignore it. Just don't deny it. Because then it might deny you, and knowing that a part of your soul wants nothing to do with you could only break a person. Hayato said nothing and only looked aside uncomfortably. Finally, he told me thanks and then began to walk away and out of my room, to go serve dinner. I could only hope my words helped, though I doubted that my talk no jutsu was anywhere close to the shonen-wide goodness of Naruto's version. Hey Hayato. I called out unexpectedly, suddenly curious. Why did you ask me about that stuff anyway? Because you aren't the only one whose blade has started to talk to them. Remarked Hayato before he quickly slipped out of my room, closing the door behind him. Captain's log, star time 220400. I said deeply, greatly butchering the reference in the progress. Note to self, give Hayato one of the books we stole from the Academy library on Zanpakuto spirits. Because me and Javan got curious and because the library probably wouldn't miss the books. Also, note to Captain's log. Hayato is already hearing from his Zanpakuto spirit. This is either a really cool thing or a really terrifying thing. Note from Captain's log, stop bothering me. Also, yeah, Hayato's situation is odd. It's really unusual to hear from spirits this early on, our rare case excluded, since most people only start making progress once they leave the academy. Also, note to Captain's log. Shut up. X. You. Came the arrogant voice I knew well. I sighed and stood up, waiting for the thundering noble girl to approach and say whatever the hell it was that she wanted. I was currently with my friends, Mika, Daichi and Hayato, in Mika's garden and were having one of our frequent lunch breaks together while we went over our revision notes together, taking this lunch as a chance for everyone to pick one another brains about topics we didn't know while we could conveniently eat as well, when along came the inevitable irritation that would accompany that redhead's appearance. What do you want, Akimi? I asked tensely. Hayato looked up from his textbook in silent agreement while Mika visibly sized up the girl that had barged into her solitary, once upon a time, sanctuary without permission. HMPH. She humphed, not looking me in the eye once she stopped before me, visibly shaking and sweating. It's not like I want to be here or anything, idiot. I encourage that you do not insult my friend, Nishisaka. Stated Mika bluntly, benevolent smile still in place but woefully unable to hide her disdain for the noble. Mika really didn't like Akimi for some reason. But I have no real choice. Akimi continued, ignoring my friend's words. She then sat down gracefully, took out her bento box and placed several serviettes underneath herself to prevent grass stains. From this day forth I'm eating lunch with you, Solus. I sighed in irritation, while Daichi silently fisted the sky in happiness at having such a cute and popular girl sit with him, and Akimi's smile continued to grow more and more forced. And what did I do to deserve the displeasure of your company, then? As I said, I hardly wish to be here either. Akimi opened her bento and immediately began to dive in with vigor and eloquence, eating without a care for what we thought. But I am sick and tired of the faceless masses pestering me during meal times. Their attention is distracting, unwanted and unnecessary, and I can hardly stomach eating with that collection of fools any longer. So instead you decided to antagonize your favorite student, much weaker rival, due to Akimi Nishisaka's sheer gar, and good friend Mark? Yes. She said plainly. You are irritating, but you're better than the masses. You aren't a sheep and speak your mind concerning my actions, so are at least a refreshing speaking companion. Hey sweetheart, sleazed the pervert in the room as he slithered towards the Nishisaka heir. If you let me take you out for a meal, then I'm sure I can show you just how great a speaking companion I am. He informed with a waggle of his eyebrows. I'd sooner kiss Solus. Snorted Akimi, turning away from the distraction. Heh. Daichi was denied. Also, the Solus gland strikes again. I will throttle you with your own spine if you don't shut the bloody hell up, Javan. Geez, no need to be so butthurt over it. Not that I would kiss Solus or anything. She quickly denied, still turned away. I am still wondering why you are bothering myself and my companions. Smiled Mika beautifully. Because I want to. She said, still eating. If I am to make use of my lunch times effectively, why shouldn't I revise with your group? I might as well keep my eye on my rival to ensure that his standards do not slip. Indeed. My standards would never slip, for my rivalry with Akimi was legendary. So far I was on top, but there had been many close calls. Regardless, the title of top Kido user would be mine and not hers. Like I'd let you win. I told her. Like you could beat me. Why don't you look back at the last two end of your tests? Didn't I just surpass you in Kido each time? Shut up. She stammered quickly. This year'll be different, you'll see. Then you'll have no choice but to acknowledge me. When Kenpachi watched My Little Pony Will I Act Dash. Oh come on guys. Daichi slid over, chucking an arm around the two of us. Save the argument for one of your makeout sessions already. It's a study session you moron and not a makeout session. Myself and Akimi screamed in succession. Snap. Oops. Commented Mika. It appears I have broken my chopsticks by accident. My apologies, I must get a new pair. Mika rose and left the group quickly, perhaps too quickly. I dunno. Daichi mumbled silently, uncaring of our ire. I still think that you finished tutoring months ago and are having excellent angry section. Suffice to say that Akimi's punch broke several teeth and had such power to it that Daichi was sent flying over the hedge and off into a distant building where he left a large indentation of himself before falling to the floor. Truly a scorned female Shinigami's punch is one to be reckoned with. Either that or Akimi was empowered through rule of funny to allow her to use the copyrighted Neru Megaton punch. Me and Javan were still in deep discussion, argument, over whether comedic laws actually have an effect in this universe or not now that it's real. What nonsense. Commented Akimi as her fist still smoked. As if I would have NTRCRS with such an uneducated brute like him. Same. As if I would do it with a chick with a pole so far up her but that her torso could be used as a flag. Don't make me hurt you, Solus. She threatened darkly. Hayato had the common sense to shuffle away quickly, reading the Necronomicon all the while. Screw it. I threw back my hands in annoyance. Eat here for all I care. I will then. Good. We promptly sat with our backs to each other and proceeded to ignore each other as we ate. It was a very quiet lunch all things considered. And that was how Akimi ended up joining the group, by forcing herself amongst our reluctant ranks. Alas, we hadn't shaken her, since Mika couldn't actually kick her out of her garden now that I had accidentally given Akimi permission. Luckily me and Mika have known each other for so long by this point that she could hardly stay annoyed at me for long. The fourth-year exam passed with eagerly waited anticipation amongst the student base, to see just who would come out on top in the famous Nishi-Solas rivalry for Kido. To my disappointment, Akimi just beat me, bringing our total win ration to 2-2, with her surpassing me in the first and fourth year and me winning in the second and third. The day that the results were posted I ran away and started setting fire to things, though I got over it quickly. Instead I just had more motivation to train my Kido harder now that the holiday has arrived and most of my friends were gone. Like the last 3 holidays, only me and Mika remained at the school out of our small social circle, resulting in the two of us spending the vast majority of the time hanging out or training studying unless Momo was around taking the chance to teach me a thing or two. Halfway through the summer, an event which had been a long time coming occurred. The standoff between myself and Garo ended with a bang. An explosion in fact. One that destroyed much of my preconceptions and would be an event which I would always remember.